Is he the perfect man? Or the perfect lie? This is Behind the Doctor's Smile. From the moment I see Dr. Drew Devlin, I know I want him. He's charming, handsome, effortlessly successful. The kind of man women trust without question. And trust is exactly what I need right now. I'm broken, desperate, running from a past I can't afford to relive. Drew feels like safety, like escape. I have nothing to lose. So I make a decision. I won't leave this to chance. I won't wait for fate. I will do whatever it takes to make Drew Devlin mine. To secure the life he represents. To become his wife. But getting close to Drew means seeing what he tries so carefully to hide. The smiles linger too long. The stories don't quite fit. And behind his calm, confident exterior is a secret. One that could destroy us both if it ever comes to light. The irony is, Drew isn't the only one pretending. Because while he's hiding something dangerous, so am I. And if either of us slips, the truth won't just break hearts. It will ruin lives. Prologue. I was just a doctor's wife. But now I'm in prison. The man I married, Dr. Drew Devlin, was supposed to be my companion until my dying day. Instead, that will be my cellmate, the stranger who committed her own crimes and now shares a bunk bed with me in this maximum security facility. But it should have been Drew. We should have been so happy together. We were so happy together. The perfect couple. Him with his handsome features and upstanding career, and me with my good looks and social skills. There should have been no stopping us. We were the dream team. But these days, most people know us for other reasons. Drew and Fern, the doctor and his wife, who told so many lies, who ruined so many lives, who did things that nobody can believe. They all think they know everything there is to know about our past, but they don't know the half of it. As I prepare to face yet another long day as a prisoner, I think about how it was all the choices I made as a free woman that led me to here. It was also the choices that Drew made as a free man that led him to an early grave. Between us, they were choices that put us on a collision course with each other, and then with others. Some who were innocent and didn't deserve it. Some who were not and got everything they had coming to them. Everyone who has talked about the two of us over the last few years, from police officers to journalists to late-night television hosts to random members of the public, all think they have us figured out. But they don't. We still have our secrets, Drew and I. Things we did that still have not been uncovered. I think it's time to bring those things into the light. Let's face it, I'm never getting out of prison. So why die with so many secrets? I'm going to bear all. Me, the infamous doctor's wife who became the doctor's widow. The woman who thought marrying a medical man would give me the life of my dreams. And him, the dashing doctor with a devious disposition. Everyone knows how our story is going to end. But what they don't know is how it truly started. It all began with an appointment, and more specifically, a simple call from the receptionist while I was sitting in the waiting room. She uttered 6 short words that changed my life forever. The doctor will see you now. Chapter 1. Drew. Just one more day. You can do it. You were born to be a doctor. Whether I truly believe that or not doesn't change the fact that I force myself out of bed before picking out my clothes from the wardrobe and stepping into the ensuite bathroom to get showered and shaved. The water that runs down my toned torso is warm. The blade that runs across my cheeks and neck is sharp. And the shirt I put on after drying myself off is crisp. A doctor's day involves many things, but mine always includes looking presentable. As I loop the navy blue fabric into a knot and straighten the tie while watching my reflection in the bathroom mirror, I'm appearing more professional by the second. A doctor isn't required to wear formal attire anymore, and many choose to dress more casually when they see their patients, with both parties aware that it's more important to reach the correct diagnosis than it is to look like you stepped out of a business fashion catalog. But I like to look my best. Perhaps a personal choice, or maybe simply the residual effect of a childhood spent in a home with a doctor for a dad. My father, Frank, was thrilled when I told him I planned to study to become a doctor, just like him. Of course he was. He'd spent most of my teenage years telling me about how it was the finest profession on the planet, and how every other occupation paled in comparison. A good doctor is the bedrock of any successful community, he would often say, not just to me, but to anyone who would listen, be that my mother, family friends while gathered at a barbecue, or even my school teachers at parents' evening. Though I'm pretty sure those teachers didn't appreciate the lecture, because teaching the next generation is a noble profession too, but he would say it anyway. He was always eager for everyone he met to know exactly what he did for a living. And boy, did they know it. Maybe I got brainwashed, or maybe I was just too afraid to disappoint him. Either way, I became a doctor too. Choosing any other career could have been sacrilege in his eyes. So I chose his career for myself. Now here I am, a fully qualified doctor, and I'm unhappy about it. I let out a deep sigh as I apply a little aftershave, just enough for my patients to detect a pleasant scent when they enter my office later today, but not enough to send them scurrying back out into the waiting room in search of some oxygen. It's not that I'm utterly miserable. If things were that bad, then I would quit, regardless of what my father would think about it. I'd call what I'm feeling more of a malaise. A general sense of unfulfillment. It can't be put down to a midlife crisis because I'm barely 30. And my professional problems can't be blamed on my personal life because things are going great there. So what is it that is causing me to keep staring at myself in the mirror for more and more time each morning before I inevitably leave this bathroom, pick up my briefcase, and make the short drive to my doctor's surgery? Could it be that I'm increasingly paranoid about being unmasked as a fraud? I can't help but gulp as I stare at my early 30s reflection in the mirror and think about the mistake I made in my past, the one that could not only derail my career, but potentially land me in trouble with the law. It's a mistake that occurred while I was in the process of becoming the fully qualified doctor I am today. Medical school is hard. Nobody ever denies that. And you don't even have to go there to know it. There is so much knowledge a person needs to acquire before they can even begin to see their first patient. And it should be difficult, because it's a very important job. People's lives can't be in the hands of careless individuals, so there is a lot to do to prove that you are worthy of the title of doctor. All the textbooks, all the exams, all the pressure. It's enough to get on top of anybody. It certainly got on top of me. The distinguished degree that allows me to practice medicine is supposed to represent that I did everything I was required to do to obtain it. It should say that I followed the rules, passed all the tests, jumped through all the hoops, and hopped over all the hurdles. If it was easy, anyone could do it. Which is why not many people do. The prestige and the money that comes after it are supposed to be the reward for all that work. But I cheated that system. More specifically, I cheated on one of my tests. The fact that studying to be a doctor was so hard was why I sought so much fun as a student. But it was all that fun that meant I was not as prepared as I should have been for a critical exam. Aware that failure wasn't an option, not for my career or my father, I decided that rather than take the exam and just hope for the best, I would do something else. Something that would guarantee the result I needed, and something that would salvage my studies and keep me on track for my degree. I found out that somebody at my medical school was selling upcoming exam papers, and I paid to see a copy, thus giving me a huge advantage for the real exam because I already knew what was going to be asked. Despite too much partying and not enough studying, I passed that test with top marks, and my career goals stayed on track. If I had failed, it would have been a huge setback, potentially even a fatal one as far as becoming a doctor was concerned. But that didn't happen. And after that close call, I sorted myself out, made sure to study hard again, and here I am now, officially a doctor. But what if someone knew what I had done? My degree could be discredited. I've not only cheated my medical school, but all the patients I've seen since then. I would not only be struck off the medical register, but I could also face charges for practicing medicine without technically having done everything I should have done to qualify. It would be bad to be unmasked as a cheat,
But it would be even worse to be called a dangerous doctor who has risked innocent people's lives by treating their health issues with my fraudulently acquired knowledge. Of course, I know my stuff now and feel I am as good as any doctor out there. But nobody would care about that if they knew the truth. It would be a scandal, and I'd bring shame on everyone, from myself to my parents to the woman I love. My father lives abroad now, alongside my mother, so at least I wouldn't have to face them every day if the truth came out. The pair of them took an early retirement and decided to enjoy sunnier climes, splitting most of their summers at their property in Spain and their winters seeking out the sunshine on expensive vacations in the southern hemisphere. Of course, one of the big perks of being a doctor for my father was the money, especially when he bought and ran his own surgery, employing other doctors and reaping the financial benefits that came with that. But it wasn't just the money that he loved, nor was it being needed by so many people in his local area to be the one to tell them whether or not they were dying. It was the fact that he knew what automatically comes from our profession. It's a simple but impactful thing. Everybody trusts a doctor. The older I get, the more I learn that trust is very powerful. You can do anything with trust, or rather, you can get anybody to do what you want them to do. That's why, if my secret came out, it's the person I spend every day with who would suffer the most. Good morning, my sexy medical man. My thoughts are interrupted by the soft words in my ear, as well as the feeling of two warm hands that run across my chest before two arms wrap themselves around me and threaten to wrinkle my perfectly ironed shirt. Entering the mirror frame in front of me, I see the sleepy but smiling face of my fiancé. Good morning, beautiful, I say to the woman who has no idea what I was just worrying about, because like everyone else, she trusts the doctor in the room. Come back to bed, she purrs, and it's a very tempting invitation. I need to get to work, I try. My patients will be waiting. But I'm your first patient of the day. I watch as she starts to kiss my neck, and in that moment, I realize I am not going to work before I've first gone back to bed. All the showering and shaving and dressing will be for nothing when I'm naked and sweating beneath the sheets in a few minutes' time. But it's okay. I can do it. I can get away with it because I always get away with things, don't I? As I follow my fiancé back into the bedroom, I hear her tell me that she loves me,
I love you too, Rose, I say, smiling as I always do at how sweet my partner's name is, but also because I can't imagine ever being with anybody else after her. That's why I asked her to marry me. I don't need anybody else. The doctor has found his wife. Chapter 2. Fern. If you're going to cry, it's best to do it in the privacy of your own home, not on a busy bus, during the morning rush hour, in the middle of Manchester. I'm having a very vulnerable moment, so I'd prefer that I wasn't surrounded by so many people during it. But we can't always help when the tears flow, and for me, they are certainly flowing right now. I reach into my handbag for a packet of tissues, the cheap handbag I bought during a sale a few years ago, and the handbag that is starting to look tattered and worn. I need a new one, but that's not currently the priority. That would be trying to stop myself from blubbing in front of all these poor people who are simply trying to get to work this morning without any dramas. Nobody wants their commute to be made worse by the sight and sound of a sobbing stranger, but I notice I am attracting a few glances as I look around the bus while attempting to dry my eyes. "Are you okay, dear?" the woman seated beside me asks, and I stifle another sob before nodding my head, if only in the hope that she will foolishly believe me and not ask any more questions. Thankfully, she does, so I'm free to go back to weeping in peace. As the bus rumbles on through the city streets, I lament the man who is the cause of my distress. His name is George, and up until last night, he was my boyfriend. That was until he sent me a message telling me that he was suddenly too busy for a relationship, and therefore figured it best that we were just friends. It came as a huge shock after 10 months together, so I tried to phone him to talk it through, but there was no reply. I sent him a message then, but got the same result, and as he is still silent this morning, I finally get the hint. By suggesting we stay friends, he actually means we never see or speak to each other ever again. I've never been one to get broken-hearted over a guy. I'm made of stronger stuff than that, aware that often,
If a man is making a woman feel bad, it's down to their own immaturities or insecurities, rather than anything she did. But the timing of this is bad, coming as it does so soon after the passing of one of my oldest friends. I lost Nikki, a classmate of mine from my school days, very recently, the poor woman succumbing to cancer before she had even made it out of her 20s. A shock like that runs deep, the cruelty of life laid bare, the loss huge, and the hole it leaves likely to be unfilled forever. I was only at Nikki's funeral the other day, so this had already been an awful week. Then my boyfriend dumps me when I'm already emotional. To top it all off, I'm on my way to do a job I hate while the rain pours outside, and I've only gone and forgotten my umbrella, too. It's no wonder I'm crying. The only wonder is that I even bothered to get out of bed at all this morning. But what else can I do other than try and carry on? After all, people have bad weeks all the time. People lose people, relationships end, and I'm sure almost everyone on this bus hates the workplace they are going to as much as I hate mine. As for the rain, it always rains in Manchester, so that's hardly worth contributing to my sadness today. Yet it is. I feel so down. I just want to do better. I want to make my parents proud of me. I don't want to feel like such a loser. Other people seem to have it all figured out. Married, with money, loving partners, kids, nice houses, holidays, something to show for the efforts of their adulthood. They're all progressing while I'm stagnating, or worse. It's obvious that I need something to cheer me up. My boyfriend should have stepped in and fulfilled that task. Instead, he ditched me, and I'm single, left by myself in this busy city, feeling lonelier than I ever have before. As the bus comes to a halt, my bad day is on the verge of getting worse when I realize that this is my stop and I need to get off quickly before I miss it. Getting up from my seat, I put my dreary handbag over one shoulder while the crumpled tissue is in my hand. And now I'm preparing to step out into the rain. What a brilliant morning. Any hopes that I might have had that the clouds could have parted for my walk to the office from the bus stop are extinguished when I feel the raindrops landing on my hair. Why not show up to work looking like a wet dog and make things even worse? I do my best to keep my head down as I walk, knowing my route from memory because I've been making the same trip 5 days a week ever since I took this job as a lowly paid admin assistant 3 years ago. With my head down, it feels like I can limit how badly the rain affects my hair while I'm exposed to the elements, as well as giving me a better chance of avoiding any puddles that could really make this day go from bad to worse. But, foolishly, without fully looking where I am going, the inevitable happens. I walk right into somebody. Ouch! The woman cries as we bump off each other. Then she gets angry. What's wrong with you? How could you not see me here? I look up to see a woman in her 40s clutching a very expensive handbag, wearing a very warm and well-made coat, and holding a very large umbrella. She's dry as a bone, or at least she was until our paths crossed and several droplets from her umbrella landed on her shoulders as it vibrated from the collision. Maybe it's the shock of walking into her. Maybe it's the tone of her voice as she looks at me with disdain. Maybe it's the way she looks like she is doing so much better in life than I am. Whatever it is, it's the metaphorical straw that breaks the camel's back, and the tears return. Except this time, I cannot stop them. I'm crying my eyes out right here in the middle of this street, and it's so bad that it takes me a minute to realize that somebody has put their hand on my shoulder. When I eventually look up and clear my misty eyes, I see that the person trying to console me is the person I walked into. She's still here, only now she looks less angry and more concerned. I'm sorry. It was clearly an accident, and I shouldn't have snapped at you like that, she says, possibly thinking that her scolding me is what has caused my tears. But it's not that. It's everything else that has happened before it. It's not your fault, I say, before realizing I dropped my tissue when we bumped, and I look down at it lying on the wet concrete, soaked and dirty and unable to help me anymore. It's me. It's my life. It's just a mess, and I don't know what to do next. Let me guess. Man trouble? The woman says with one eyebrow raised. Amongst other things, I grumble. Where are you going now? I've got to get to work. I bet work is the cause of your stress too, am I right? I nod, and the kindly woman already knew it. Here, she says, handing me her umbrella, and as I take it instinctively, I wonder what she plans to do about the rain. Now follow me. I watch as the woman turns and walks away along the pavement before she enters a coffee shop. What is she doing? Why is she leading me in there? I have to get to work. I don't have time for this. I would just go, but I have her umbrella, and I can't walk off with someone else's property, so I have no choice but to do as she instructed and follow her inside. It's a relief to be out of the rain, and as I close the umbrella, I see the woman standing in line at the counter. I don't know what to do until I see her turn back and signal for me to take a seat at a vacant table. Once I've done that, and while still worrying about being late for work, the woman sits down opposite me and passes me one of the 2 coffees she has just acquired. Thank you, I say as I accept the warm drink, but I really need to get to work. No, what you need to do is listen to me, she replies. And she is so firm and confident that I can't help but listen. I don't know everything about you, and it sounds like you don't have the time to tell me even if I asked. But considering how easily you burst into tears out there on the street, I think that tells me enough. So what I will do is tell you about me instead. I have no idea where the woman is going with this, but she seems so in control, which is the polar opposite of how I feel, so I'm already under her spell. I'm not as young as you, and I don't possess your looks anymore, the woman goes on. But I'm happy. That's because I have things you apparently don't. I have a man who loves me. I have plenty of money. I don't have to go to a job I hate because I don't have to work at all. I spend my days shopping and booking exciting trips and preparing to attend social events filled with all sorts of interesting people. My life is wonderful, and I am here to tell you that your life can be wonderful too. It can? I reply, feeling pathetic when I consider my life in comparison to hers. Yes, you just need the right partner, the woman says. Everything hinges on that. Make no mistake about it. The fastest way to having a happier life, in my experience, is to find somebody who will give you the life you wish you had. If you want to be free from work and free from all the negativity that causes you to start crying first thing in the morning, you need to find yourself the right man. I thought I had, I moan, but he broke up with me. What did he do for work? He sold cars. The woman laughs. That's your problem right there. Salesmen are no good. What you need is a doctor. I fail to see how a job can determine whether or not a man treats me well, but the woman carries on. I'm telling you, find yourself a doctor. They make good money, they are well connected, and of course, they are inherently caring. You just find some average Joe to fall in love with you, and he'll only care enough that you don't leave him.
But find a good doctor, and he'll care enough to give you an easy life. A life like I have. I don't know what to say to all of that, but it doesn't seem to matter, because the woman stands up and prepares to leave. She picks up the umbrella she had momentarily left with me before leaving me with her parting words of wisdom. If you want a better life, become a doctor's wife. She leaves on that rather poetic piece of advice, and as I stare through the window and watch her walking away beneath her umbrella, I think about how that was a very bizarre interaction to have. But the fact that I don't get up and rush to my office tells me that it has had a big impact on me. Instead of going to work, I plan to do something else. I'm going to make an appointment with a doctor.
Chapter 3.
Drew. A doctor should not be late for work. Not when there are potential lives to be saved. But late is exactly what I am today as I enter my surgery 15 minutes beyond when I intended to be here. It's my own fault, although I suppose Rose should take some of the blame too. She was the one who dragged me back into bed after all, not that I put up much of a fight. How could I when a woman as beautiful as my fiancé wanted me back between the sheets? But the fun is certainly over now. As I arrived here at Middle Mill General Practice, my workplace for the last couple of years, I already knew it was going to be a busy day. I knew that because the car park was almost full, and I got one of the last remaining spots. I get further confirmation of just how busy I am soon to be when I catch sight of the waiting room and see all the faces of the anxious patients staring back at me. "Good morning, Dr. Devlin," my receptionist Pamela says, the usual smile plastered across her 55-year-old face. A doctor is only as good as the person who oversees the scheduling of his surgery, and thanks to Pamela, this place is kept running smoothly. Or at least as smoothly as it can be when we're so inundated with patients. I'm not surprised by how many people are already crammed into here so early in the morning because it's always like this and only getting worse. We're in the middle of Manchester, so it will always be busy at the best of times. The curse of a city center GP. It's times like this that I envy those doctors who work in rural villages. They must have it so easy in comparison. As for me, I've never been so overworked, and add in the fact that the population is increasing, that means there will be even more patients to see in less time. Some friends joke to me that they have more chance of winning the lottery than seeing their doctor within the next month. And while I feign laughter, as they are mostly jesting, I actually know the odds are getting closer by the day. If you've ever felt like it's impossible to see your local doctor, you're not the only one. "Good morning, Pamela," I say, trying not to feel too deflated at the amount of work ahead of me today, but it's hard when I'm already feeling tired of days exactly like this one. As I make my way to my consulting room, I can hear Pamela answering a call before informing the person at the other end of the line that if they would like to see a doctor today, then they can come down here, but they will have a long wait. She's not lying about that, but at least they will get seen by a doctor today. That's because here we don't operate a typical appointment system. Anybody is free to come and wait to be seen by a doctor, and though it will take a while, we've found it is actually more efficient than a booking system. That way we don't need to deal with cancellations or no-shows. Instead, we have a morning intake and an afternoon intake. It seemed sensible to try and split it up. Not that there is anything sensible about the sheer number of people who need to see a doctor these days. Despite our best efforts to streamline the patient experience, we are always busy. But then I don't think there is a doctor's surgery anywhere in the UK that isn't oversubscribed these days. Better a busy doctor than a bored one was another of my father's sayings, but I'm not sure I agree with that either. Just before I can enter my room, I see the door next to mine opening and catch a glimpse of my colleague, Phil, sitting at his desk while an elderly male patient leaves his room. Phil spots me too and gives me a thumbs up, so I return the gesture, a quick signal between two friends that we are going to get through the day because we're professionals and work well as a team. All these patients will be split randomly between us, and together, by 6 o'clock this evening,
The waiting room will be empty. The front door will be locked. And we'll acknowledge another day done. Then we'll come back tomorrow and do it all again. Okay, I'm ready, I say after getting set up at my desk, and then calling Pamela. And a moment later, my door opens, and I see my first patient. I recognize her as Judith Crystal, a woman I have seen at least 4 times before, and as she approaches the vacant chair beside my desk, I try to stifle a heavy sigh. Judith is what is known as a hypochondriac, a type of patient no doctor likes to see, but will have to deal with countless times through their career. Over the past few months, I've treated Judith for a mild headache that she thought was a brain tumor, a benign mole that she thought was skin cancer, and a temporary cough that she thought was something sinister, but was simply the result of her newfound liking for heavily scented candles. Oh, and how can I forget the time she told me she felt like she was losing the feeling in her legs, only to then admit she had started exercising with a personal trainer recently, and it was the first time she had been doing squats and lunges in decades. Ah, Judith. What will it be today? I think there's something seriously wrong with my thumbs, she tells me, before holding them both up as if I don't know what thumbs are. They are stiff and achy. Okay, let me take a quick look, I say, as I reach out for a closer inspection, careful not to cause her any further pain if there is actually something wrong, but also aware there is probably a much simpler explanation. There usually is with Judith. And a few moments later, we have it. Have you been using your thumbs or your hands more than usual? I ask. And Judith thinks about it for a moment before nodding. My daughter bought me a handheld games console recently. She said it was good for my mind. Brain training, they call it. It's quite addictive trying to beat my high score. I've been staying up late playing it. I think we have a diagnosis. After telling Judith to perhaps limit her game playing to no more than an hour a day instead of the 5 she is currently doing, she leaves my office, and I wonder if my medical knowledge will need to be put to sterner tests as the morning goes on. It turns out it does, as I see several patients, and not all of them are like Judith. Some have much more serious ailments, like a child with a very high temperature, and in the case of one poor patient, a potentially life-threatening issue. But I deal with them all with care and professionalism, though I can't say I'm not relieved when it's time for my short lunch break. I head into the staff kitchen to grab my sandwich from the fridge and see Phil just finishing his own lunch.
"How's your morning been?" I ask him as he brushes a few crumbs off his shirt. He's the same age as me and has kept himself in good shape like I have too, which is not easy to do when we spend all day sitting in a chair. "Boring. I've not had one attractive patient yet," he says, before shaking his head as if there should be a steady stream of beautiful women surging into his office. "What about you?" "It's been a busy one," I reply, which is a way of me keeping the conversation going without lowering myself to being chauvinistic or even downright sexist. I like Phil. He's a good doctor, and we do have a laugh when we share a beer together. But I'm not fond of his penchant for ogling the opposite sex, particularly given the fact that he has a wife called Claire, and I have met her several times. Claire is also friends with Rose, thanks to a few double dates the four of us have been on. So to hear Phil speak so brazenly about wanting to meet attractive patients when he is already a married man is awkward, to say the least. For me, anyway. But Phil doesn't do awkward. What he does do is keep that side of himself hidden from Claire, saving it for me. Which is hardly a privilege, but it can't be argued with that he is a good doctor, and they can be hard to find these days. As Phil tells me about some movie he watched last night with a gorgeous lead actress in it, one he found boring until she appeared, I start chewing on my sandwich. It's pretty bland and predictable, just like my working day here, and as I eat, I wonder again if I really should be doing this, or if I was meant for something else. As someone who spends all day seeing numerous examples of how our health can fail any time and life really is too short, it does seem like I am wasting mine if I am feeling like this. I suspect I'm not the only one, though, and Phil hardly seems like he is loving his work either. The thing is, he has chosen to distract himself with good-looking women and, dare I say, the occasional affair, which is hardly a healthy way of dealing with his work stress. And not an option I would consider myself. Maybe I just need to find a better outlet for my worries. Blow off some steam in a healthy way. It's a good thing that I have my weekly tennis game with my friend Greg tonight. The endorphins from running around the court with him, plus the post-match beer, usually make me feel better, at least for a little while. But is it sustainable? Or am I on the inevitable collision course for a midlife crisis when I'm older? Which usually means doing something very out of character and potentially life-ruining. I guess time will tell. All I know for now is that a lie in my student days got me the life I once coveted. Unfortunately, that lie threatens to bring everything crashing down, too. Chapter 4. Fern. A doctor. Apparently, that's all I need to make my life better. That's what the stranger I bumped into on the street told me this morning, before she waltzed out of my life on her way to spend a fun day shopping and socializing. Is it really as simple as that? Can a woman have whatever she wants just by finding herself a wealthy medical man who goes to work so she doesn't have to? While I'll admit that the part about becoming a kept woman sounds fun, if not a little fanciful, I do like the idea of finding a man with a naturally caring side. Anybody who works as a doctor has to give a damn about other people. It's inherent in the job, so that would automatically put them ahead of my last boyfriend, and most of the other ones from my past too. That's all I want, really. Somebody to care about me and not hurt me. Sure, it would be a lovely benefit if they also made so much money that they told me to quit my dreary job and spend all day shopping, as well as take me out to all sorts of glamorous social events. That would be the icing on the cake. But the main thing would be that I had a man in my life who genuinely cared about my feelings for longer than the time it took for me to fall into bed with them. The interaction with that doctor's wife I bunked into earlier has had a huge impact on me. So huge that I didn't actually go to work today. I sat in that coffee shop and finished the drink she had bought me while musing on her words of wisdom. Then I called my office and told them that I wasn't feeling well and would hopefully be better tomorrow. It was funny, but as I spoke to my boss, they could have said any one of a million things. They might have told me that they hoped I was better soon and simply left it there. They could have asked me for a few more details about my sudden illness to gauge how bad it really was. Or they could have cast doubt on my story and tried to pick apart my lie on the off chance that they could catch me out and
Therefore force me into some sort of disciplinary procedure. But they didn't do any of that. Instead, they said something that really made me think the universe was trying to tell me something. Sorry to hear you're not well. Have you tried getting an appointment with a doctor? The mention of the D word again, coming so soon after my conversation with the stranger on the street, was jarring. Like it was becoming impossible to ignore. I'm going to try, is how I replied to my boss before the call ended. And then I headed home, taking the bus back to my place, and all the way there thinking about what I really want next in my life. I need something to break my endless cycle of bad boyfriends and thankless jobs. Could a doctor really be that thing? But even if I found one, why would they be interested in me? Now I'm back in my small apartment, the one that has no amazing view to speak of, but is close enough to the city that it allows me to feel like I'm more a part of urban excitement than suburban sleepiness. I could do any number of things now the day has unexpectedly opened up for me. I could watch a movie. I could try and get some exercise. I could cook a nice meal. I could even just go back to bed and catch up on sleep. Instead, I'm sitting on my sofa, thinking about whether or not it will be possible to be seen by a doctor today. The thing is, it's not even about trying to find myself a man who might look after me, like the stranger suggested. I've actually been thinking about how I need to go and see a doctor for a while now. So maybe this is my sign to get things sorted out. That's because my low mood this morning, the one that caused me to be so down in my thoughts that I walked straight into that woman instead of looking where I was going, has been here for a while. I can't remember the last time I felt happy, like genuinely, full smile across my face, happy. Yes, I've suffered a relationship breakup recently, as well as the grief of losing an old friend. But I was hardly happy before those terrible things happened, so I can't just blame this on them. As if a perma-low mood wasn't bad enough, it's affecting my sleep, my ability to socialize, and, as today has proven, even my ability to turn up and do the job I am paid to do. If this carries on, I could lose my job, and I would lose this apartment. And then I'll only feel worse if those things happen and I end up back at my mom and dad's place in the spare bedroom. I need to get some help. Proper medical help. Maybe they will recommend some therapy or some other course of action that I haven't thought about. Or some medication. Whatever a doctor might say to me, I'm hoping they can assist me, which is why I am going to try and see one today. The problem is, it's never easy to simply see a doctor when you want to, at least in this country. An animal performing in a circus has to jump through less hoops than an adult trying to get a doctor's appointment. But it doesn't mean I shouldn't try. Although, instead of just calling my usual GP and getting the inevitable information that it will be at least a week before I can be seen, if not more, I seek out my help elsewhere. Using Google, I search for doctors' surgeries in Manchester that don't require their patients to have pre-booked appointments. Surely there has to be some places where you can just turn up and wait to be seen. I know it will likely involve a long wait, one that might be similar to how it is in the accident and emergency department of any hospital. But I have all day, so time is not as precious as it usually is. I don't know when I'll have this kind of time again. So with that in mind, I keep searching.
I find a couple of potential leads, only to discover that they are way across on the other side of Manchester. While it's not a deal breaker, I'd prefer somewhere that won't take me over an hour to get to, especially if I'm going to have several hours to wait when I reach my destination. I'd ideally like somewhere closer, so I keep looking. And then I stumble across the webpage for Middle Mill General Practice. See a doctor today. No appointment necessary. That slogan on the homepage of the website sounds good, so I search a little deeper and see that it is not too good to be true. Anybody really can just walk in and see a doctor today. And best of all, according to the little map on the homepage of this website, it's only about a 15-minute walk from here. I decide to head on down there and try my luck. If it turns out to be a waste of time, then I'll console myself by going for some ice cream. I know of a place nearby that serves delicious chalk chip scoops, but hopefully it won't be a waste of time. As I leave my apartment, I'm wondering if I'm going to be returning here with something that will help me feel better. A prescribed packet of pills, a proper plan to produce results, even some simple words of encouragement. Any of that would be nice. But as I keep walking in the direction of the doctors, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't also wondering if I might return with something else, too. Something a little more exciting than just some medicine. What if I do meet a dashing doctor, and what if it leads somewhere? The odds must be slim, but stranger things have happened. People have to meet somehow. Why not in a doctor-patient setting? The main thing is I improve my health, but if I can figure out a way to improve my love life at the same time, that has to be a bonus. There are probably some ethics around doctor-patient relationships, but I don't think it's illegal, just frowned upon. Even if it is, no one has to know how we met if we don't tell them. It could have been in a bar one night. As the sun breaks through the gray clouds and this morning's rain feels a long time ago already, maybe today is one of those strange twists of fate where everything is leading me right to where I am going now. I met a doctor's wife earlier. Am I now on the path to becoming one myself? And is a doctor's wife's life really better? Chapter 5.
Drew. Fate is a funny thing. We got asked about it once during a lecture at medical school. Our professor was curious if any of his students believed in fate, and a few people raised their hands. But I was not one of them. My hand stayed down, and I figured that would be the right response to the question. That's because I assumed that the professor, a former doctor turned teacher, would err more on the side of science than delusions of destiny. But I was wrong. After polling the class, he told us all that he believed in fate, and more specifically, that sometimes events in the world conspire to put us somewhere we never thought we'd end up, but were always intended to be. I didn't think much about it at the time, mainly because I was suffering from yet another hangover from late-night drinking in the student bar. But I'm thinking a lot more about it now. I always thought it was my personal choices that led to me sitting here in this office, treating my own patients as a fully qualified doctor. I chose my career path. I chose to study for it. And I chose to work here. What's fate got to do with that? But perhaps this deeply unsettling feeling I've been battling for some time, the one I thought was just down to an unhappiness in my job, is something else. What if fate is working away in the background and I'm just a puppet on a string, not anywhere near as in control as I thought I was? It's not a pleasant thought. To think that we aren't actually dictating our own lives, which is why I try to push it away. Except it keeps coming to me, just like the patients keep coming to me through my office door. Patients are told that an apple a day keeps the doctor away. But what can doctors use to keep patients away? A banana? A bowl of blueberries? Or a baseball bat? It feels like I could do with one of those, after seeing yet another illness-inclined hypochondriac,
one who leaves my office with a smile, but will no doubt be back the next time they read about some disease online and decide that they have spontaneously contracted the exact same thing too. This wasn't quite what I imagined I'd be dealing with all day when I envisioned being a doctor. I was imagining constantly saving lives, from little children to the older generation, every appointment being a chance to do good. No wasted time, just being productive, using my expertise, making a real difference in the world. That's the problem with fantasies. They differ greatly from reality. I take a deep breath. The baseball bat returns to my thoughts. Then I realize that if I'm imagining using a weapon on my most irritating patients, that's a sure sign it's time for a break. I leave my office and pass through the busy waiting room without making eye contact with any of the prospective patients in there, if only because I don't want to feel guilty about how long some of them have been waiting here. I make it into the sanctuary of the kitchen, where I prepare myself a cup of tea and grab a granola bar from the stash I keep in the cupboard before turning back. I walk through the waiting room again, only this time is different, because I do brave a look at a few of the patients in here. I see an elderly woman with a walking aid, a middle-aged man with a sizable beer belly, and a child sitting with their mother, neither of them looking like they got any sleep last night. Then I see her, the attractive brunette sitting on the blue plastic chair in the corner. It's hard not to notice her because she is very pretty. Not that she seems like she is trying to be. She hasn't spotted me yet and is looking down at her phone, and I detect a sadness about her. Perhaps that's why she's here. It's not uncommon for me to give a diagnosis of depression these days, because mental health problems seem to be on the rise, no doubt coinciding with a cost of living crisis and the advent of social media to make us all compare and feel worse about ourselves. Perhaps this woman will be just another sad statistic to add to that. But she is more than a statistic. Everybody is. Each person is their own unique tapestry of tales. So if I do end up having to treat her shortly, I will be sure to put stats to one side and focus on the human element instead. I return to my desk and quickly chomp down my granola bar. And I've just had time to give my mouth a quick wipe when I hear a knock at the door. That tells me they are a polite patient, because they're not all reserved enough to knock. Some just barge in as if they own the place, so eager to get seen that they forget their manners on the way. But this one has already gotten off to a good start. "Come in," I call out, wondering who is next. Will it be the elderly woman with the walking stick? The mother and child, perhaps? Or what about the attractive woman with the downbeat disposition? It's none of them. Instead, it's a man who looks to be my age, and, strangely, he's smiling as he enters. I note it as strange because most people are a little nervous when they go to see the doctor, so a smile is the last thing on their faces. Those who do manage it only achieve a false smile, the kind that is so obviously there to be polite, but really doesn't reflect what is going on behind their eyes. But this guy actually looks like he is happy. If that's the case, what is he doing here? "Hi, how can I help you?" I ask, as I gesture to the empty chair beside me for the man to take a seat. "You're already helping me, just by being here," the man replies, rather bizarrely, while neglecting to take the seat I just offered him. I'm perturbed as much by his answer as I am by the fact that he is still standing up. But still, he chooses not to sit. Instead, even more strangely, he walks over to where my medical degree hangs in a frame on the wall. I keep the cherished certificate in here. Not really for the benefit of my patients, but for me, to remind myself what it took for me to get this job. I need that reminder on the harder days when I'm exhausted and the patients are most problematic. It's also better than having it hanging up at home. I don't need a constant reminder of work when I'm not at work. That's about it. I never actually thought anybody would pay particular attention to it when they came in here to see me. That's because they'd be far too preoccupied with themselves and their medical history, rather than me and mine. But this man is doing the total opposite. He seems very interested in me, which makes me think he's not here to talk about himself at all. Then he proves it. A fully qualified doctor. Wow, what an achievement, he says, tapping the glass of the frame that covers my celebrated certificate. I imagine it took a lot of work to gain this, a lot of studying, difficult exams to pass, that kind of thing. Am I right? I'm sorry, what's your name? I ask, scrambling for the notes on my desk. Pamela always prints out a list of the next 5 patients to come through my door, and I can usually figure out who is who pretty quickly by the gender and age listings. Before I can find the piece of paper that might tell me who this man is and why he is not behaving like any of my usual patients, he goes ahead and tells me. My name is Jimmy, and while you don't seem to remember me at the moment, I'm sure you'll recall who I am when I tell you that I was the one who sold you that exam paper you used to cheat on your test with. The test you definitely would have failed if it hadn't been for me. And you wouldn't be a doctor now if you had failed that. I stare at this stranger and try to see if it is true. Is this really Jimmy from medical school? What was his surname again? Jimmy Craig, I think it was. I can't see his name on the patient list here, so he must have used a false one to get this far. He probably figured I might recognize the name if he used his real one. Is this really him? Is this the man I secretly shook hands with behind the campus library after exchanging money for a first look at an upcoming exam? If so, I never thought I'd see him again. I didn't want to. But apparently, here he is. I knew you didn't recognize me, Jimmy says with a smirk. That's okay. I didn't expect you to. I've changed a lot. So have you. Neither of us are in our early 20s anymore, and thankfully, I don't have the long hair I used to have back then. I've also got a lot more piercings and tattoos than I did in those days. We've aged. Annoying having to age, isn't it? Although perhaps not for you. I imagine most of the problems you deal with are caused by aging, so in your case, aging keeps you in a job. What are you doing here? I ask anxiously. What do you want? While it was obvious what I wanted when I met Jimmy to obtain the exam paper back at medical school, it's not clear what I can do for him now. That's one of the reasons I'm extremely nervous as I wait to hear his answer. I'm also nervous because I'm imagining him opening my door and announcing to everybody out in the waiting room that I am a fraud and do not deserve to call myself a doctor. I want what you have, Jimmy replies, still smirking. I want money. Money? Yes. You've clearly done well for yourself since becoming a doctor, judging by the house I've seen you living in and the car I've seen you driving. The way I see it, you owe it to me for all of that. If I hadn't helped you, who knows where you would be now? So it's time to help me. Give me everything you and your pretty partner have in your savings accounts, and I promise not to tell anybody about what you did to get this certificate right here. Jimmy taps the frame again for emphasis. I'm instantly wondering how he knows about my partner. Has he been following us? Has he been watching Rose? Are we in danger? We don't have any savings, I try, hoping to get him to lose interest in us quickly. But it's a lame lie, and Jimmy easily sees through it. You mean to tell me that you live in a big house like yours and don't have any money? That confirms that he has been watching and following us, so this is suddenly getting more serious. Aren't you a doctor too? I ask him, aware that he was studying for the same degree that I was at the time, despite his side hustle of selling secretive exam papers. I was, Jimmy admits. I got my qualification to be a doctor, which was easy considering I had access to all the exams. But once I was a doctor, it was easy to get access to other things too. There are a lot of drugs in this line of work, aren't there? I assumed then that Jimmy either developed an addiction to prescription pills or was stealing them and selling them on to others. I got caught doing some things I shouldn't, and I lost my medical license, he admits then. The same thing could happen to you if anyone finds out you cheated to get to where you are today. It was years ago. We were just kids when you sold me that exam paper. That's your defense? Jimmy laughs. Good luck with that one. I realize I need to change tack, switching from defensive to attacking in the hope that might work better. What we did was a long time ago, and it was just one exam. I passed all my other exams fairly, and I deserve to be a doctor. So whatever you think you can do, you can't. Nobody will believe you, and nobody will care. You want to put that to the test? Jimmy snarls, stepping away from the frame, and his sinister smirk is gone as he glares at me. How about I speak to the British Medical Association and see what they have to say? I have a feeling they care.
I have a feeling they will care a lot when they find out one of their practicing doctors may not be qualified to handle such delicate things as patients' lives on a daily basis.
I don't know what to say, simply because I fear Jimmy is right. I don't want to take the risk of anybody knowing what I did, just in case the worst happens and I am barred from working as a doctor. Regardless of its outcome, my reputation would be in tatters after such a thing, so it has to remain a secret. Apparently, it can be that way. I just have to empty my savings account to make it happen. I'm getting married. All the money I have is going towards the wedding. I try. But I should have known a man like Jimmy wouldn't care about such a thing as love. Correction. All the money you have is going into my hands, and it will do so within the next 24 hours. Do you understand? You have my number on my patient form. Text me when you are ready to hand over the cash. The sooner the better. If not, I'll be here the same time tomorrow to collect it then. If you should feel like contacting the police, I made sure to give a fake address on the form so they won't find me. And I'll know what you did, and there will be no second chances. I'll tell everyone what you did to become a doctor, and then I'll go and pay your pretty fiancé a visit for good measure. You stay away from her, I cry as I get out of my seat. But Jimmy is already leaving, opening my door and walking out. And while I could call after him, everybody out in the waiting room would hear it, as well as my colleague Phil potentially too. So I stay quiet. I sit back down in my chair. I take a deep breath and try to figure out what to do next. Before I can do that, my next patient is already walking in. Chapter 6. Fern. Hi, doctor, I say, trying to be polite and positive as I enter the office and see the handsome man sitting behind the desk. When he sees me, I notice the glint in his eye, and he quickly checks out my figure before grinning and showing me a set of very white teeth. Please, call me Phil, he says, before inviting me to take a seat beside him. I do as he says, while wondering if it would have been easier if the doctor I was seeing today was not so good-looking. Sure, I guess I am on the lookout for potential boyfriend material, but really, the important thing is I get some help for my troubled mental state. Although it feels like it's hard to concentrate on that with this dashing doctor dazzling me with his dreamy smile. You must be Fern, Phil says, checking a piece of paper on his desk. What a lovely name. We've not had many Ferns here before. Thank you. I guess it's quite a unique name. Much more unique than Phil, that's for sure, he replies, and we both laugh. You look perfectly healthy to me, Phil goes on, still smiling. But I guess if you're here, then there must be something that's troubling you. So please, tell me what it is, and I'll find a way to help you with it. Phil does seem very caring and compassionate, qualities any good doctor should have, and the kind of qualities that the woman from this morning told me about when she recommended that I find myself a doctor for a partner. He looks to be a couple of years older than me, and I don't mind that. It makes him seem more experienced, wiser, in control. A far cry from the person I feel I am. I briefly considered changing my story about why I am here and downplaying my recent mental health struggles, although it wouldn't seem to be a sensible thing to do now that I am in the room with somebody qualified to help me with those. In this moment, I'm thinking about how I don't want to come across negatively in front of this handsome man who seems to like me.
If I tell him all about the woes in my personal life and how it's left me feeling lethargic and listless, is that likely to endear me to him? Hardly. If anything, I'll seem less appealing, and he'd surely be more interested in a fun, lively woman than one who is dwelling down in the doldrums. I say, feeling the momentary silence between us as I figure out what to say. But Phil must take my hesitation as a sign of nervousness, based on what he does next. He reaches out and takes my hand. It's okay. You can tell me whatever it is. Then I will help you make it better. As he speaks, I look at his left hand holding mine and notice that there is no wedding ring. Maybe I would have noticed something like that naturally, or maybe I only noticed it because I was specifically checking. Either way, it's been logged in my brain as if it's important information that I absolutely needed to know before proceeding. The way he is holding my hand, the fact that he cares, lowers my barriers enough for me to forget about trying to play it cool. And instead, as tears well up in my eyes, I decide to tell the truth. Everything has just gotten on top of me lately. I begin. It's okay. Take your time, Phil says before reaching for the box of tissues on his desk with his spare hand. As he passes me one, it feels nice that he has done so while continuing to hold my hand. I lost one of my best friends recently, I admit, wiping my eyes. She passed away, and it was a big shock. She was my age. It's far too young. I'm sorry. That must have been hard. Sadly, grief is just a natural part of life's process, Phil says, and I nod. Then my boyfriend broke up with me. Of all the weeks to do it, he chose this one, when I've just been to my friend's funeral. How heartless can someone be? That's terrible, Phil agrees. It sounds like you're better off without him.
What you deserve is a man, and he sounds like a boy. That comment makes me smile briefly as I continue to dab at my tears. Phil is still holding my hand, but it doesn't feel weird. Not in this dynamic. His job is to help every person who comes into his office. And right now, he is helping me. He's helping me a lot. I don't know what I need, I confess. Some sleeping tablets, perhaps? Or maybe something to lift my mood in the day. I guess just enough for me to get on with my life. I need to go to work. I don't want to feel like this for too long and risk losing my job. I can't afford to do that. I look at Phil, expecting him to have the perfect answer for me. I anticipate him giving me the name of some very long and confusing medication that is exactly what I need. Then he'll remove his hand from mine and type a few things into his computer, which will automatically send a prescription to the nearest pharmacy, one that I will visit on my way home to get my medicine. Then that will be it. I'll just get on with my life and hopefully feel better day by day. Right? But that doesn't happen. Phil doesn't tell me the fancy name of some medicine.
nor does he remove his hand and start preparing my prescription. Instead, he simply keeps looking into my eyes and smiling. I could give you some pills, and they might work, but I'd prefer it if you tried something else first. Something much healthier, more natural, just to see if your mood could be lifted that way. What do you think? Would you be willing to give it a try? If it doesn't work, I'll happily prescribe you something at a later date. But what about trying this first? What have you got in mind? I ask, not feeling nervous at all now, because Phil's expression is so soothing. It sounds to me like what you need is a good night out, he says, surprising me so much that I laugh. I beg your pardon? A good night out. Let your hair down. Have one too many drinks, Phil says, smiling enthusiastically. Dance, let loose. Forget about the past or the future and be in the present. Live in the moment. Live for today. I believe it's what your dearly departed friend would have wanted. And I also think it would be the best way for you to forget about your ex-boyfriend. What do you think? Does it sound good? Of course, the idea of just shedding all my sadness and living in the moment sounds fantastic in theory. But is it as easy as that? I don't know, I reply. I do. I know that it is absolutely the best thing for you. You deserve to have fun, to be wined and dined, to have one cocktail too many and find yourself laughing in the middle of a dance floor on a weekday night without the slightest care in the world. You deserve that, so make it happen. It does sound good, but there's just one problem. I don't have anyone to wine and dine me, I admit. My friends are all busy with their relationships, and, like I said, I have no partner anymore. Phil removes his hand from mine then, and I wonder if something I said has caused him to do that. Maybe he thinks I'm too negative and he has lost interest in trying to help me. Why couldn't I have just accepted his suggestion and made myself seem more fun? There's a really nice bar around the corner from here, he says then. It's called July, which I like because it always makes me think of summer, even when I'm in there having a drink in the middle of winter. Anyway, I sometimes go in there for a drink after a long day at work. Today has been a long day, so I'll be in there this evening, shortly after 6 o'clock. Phil looks at me, and I get the hint. He's telling me that if I'm in that same bar at the same time, we might just end up sharing a drink together. Again, I think about how I'm sure there are some rules around patient-doctor relationships, but he's not explicitly asking me on a date. He's simply telling me where he likes to go for a drink after work. It's totally up to me if I decide to go there too and randomly bump into him at the bar. He also tells me that he'll make mention in the patient notes that I have been under a lot of pressure in my personal life lately. And counseling, or therapy, might be an option to consider if things don't improve. That way, it looks like all we discussed was my health. It's not too illegal to do that, although I presume he could be risking being struck off the medical register if anyone was to find out. But the fact he is interested in me enough to take a few chances with his career only makes me more eager to spend some time with this man outside of his surgery. July sounds nice, I reply. I think I'll have to give it a try this evening, shortly after 6 o'clock. Phil beams at that response, and I get the impression that I should leave now, rather than linger and risk him apologizing and saying that was a mistake. I stand up to go. Thank you so much. You've been a big help, I tell him as I head for the door. No problem at all, Phil replies as I reach out for the handle. But just before I can open the door, you know, there was only a 50% chance of you seeing me today, Phil tells me. You could have just as easily been assigned to my colleague, Drew, and if so, we never would have got to meet.
That would have been a shame, I reply as I look back at him. I think it would have been a shame too, he says with a smile. Then I leave the doctor at his desk and walk through the waiting room, passing numerous patients as I go. All of them look sad or worried, anxious ahead of their own date with the doctor. But I'm neither. I'm happy and excited. That's because I have another date with the doctor too. But that one promises to be a lot more fun.
Chapter 7.
Drew. Being a busy city center doctor is hard at the best of times, but try doing it after being blackmailed by a dangerous person from your past. I haven't been able to stop thinking about Jimmy since he came to visit me and told me that he wanted all my savings, or else he would reveal that I cheated to gain my medical degree. How can I think about anything else? How could checking a child's temperature or prescribing an old man another batch of Viagra distract me from the fact that this time tomorrow, my entire career could be in jeopardy unless I do what Jimmy wants me to? With it being just after 6 p.m. and having seen my last patient of the day, I should be in a good mood now. Free to go and meet my mate, Greg, for our weekly game of tennis. After that, I would go home to my fiancée and enjoy a lovely evening meal while hearing all about her day. I'd possibly have a small glass of red wine with that meal, and if there was time, watch an hour or so of one of our favourite TV shows before going to bed, asleep mere seconds after my head hits the pillow. But this is not going to be a good night now. I feel worse than I did when I arrived here, ahead of a very long day of work. What am I going to do? I need to deal with the Jimmy problem, but the only solution is to empty the bank account containing all the money I have for my upcoming wedding to Rose. If I spend that money paying Jimmy to keep my secret safe, the wedding can't go ahead as planned. It will have to be pushed back at least a year to allow me to save up again, if not longer. And how am I supposed to explain that to Rose? She'll want to know why I am postponing, and as I really don't want to tell her it's because I cheated at medical school, I'd have to come up with a lie. But will it work? Or will she think I no longer wish to marry her? And if so, even if I save my career, could I lose the woman I love in the process? What a mess. I feel like I have the weight of the world on my shoulders. As I leave my workplace and make my way to my car, I see someone who looks like the total opposite. "What a good day that turned out to be," says Phil, my grinning colleague, as I spot him approaching his own car. I can hardly agree, but neither am I going to tell my fellow doctor what trouble I'm in, so I say nothing as I take out my car key. Not that Phil needs me to speak to carry on the conversation. "My wish came true," he tells me. "The one where I hoped my female patients would be more attractive during the afternoon than they had been in the morning. Well, it happened. I was visited by a very lovely lady called Fern, and now I'm on my way to meet her for a drink." I pause and look at Phil, my friend, but also a married man. And I wish he either didn't have to cheat, or at least didn't have to let me in on that secret as well. I have noticed in the past how he would sometimes not be wearing his wedding ring at work, and as I glance at his left hand now, I see it is missing today, too. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" I try, already knowing it's futile. Despite telling him several times before that he is playing with fire by cheating on his partner, Claire, with various women he meets along the way, he never listens. "I'll tell you if it was a good idea tomorrow morning," Phil replies with a wink and a laugh. I don't laugh, and he notices. "What's wrong?" "I thought you'd be happy for me," Phil says. "You know how much I love the thrill of the chase." "Yeah, I do know that," I say. "But I also know how your wife texts my fiancé sometimes and asks her if the two of us are out late together when you haven't come home." That makes it very awkward for me when I have to lie for you and say that you are working late or attending some last-minute medical talk when really I know you are out with another woman somewhere. Come on, buddy, don't be like that, Phil says, looking disappointed in me.
As if I'm the one in the wrong. You know I appreciate everything you do for me. That's why we're good mates. We cover each other's backs, right? I shrug, but Phil is clearly in a rush to get to where he is going, so he gives me a wave and then leaves, off to meet his latest lady, and no doubt believing that whatever happens next, he will get away with it like he always does. It crosses my mind that I could tell Phil about my dilemma with Jimmy. If I'm keeping his secret, why can't he keep mine? If I tell Phil about the blackmail, maybe he could help me figure out a way through it. He did just say we cover each other's backs, so maybe it's time he helped cover mine for a change. But can I do it? Can I share such a serious secret? As I get in my car and start driving towards the tennis courts where I'm meeting Greg for our game, I decide it's too risky to do so. Battling through rush hour traffic, I have already considered cancelling my game with Greg. How can I concentrate on chasing a tennis ball around when I've got something so stressful on my mind? But like any good doctor would tell me if I asked them, exercise does wonders for stress. The endorphins it produces in the brain are capable of lifting a mood, relieving anxiety, and sometimes even providing solutions to seemingly insurmountable problems. So my game is going ahead. If only because I'm hoping that by the end of it, I'll have come up with a clear vision as to how to solve my dilemma. What happened to you out there? Don't take this the wrong way, but that has to be the worst I've ever seen you play. Greg slaps me on my back as we make our way off the court, him riding the wave of an emphatic victory, while I'm licking my wounds after a crushing defeat. He isn't exaggerating. I played terribly, and any hopes I had that the game might ease my anxieties about Jimmy were proven wrong. I couldn't focus, and therefore
could barely hit the balls that were flying over the net from Greg's side of the court. Now it's time for our customary post-match pint. But really, all I want to do is get in my car and be by myself. I might head home, I suggest, much to Greg's dismay, because that's an unusual break from our routine of walking into the bar beside the court. Oh no, you don't get out of it that easily, he says, putting an arm around my sweat-soaked shoulders and leading me into the bar. Something's obviously on your mind, so sit yourself down, I'll get us a couple of drinks, and then I want you to tell me all about it. I slump down into a seat and rest my weary legs as Greg gets our beers. When he comes back, I know I'm going to have an excuse for why I just played so poorly. I'm hardly the world's best tennis player. I'm definitely no Federer, but I'm not usually that bad. And now Greg wants to know what caused it. What's up? Bad day at the office? He asks me as he passes me a pint and takes a seat opposite me. Something like that, I reply before taking a refreshing sip. Well, come on, let me hear it, Greg replies. And I just know that my friend is trying to help me. It's touching that he cares enough to even notice and ask, because I know a lot of guys steer well clear of potentially serious conversations, not discussing anything deeper than sports results or the rising cost of a pint these days. But we are good mates, going back a long time, and as we're both only children, it would be fair for me to say that I've often thought of Greg as the brother I never had. Maybe he feels the same way about me. Not that we'd actually say that to each other. That would be too deep, even for us. It's just, I begin, on the verge of telling him about Jimmy and my secret, when I decide against it at the last second. I've been having a few doubts about my career. Whether I'm meant to be a doctor in the long term, that kind of thing. I see, Greg replies, not looking too surprised. And then he reveals why. I think it's normal for us guys to always be second-guessing our choices, and whether or not we're on the right path. I've been feeling the same way about my own career.
You have?
I reply, thinking about how Greg is a police officer, which I'm sure is just as demanding as being a doctor, if not more. Yeah, maybe it's just how us men are wired. Greg muses. Maybe we're never happy. Or maybe we should listen to our gut and make a change. Who knows? I suddenly realize that with Greg's experience in the police, he might have some idea about the best way to handle a blackmailer. I just have to be careful not to let on that I'm the person being blackmailed, of course. I had this patient today, I begin, trying my luck. He came to me and told me he was very stressed. I could see he hadn't been sleeping well, and he was very fidgety. Then he told me what the issue was. He said he was being blackmailed for money by somebody, and he didn't know what to do. He wanted my advice. He wanted to know if he should just pay them or ignore them and take the risk. And what did you tell him? Greg asks me, seemingly buying my falsified story. I wasn't sure. I mean, I'm a doctor. I can advise him on medical issues, but blackmail is a little out of my league. So I said the only suggestion I had was to go to the police. But I was wondering, as a police officer, was that the right advice? I look at Greg then, hoping I'm about to get some amazing advice that will show me how to solve my problem. Blackmail is tough, Greg replies, shaking his head. I mean, sure, he should go to the police, but I know from experience that it can be difficult to prove anything in these cases, especially if the blackmailer has not left any evidence behind. If it was a verbal threat without any kind of paper trail, it would just be his word against theirs. I realize I would have exactly that same problem if I went to the police about Jimmy. No evidence. Not yet, anyway. Then there is the fact that if someone is being blackmailed, they presumably have a secret they don't want getting out. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much to threaten them with. So if they go to the police, they'll have to tell them what that secret is, which can lead to problems for them, as well as the blackmailer. Greg goes on. That doesn't sound good either. Of course, things could be even worse if they ignore the blackmail, Greg says. So, like I said, it's a tough one. As I feared, Greg has been no help at all. And I figure I better change the subject before he guesses we are talking about me here, and not some fictitious patient. We sip our beers and watch another couple of guys take to the tennis court we just vacated. And I think about Phil, and wonder how his night is going. He was meeting a female patient for a drink, which will possibly lead to so much more. How does he do it? How does he take such risks and still get away with them? Yet here I am at risk of losing everything from my one mistake that happened years ago. It doesn't seem fair. But then, every doctor knows that in life there is no such thing as fair. Chapter 8. Fern. Cocktails and charm. What more does a girl need? I'm being inundated with both as I sit opposite the doctor I met today and listen to him telling me a story about how he saved the life of a patient who collapsed in his surgery once. There's a margarita on the table in front of me, which is my third one, but who's counting? In between his stories about his selfless acts, Phil has been complimenting me on various things, from my eyes to my lipstick, and even the way my laughter sounds. That woman I met this morning was right. Doctors really are a step up from the other men out there. Wow, I can't believe you had to give mouth to that poor guy, I say once Phil has finished his story about the middle-aged man who had a suspected heart attack in his surgery during a routine checkup. What was it like? What do you mean? You know, having to put your lips on another man's? Phil laughs, as do I, but I had to ask the obvious question. I guess I didn't really think about it at the time. My training just kicked in and I went into autopilot. Yeah, but you must have thought about it afterwards, I say. Did it feel weird? No. I mean, would I choose to go around kissing a man normally? I can't say I would. But if somebody is dying right in front of me, I'll do anything I can to save them. That sounds incredibly heroic, and I like the idea of being with a man who has the ability to save a life. If someone dropped to the floor in front of me and stopped breathing, I wouldn't have the slightest clue about how to resuscitate them. Sure, I've seen the movies and know that there's a lot of chest compressions and mouth-to-mouth stuff, but I'm pretty sure that it's a bit more technical than that. There's a skill to it, a skill I don't possess. But Phil has it. He could save a life. He could save mine. Maybe he already has. How about we finish these drinks and go for something to eat? Phil suggests then, before picking up his own cocktail, a Manhattan, and taking a sip while staring into my eyes. He holds the eye contact until he puts his drink back down on the table. There's a great restaurant just around the corner from here. Do you like Asian food? I love it, I reply, my taste buds watering at the thought. Perfect, Phil says. May tonight be the first of many fun evenings we share together. I'm happy to drink to that, as all around us, several other couples sit at their own tables and enjoy their own drinks and conversations in this secluded section of the city, where pedestrians rush around on the pavement outside, while the world seems to be slowed down inside here. I wonder how many of these couples are on a first date too, because I guess that's what this is. A date. What else could it be? Okay, so we didn't meet in a typical way people often meet these days, not on any dating app, or because Phil and I randomly saw one another in line for a coffee a few days ago and he asked me for my number. We met because I went to see a doctor today and he just so happened to be that doctor. But so what? A first date is a first date no matter how it comes about. As far as first dates go, this might just be the best one I have ever been on. Phil is polite, he's a good conversationalist, he seems very at home in this trendy setting, and of course he is devilishly handsome, a fact I noticed as soon as I entered his consulting room. Those are all ingredients for what should become the setup for a second date. But this one isn't over yet, and it sounds like we're going for food soon. Will it end after that? Or will there be even more to come? I certainly hope it's the latter, and Phil has already hinted that he'd like us to spend more evenings together. I would be foolish to get too far ahead of myself and pin all my hopes on this being something that could be long-lasting. But maybe this is the man I have been waiting for, and now I have found him. Who knows what exciting places it could lead us both to? Tell me, why did you meet me here? Phil asks, snapping me out of my daydreams of the future. What do you mean? You didn't have to come here when I suggested it. You could have just gone home. You could be doing anything else tonight. But you chose to be here with me. Why? Like I said at my appointment, I don't have anything else. So you're just here because of a lack of a better option? Phil asks, and I cringe at my response. No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm glad I'm here. I'd want to be here even if I had other plans. But why? What was it specifically that made you want to go for a drink with me after you'd only just met me? It feels like Phil is fishing for a compliment, and maybe he is. I realize then that he has complimented me a lot so far, but I am yet to really give him any positive feedback, other than laughing at his jokes and smiling at his stories. So I decide to give him what he wants. I admire your profession, I say. I like the fact that you're a doctor. Perhaps I wouldn't be here now if you did something else for work. But a doctor? Yeah, I like that. How much do you like it? Phil asks me suggestively. I like it a lot, I reply mischievously. Would you say my job turns you on? Phil pries further. And now it's obvious what he wants me to say. But that's okay, because I have no problem saying it. It wouldn't be a lie, after all. Yes, I would.
I say, as Phil beams widely, possibly deciding in that moment that his extensive medical training was all worth it, not just to save lives, but to attract a woman simply with his job title. I have another suggestion, Phil says then, leaning in a little closer to me across the table, which instinctively makes me lean in closer too. How about we skip the restaurant and go to a hotel room? We could always order takeaway to be delivered there if we're hungry.
Though I have a feeling our appetites might be satisfied without food, if you know what I mean. I know exactly what he means, and now I'm not thinking about Asian food at all. I'm thinking about seeing this handsome doctor without his shirt on. I'm thinking about him seeing me in a totally different way to how he saw me in his office. I'm thinking about him giving me a very thorough examination. You know of a good hotel around here? I inquire, and Phil nods. We could be in the room in 15 minutes, he replies, and we can continue our conversation there. We still have so much to discuss, of course. I'd love to get to know you even better than I already have. The feeling is mutual, and it's sweet of him to let me know that he's not just interested in one thing if and when we get inside that hotel room. But with the attraction levels between us glaringly obvious, not to mention both of our moods heightened by the drinks we have shared, I'd say the time for talking can be put on the back burner for a little while. As we finish our drinks quickly, I'm not worrying about how this all feels a little fast or too good to be true. Instead, I'm thinking about how wonderful I feel, how I've forgotten all about my stupid ex, my rubbish job, and even for one night, the fact that I lost a dear friend lately. Perhaps it's my recent loss that is making me seize the day now and not delay things until tomorrow, a day that is not promised to any of us. Or maybe it's the margaritas. Whatever it is, I know one thing for sure. That woman I bumped into this morning will be proud of me now. She told me that I couldn't go wrong with the doctor. I have a feeling she is right. As I leave the bar with Phil, the handsome doctor, I wonder if this is the moment I am transported into a whole other life, a better life than I had before, a life of luxury, of highbrow social events and exotic vacations, of fine dining, of big properties, fancy cars, the freedom to be frivolous.
All of that would be amazing. Who wouldn't want to experience it all? To be in a relationship with this man and get to experience and enjoy all the things we could share together is a tantalizing prospect. But forget all the finer things in life that could come with it. I just want to be appreciated, acknowledged. Eventually, I want to be loved. As I walk alongside the doctor, there is only one thing I really care about. I want to be looked after. Fortunately, it feels like I'm in safe hands. Chapter 9. Drew. Will I be able to get into bed tonight without lying to my fiancé? As I walk through my front door and set down my tennis racket and gym bag, I already know the answer to that question. I'm expecting Rose will ask me how my day was when I walk into our lounge and see her shortly. I know she'll be in there because I caught a glimpse of her through our Venetian blinds as I parked the car on the drive and made my way to the door. I saw her sitting on the sofa, watching what looked like another episode of that medical mystery series she enjoys. And I also spotted a glass of red wine in her hand, too. I'm glad that she seems settled, though I have told her before that I'd prefer her to close the blinds when the sun goes down to stop a total stranger seeing. If she's home alone, better to be less visible to any potential intruders. This is a safe neighborhood. That's why I bought this house here, but still, no need to be making it so easy for people outside to see into your home and note how big your TV is and who is currently watching it. And now there is the fact that I know Jimmy has been watching us. I hate the idea of him prying on my wife while she is home alone. I walk in and see Rose on the sofa, so I go straight to the blinds to close them. As I do, I look through the window and wonder if Jimmy is out there. It's dark, so I can't see him if he is, but the fact that he could be makes me close the blinds even quicker. "Hi, love, how was your day?" Rose asks me as she hits the pause button on her TV show.
Here it is, the first test of whether I can avoid telling a lie or not. It was good, I reply, falling at the first hurdle. Busy as always, the usual. Oh no, you do look tired. Would you like a glass of wine? There's a bottle open in the kitchen. Wine does sound good, but alcohol might mess with my sleep, and I already had that one beer after tennis with Greg. I'm fine, I reply. Tell me about your day, Rose says then, moving a cushion on the sofa so I can sit down next to her. I look at the TV and see how it is frozen on a scene featuring two doctors standing beside a patient's bed in a hospital. Without actually watching the scene unfold, I can already guess that it will be full of the classic cliches that litter these types of shows. The kind of cliches that make me roll my eyes and think about how real-life doctoring is nothing like what these shows make it out to be. But people seem to love them, Rose included. Though because I hate them, she always watches them when I'm out. You just ruin it with your moaning, she said to me once, after I complained about how a doctor was talking to a patient in one episode of this show, before laughing at me. We both laughed. It was a light-hearted moment. I wish I could go back to that night. I wasn't worrying about Jimmy blackmailing me then. I really need to take a shower, I say, deflecting the invitation to sit down and open up about my day from hell. I'm all sweaty from tennis. I don't mind, Rose says, meaning it, which is sweet. But I am not sitting here and having her pry into my day until I crack and confess that I have a serious problem. So I stick to my plan. I'll go and shower and then get ready for bed. See you up there shortly? Sure, Rose replies with a smile before going back to her show. Oh, to be able to lose yourself in some mindless escapism. Wait 1 minute, I hear Rose call out just as I'm leaving the room, and as I turn back, I see her pick up her mobile phone. I got a strange text earlier. My mind instantly rushes to Jimmy. Has he somehow got my fiancé's number and is tormenting me that way too? What was it? I ask nervously from the doorway, feeling like I want to run out into the hallway. And maybe I will when Rose answers the question. It was from Claire, she tells me, and I instantly relax, although not for long. She wanted me to ask you what time the medical presentation ended at the town hall tonight. As I stare at Rose, it takes me a few seconds to realize what she is talking about. There was no medical presentation at the town hall tonight, or at least not one that I went to. But I figure that must have been the excuse that Phil gave to Claire to explain why he would be home late tonight. I know him to be out having a drink with a female patient, but I obviously can't say that now. So I stall. I say, using everybody's favorite filler word. I told her that you weren't at the town hall, and you were playing tennis with a friend instead, Rose goes on. Which probably won't help Phil, as Claire attempts to corroborate stories. But did Phil go? Oh, right, yeah. The town hall thing, I say, as if I've just remembered. He mentioned it earlier. I said I was already busy, but he seemed keen on going, so I guess he did. Claire messaged to tell me she had asked him what time it finished, and he hasn't replied. He's probably got his phone on silent during the presentation, I suggest. Yeah, I said that to her. And what did she say? She said I was probably right, but she wanted me to check if I'd heard from you. Phil must have said you were going with him. Why would he say that if you weren't? Maybe he didn't. Maybe Claire just assumed, I reply, hating that I have to be on my guard to protect my friend and colleague's secret. I wasn't lying when I told him his affairs were putting me in an awkward spot. This is just one example of the kind of thing I have to do for him every now and again, and I hate it. Although I'm hardly going to drop him in it, because that'll mean going to work every day with a doctor who hates me, and I'd like to retain workplace harmony if I can, without causing any drama between the staff. The patients are bad enough. Yeah, perhaps, Rose replies. I'm sure he'll be home soon. It's getting late. Yeah, I'm sure he will, I reply before making a swift exit and heading up the stairs before I have to navigate any more uncomfortable conversations. If Phil has got any sense, then he will be home soon, because, like Rose said, it is getting late, and he has a wife waiting for him. He can't just stay out all night doing whatever he wants to do with that patient. He's playing with fire enough. No need to throw a load more fuel onto those flames. Although, as I get into the shower, I have no idea what he will do for the rest of the evening. As the hot water runs over my body, I wonder what Phil sees in the affairs he has. I expect it's the thrill and excitement of it. Maybe he likes the power of having multiple women on the go at once. Perhaps it's purely just the sex and nothing else. Whatever it is, it seems to be how he keeps himself entertained in this life. Like Greg said after our tennis game, us men seem to be wired to never be happy with what we've got. The thing is, barring my thoughts about being a doctor and if it is really for me forever, I am happy. I love my life outside of work. I have Rose, I have this house, I am soon to be married, or at least I was until I was told to hand over all my savings to Jimmy. It suddenly occurs to me that I could call Jimmy's bluff. Tell him I'm not paying and then let him do whatever he wants to do. If the worst happens and I lose my ability to be a doctor, I'll have to do something else, thus ending my career concerns about whether I'm on the right path. Could this actually be a blessing in disguise? I try to pretend like it might be as I finish my shower. But as I step out of it and wrap myself in a towel, I know I'm being foolish. There's no world in which blackmail is a good thing, just like there's no world in which Phil's affairs are a good thing either. I disappoint my father, bring shame on our family, and potentially lose Rose too, along with the comfortable lifestyle my occupation affords us.
If the truth ever comes out, it will likely spell disaster for all involved. So I better keep my secret for as long as I can.
Chapter 10. Fern. Life can give you incredible highs as well as lows. Most of this week has been a low, but this moment right here, this is definitely a high. I'm resting my head on Phil's bare chest as the pair of us lounge in this spacious double bed in the hotel room that the doctor paid for. The hotel wasn't far from the bar we had been drinking in, as Phil told me it wasn't, and I was impressed when I saw it. The lobby was huge and full of marble, while the staff on the reception desk wore smart uniforms and greeted us super politely, although all we wanted to do was get to the room, and now we're in bed together. We're very comfortable in this position, although we haven't been in it for long. We have spent a lot of time in other positions, though. That was amazing, I say as I run my fingers across Phil's toned torso, causing him to wriggle a little. I agree, he replies, running his own fingers through my hair, though I don't have to worry about him messing it up because it's already totally wild after what we just did. I could lie here like this all night, I say, meaning it. I don't want this bubble of bliss to pop anytime soon. I'm hopeful that this could be the start of something special, a strong sign of better things to come, and this is only the beginning. Then the bubble goes and pops far quicker than I anticipated. I'm really sorry, but I need to get going, Phil says, suddenly sitting up and causing me to lift my head at the same time. What? I cry, reaching for my phone on the bedside table and seeing that it is approaching 11 o'clock in the evening. Aren't we spending the night here? You're more than welcome to, but I need to go, he replies, swinging his legs out from under the tangled duvet and placing his bare feet on the plush carpet. Where are you going? I ask, wondering what possible place he could need to be at such a late hour of the day. I have to attend a medical conference tomorrow morning, and I really need to go home and pack for it. A medical conference? Yeah, it's a bit of a drive away, so I'll have to be on the road early. But like I said, you stay here. Enjoy the room. Get a good night's sleep.
You might as well. It's all paid for. Phil gets up then and heads for the bathroom, as if I shouldn't be surprised or annoyed that I'm suddenly being abandoned when I presumed we'd be together until breakfast. Wait! I call after him, and he stops. When he looks back, he sees me sitting up in bed, and it should be clear to him that I'm annoyed. I'm sorry. I should have mentioned it earlier, he says. What is this? I ask. You just wanted to get me back here so you could sleep with me and then you leave. Is that how this works? No, of course not, Phil replies, stepping back to the bed. I had a great night with you, and I wish I could stay until the morning. Trust me, I really do. But I have to go. I say nothing, so Phil sits down on the bed beside me. I've had an amazing time with you, and I'd love to do it again, he tells me. I bet you would, I reply, rolling my eyes. I don't just mean the sex. I mean our drinks, our conversation. You are great company. How about we do this again sometime, on a night when I don't have work in the morning? That way we could spend a full evening together with nothing to get in the way. How does that sound? I think about it before Phil leans in for a kiss. It sounds good, I say, just before our lips meet. After our kiss, Phil is on his way to the bathroom again, and I don't call him back this time. I just lie back on my pillow and stare up at the ceiling as I hear the shower turn on. As the doctor whistles beneath the water, it suddenly hits me. What if he is lying to me? What if the reason he has to get home tonight isn't because of some medical conference? What if it's because there is somebody waiting for him at home?
Okay, so I didn't see a wedding ring on his finger when I first met him in his office. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have a girlfriend. Why didn't I consider that? I just assumed he was single, especially when he invited me out for a drink. I certainly wasn't imagining him having a partner when he suggested we find a hotel room nearby. Maybe I'm being paranoid. Or maybe I really need to ask him. As I listen to Phil still whistling in the shower, I know that even if he does have a partner at home, he could simply deny it if I ask him. Why would he tell me the truth? If there is something to catch him out on, I need to uncover it myself, not rely on him to be honest, especially if he has a reason to lie. I look around the room and wonder what I could do. Only a few moments ago, I was thinking about how this could be the start of something special. But now I'm trying to get confirmation that I haven't just behaved like a homewrecker. Then I see Phil's suit jacket hanging on the back of the armchair in the corner, the one he slipped off just before we started kissing and fell onto the bed together. I was glad to see that jacket come off him at the time. But now I'm planning to search through its pockets to see what it might reveal about its owner. The shower is still running, but it could be switched off at any second, so I move quickly, getting out of bed and approaching the armchair. I don't have to worry about making noise because Phil won't hear me with the hot water rushing around his ears. But I do have to worry about what he might say or do if he catches me snooping through his belongings. So I keep moving fast. The first inside pocket I try is empty, but I find something in the second. It's his wallet, so I take it out and open it. I see credit cards, as well as the edge of a £50 note sticking out the top. But those aren't the things I focus on. Rather, it's the small photo of Phil with another woman, the pair of them smiling into the camera like one of those cutesy images loved-up couples get in a cheap photo booth somewhere. Who is this woman? Is she the person he is now rushing home to be with? I hear the shower turn off, so I quickly close the wallet and drop it back into the suit pocket. But as I do, I feel something else in there. It's small and cold, and as I take it out, I feel that it is circular in shape. I already know what it is before I see it. It's a wedding ring.
So that's why the doctor didn't have anything on his left hand when I first met him. He'd already taken it off and hidden it. As I step away from the jacket and return to the bed, I think about how I've been lied to. I also think about how I should confront Phil when he emerges from the steamy bathroom, dripping wet from his shower with a towel around his waist. He'll be planning on getting dressed and then getting out of here, going home to his pretty partner, giving her a kiss, and acting as if everything is perfectly all right. That poor woman won't have a clue what her husband has been doing with me in here. She probably thinks he's been working late or at a medical conference. I bet he uses that as an excuse all the time. It's certainly the excuse he gave me. But now I know he is lying to me. So what am I going to do about it? Chapter 11. Drew. I turn off my alarm before it sounds, the least I can do for my sleeping fiancé beside me, because I was already awake. With that potential noise prevented, I have the time to lie on my back and stare up at the ceiling and make a final decision on the matter that has kept me restless all night. Over the last 8 hours in this dark room, all I have seen when I closed my eyes was either Jimmy's smirking face or my medical degree being taken from me before I marched out of my workplace, past all my worried patients. It's little wonder I kept opening my eyes to banish those images, though of course doing that meant I found it impossible to sleep. At least it's time to get out of bed now and start my day, although it's not a day I would have wished to face. Not when it's supposed to end with me paying the money Jimmy is asking for. After giving it countless hours of thought, ever since that man came to my office and blackmailed me, I have finally come to a decision. I am going to give him the money he is asking for. That solves 2 problems. It gets rid of him, and it also ensures I get to continue being a doctor without anybody looking into my student days to uncover the extent of my cheating. My career will remain intact, so I can recover from anything else. Money can always be earned back, but a damaged reputation takes a lot longer to remedy, if it can be remedied at all. I'd rather not try and find out, so I'll take what feels like the easier option and visit the bank on my way to work and withdraw the money in my savings account before being on my way to get this whole sorry mess over with. As simple as that. I wish. I have thought about only taking some of my savings out and leaving enough in there to at least pay for a small, cheaper wedding. But I need to guarantee Jimmy leaves me alone after today, so by giving him as much as I can, it should ensure he does. If he thinks I'm trying to shortchange him, then it could only make things worse for me, and they're already bad enough. I look over at the sleeping face beside me, and when I do, a terrible pang of guilt hits me. It's the guilt of knowing that the money I am preparing to give to Jimmy was money that Rose and I were supposed to spend on our dream wedding. As the higher earner out of the 2 of us, most of the money in the account came from me. But that's not the point. We're a couple, and we share things. What's mine is hers and vice versa. That means if I take this money and spend it on something that Rose would not approve of, I am essentially breaking our financial bond. Or maybe it's not just guilt I feel. Maybe it's fear as well. I know that I'm going to have to tell Rose that we can't afford certain things for that wedding now, not unless we delay it another year or more, and that surely won't go down well. I don't have a valid excuse yet, but I'll need to think of one soon. Whatever it is, she's not going to like it. Rose has been desperate for the 2 of us to settle on a date for our nuptials so she can get started on sending out the invites and planning the menu. How will she react to the idea of doing the exact opposite? I know it'll be bad, which is why I am considering not telling her for as long as I can. Instead, I'm going to take what feels like the coward's way out and sneak from this bed and get dressed before leaving the house and not having to talk to Rose about it until the money is already gone. At least that way I can't change my mind and leave the money in the bank, thus incurring the consequences of Jimmy's threats. I peel back the duvet as carefully as I can before getting out of bed, glancing at Rose as I go to check she is still fast asleep. Then I stand up and start putting on my clothes, finding an ironed shirt in the wardrobe and picking out a smart crimson tie for today's duties. I add trousers, my belt, and my socks to complete my look before heading for the bedroom door, deciding that I'll get washed in the bathroom down the hall this morning rather than the ensuite bathroom, where any noises I make will be louder. "Where are you going?" I freeze at the sound of the voice behind me, and don't need to turn around to know that it is my fiancé, which must mean she is awake after all. "I'm just going to work. Sorry, I was trying not to wake you." "And leave without giving me a good morning kiss? That's not very gentlemanly of you." I have to smile, or else Rose will suspect something is troubling me. So that's exactly what I do as I approach the bed and lean down to give her that kiss she wants. There he is, my future husband," Rose says as we break off, a comment that only adds to my sense of unease. "I better go. Another busy day of patients ahead," I say. But before I can, Rose takes hold of my hand. "Can we talk about the wedding tonight?" "The wedding?" "Yeah. You have remembered that you proposed to me, haven't you?" I force a laugh. "Of course. It's just, what is there to talk about?" "I don't know. Maybe the fact that we don't have a date for the wedding yet, and all my family and friends keep asking for one?" Damn her family and friends. Though to be fair, my family and friends keep asking me too. "We really need to try and set a date," Rose goes on. "Once we've done that, we can start moving forward with everything else." "I know," I reply, before realizing that maybe I should just broach the subject of delaying the wedding now, while we're already talking about it. Rose is sleepy, but she seems in a good mood, so it might be a better time to do it rather than wait until tonight, when she's fully awake, caffeinated from coffee or tipsy from a glass of wine, which could act as fuel for any potential argument. "I was wondering," I begin nervously, "how about we set the wedding for 2 summers from now? That will give us lots more time to plan it." Rose suddenly lets go of my hand. 2 summers?
Are you kidding? I'm not waiting another 2 years to get married. I then realize there was no good time to do this, but it's too late now. I want it to be absolutely perfect. So the more time we give ourselves, the more we can plan and prepare and ensure that we have everything we definitely want. The best venue, the best band, the best suits and the best dress for you. I want it to be incredible. So how about we hold off and don't rush things? That sounds plausible in my head, but not to the woman staring back at me. "I'm not having this. You are not delaying my dream day. No way. We're getting married next summer and that's the end of it. It's next summer or nothing." "Whoa, hang on a minute. Let's talk about this." "No, I've made myself perfectly clear. We marry next year or we don't marry at all." Great. Yesterday it was Jimmy giving me ultimatums, and today it's my fiancé. "Hey, don't be like that," I try, reaching for Rose's hand, but she keeps it away from me. "You are not doing this to me. You are not stringing me along for several years, leaving me hanging before you change your mind and say you don't want to get married at all." "That's not what I'm doing," I protest. "Isn't it? Men do this sort of thing all the time. They put a ring on their partner's finger just to keep them happy, but they have no intention of actually marrying them. They just think it buys them time. But no way are you doing that here. I'm not being treated like that." "Hey, why are you talking like this to me?" I cry, realizing this has already gone disastrously. But it's not just about the way she is shooting down my idea of delaying the wedding. It's the way she is assuming I'm some guy stringing her along, rather than a man she loves and wants to be with forever.
Is this what she really thinks of me? Just go to work, Rose shouts before she gets out of bed and stomps into the bathroom, slamming and then locking the door behind her.
I stare at that door and consider knocking on it to try and resolve this argument, but decide against it and instead leave the bedroom. As I go downstairs, I know that was not good. I'd heard about how sometimes wedding planning can send a woman crazy and make her act out of character. Bridezilla, I think the term is. The problem is, Rose has been prone to these temper outbursts at other times too. And when this happens, the way she talks to me is downright awful. That was just one example, but there have been other times in the past. It's never been enough for me to seriously reconsider our relationship, as she is incredibly sweet most of the time. When it does happen, it always leaves me feeling terrible, like I'm being controlled in some way. I might be being harsh on her. Or maybe this argument about the wedding could be a wake-up call and show me how Rose has her imperfections, like I do. I'm not just the bad guy here. She can have her moments too. And what's worse? Me doing something bad because I'm totally forced into it, or her talking to me in a negative way out of choice? I've always disliked this side of Rose, this side of her that rears its ugly head from time to time when she loses her temper and her words fly out of her mouth in a far more careless manner than they usually do. She can be mean, bordering on cruel, and it has made me stop and pause a few times to think if she is the woman for me. But it doesn't happen frequently enough to affect my love for her, and I guess I'm only aware of it because our relationship has deepened to the point where we spend so much time together and have so many important things to discuss. Our marriage being the best example of that. Sure, she was always a sweetheart when we were simply dating, but we are way beyond that. Maybe I should just accept that you have to take the rough with the smooth in relationships, and not every single one of our partner's characteristics is going to be ideal.
I put on my shoes and exit the house, already dreading coming back here this evening and resuming the conversation that ended with a slamming door. But I don't let it distract me from the plan I had, and that's why, on my way to work, I take a detour and stop at the bank. I text Pamela and tell her that I'll be 15 minutes late, so she'll have to handle my patients until then. And then I wait for the bank to open. When it does, I walk right inside. As the first customer of the day, I am greeted warmly by the teller behind the glass screen. They're not quite so warm to me when I tell them that I wish to withdraw 99% of my savings, an amount that totals just over £12,000. Once it's done and I have a large bundle of cash inside an envelope, I step outside the bank and take out my phone. I need to message Jimmy. I'm telling him I have the money he wants. Now all he has to do is come and see the doctor to get what he needs.
Chapter 12. Fern.
I'm sick of following the rules and playing nice. I should have confronted Phil. I should have told him that I'd seen the photo of him and another woman in a wallet, as well as discovered the wedding ring in his suit pocket. I should have listened to what he had to say for himself after that. But I was so upset that I didn't. Why couldn't I have flipped and let him have what he deserved? To allow my wrath to rear its head and put him in his place. I wouldn't have been in the wrong. He was the one in the wrong. I should have done something, anything, instead of what I actually did, which was nothing. I didn't say a word as he came out of the bathroom after his refreshing shower, the one he had taken so that he would be able to go home to his wife smelling fresh and clean and without any hint of my scent on his body. I simply sat on the bed and watched him get dressed before he came to give me a kiss and tell me what a good time he had with me. I didn't kiss him back, nor did I return the compliment, not that he seemed to notice. Why would he? His thoughts had probably already turned to how he was going to go back home and slip back into character as the dutiful husband who had simply been working late. He didn't seem to notice how withdrawn I had become,
but that's just what happens when someone is as selfish as he is. I've been left feeling angry and humiliated, not to mention frustrated for thinking that things might have been different this time. I'm kicking myself for not standing up for me, and I wonder how to ensure it is the last time I ever allow another person to walk over me. "I can't wait to do this again sometime," Phil said just before he left, holding out his phone for me to take. "Put your number in here and I can text you." I didn't take his phone, and not just because I was trying to suppress the varied range of emotions that were bubbling away beneath the surface. Ultimately, I was left feeling numb, so my hand didn't reach out for his mobile, prompting Phil to speak again. "Unless you'd prefer to just see me in my office again and play doctor and patient," he said then, a glint in his eye as if he thought that I would actually prefer this. I decided to let him keep thinking that, and forced a smile on my face, so he at least put his phone away. That saved him the trouble of having to save my number in his phone under an alias, so his wife would never notice it if she went snooping. I wonder what he would have used for my contact name. A man's name, perhaps, just so his wife wouldn't get suspicious. He could pretend I was a colleague if she ever saw my text flash up on his phone. Assuming the content of the message wasn't too seductive, of course. Or maybe he would save me under something really banal, like the name for a local takeaway, or something as silly as that. Whatever cheaters do to cover their tracks. I'm sure Phil would be willing to try it all. He's obviously good at this kind of thing. But he won't be getting any more practice with me. I watched him leave the hotel room, under the false assumption that I was going to spend the entire night relaxing in this hotel room that he had paid for. But no sooner had he gone than I got dressed myself before checking out, wanting to get as far away from the suddenly seedy hotel as I could. I took a taxi home and then got into my own bed, though not before taking a shower too. Just like the doctor I'd been with, I felt like I had a few sins to wash away. Once I was in bed, it took me a while to sleep. My insomnia caused by both rolling waves of guilt about whoever Phil's poor wife might be, as well as crashing waves of anger as I thought about how Phil had so easily deceived me into thinking he was a good guy. By the time dawn came, I was exhausted and therefore even angrier at that man. But there wasn't much I could do. The deed had already been done. I would simply have to live with the knowledge of it, just like he would. Somehow I had a feeling he'd live with it a lot easier than me, but I don't have to live like this forever. I can make a decision, one that says this is the last time I ever allow this to happen to me. Never again will I allow a man to hurt, anger, or shame me like Phil did. I can't control what other men do, but I can control what I do. And this is the turning point, my line in the sand. When I decide that going forward, I am going to do whatever I have to do to ensure that I am the one who comes out on top in all future scenarios. I'm back on the bus now, making my usual early morning commute to work, managing to feel even worse than I did the last time I did this. I'm wondering if I'll bump into that woman from yesterday again when I get off. I'm hoping I do, because if so, it will give me the chance to tell her that she was wrong about how doctors are the best guys to be with. I could vent my fury at her for leading me into the arms of yet another lying, uncaring man. I could even go as far as to tell her that while she thinks her amazing doctor husband is out there saving lives when he's not with her, in reality, he could be sneaking around in wine bars and hotel rooms, just like Phil was sneaking around with me. I don't know for sure if her partner is a cheat, but it would be nice to at least put the thought in her head and make her have a sleepless night. She sure caused me to have one when she told me to find myself a doctor who could make my life better. But after getting off at my usual bus stop, and despite keeping my head up and looking around for that woman, I see no sign of her on my way to work. I even look through the window of that coffee shop we went to yesterday to see if she is standing in line waiting to order another hot drink. But she is not. Maybe she's having a lie-in while her doctor husband goes out to work. She could be shopping in another part of the city.
Or perhaps she has been whisked away on a last-minute adventure by her medical man. The two of them boarding a flight now to enjoy a long weekend somewhere sunny, like the south of France or the Spanish mainland. Wherever she is and whatever she is doing, she's having a better time than I am. That much must be for sure. As I make it to work and slump down into the seat at my desk, I'm feeling incredibly foolish for falling into Phil's arms too easily. I should have taken my time with him, asked more questions, prod enough to realize there was more to him than met the eye. But more than that, I'm feeling foolish for pursuing a doctor based on that stranger's advice. It's clear now she was talking nonsense, and a man's career choice has no bearing on whether or not they are a good person. I shouldn't care about what any guy does for a job, be it a doctor, a dentist, or a DJ. Okay, maybe I would draw the line at drug dealer, but that's about it. I just want someone who treats me right, treats other people right, doesn't tell lies, values honesty over fancy things. Is that so hard to find in a city as big as this one? Apparently so. But I'll keep looking. What other choice do I have? I don't want to be alone forever. I want to be in love. I want to be loved. I want what so many happy couples have. My dalliance with a doctor was a disaster. But I can't let it put me off men forever. I'll meet a good man soon enough. Surely it's just a matter of time. When I do, I won't even ask what they do for a living. I'll simply stare into their eyes and try to tell if they are decent. That's all that matters. What if there aren't any decent men left? What if the world is just full of liars and cheats and scoundrels? It would mean I have to stop trying to find perfection and just focus on finding what can give me the best life. I want it all, and I may have to go to great lengths to get it, but I'm willing to do anything at this point. There's someone for me out there, somewhere. I just have to find him. Chapter 13. Drew. I feel dirty, dishonest, downright deceitful. But I'm still going to go ahead and do this. I'm still going to hand this money over to my blackmailer and keep my secrets hidden, even if it costs me what I have with Rose. Call it selfish, but I call it self-preservation. As any good doctor knows, in an emergency, you treat yourself first before trying to treat others. That way, you're still capable of being of some use, rather than succumbing to the problem yourself before administering aid to anyone else. So I'm looking after number one. I'll deal with everything else afterwards. Another knock at the door. Another patient. Every time they enter, my heart skips a beat because I'm expecting to see Jimmy and his smug grin, as well as his hand extended out in preparation to take my hard-earned money. But it's not him. Not this time. He'll be coming, though. Of course he'll be here. He probably thought he was making easy money selling exam papers back in our student days, but he's clearly graduated onto another way of earning. Perhaps this is easier. He must be confident to even try it. It occurs to me then that if Jimmy is trying this with me, he might have done the same to the other students he sold exam papers to all those years ago. Did it work? Did they pay up too? Or am I the first sucker to give in to his demands? I suppose I could ask him, though he wouldn't have to give me an honest answer. Before I get the chance to try, somebody else is asking me a question. Hello, Dr. Devlin? Is there anybody in there? I notice the male patient who just entered my office is now waving their hands in front of my face as if to get my attention, and I realize that I've been so lost in my worries that I've failed to acknowledge their arrival. I'm sorry, I was miles away then, I say,
feeling very unprofessional. "You can say that again. I thought there was something wrong with you," and I was going to have to become the doctor for a moment. My patient laughs, and I try to do the same, but it's difficult with so much on my mind. 10 minutes later, I've checked his blood pressure, told him that it's a little high, and inquired about his eating habits and exercise regime. He then admitted his diet was poor, exercise was non-existent, and as for units of alcohol per week, I think he did what everybody does, and lied. So I kept it simple and told him to clean up his diet, get his body moving more, and limit his drinking to the weekends. If he can do that, I'm confident his blood pressure will drop and he'll be feeling better. He didn't seem thrilled with the advice, and I'm not sure he'll take it on board, but I've done what I need to do. I must have that same conversation at least a dozen times a day, always with men in their 40s or 50s who have neglected their fitness in favor of comforting calories. Will I need to dish out the same boring but helpful advice one more time today? As the door opens again, I'm ready to do it if I have to. But then I see Phil entering my office. He's no patient. He's a doctor just like me. Well, not exactly like me. That's because while I'm still worrying about Jimmy, Phil looks like the cat who got the cream. "Good day to you, fine sir," Phil says as he saunters over to my desk and takes a seat in the chair usually reserved for my patients. "Guess what I did last night?" I already have a feeling I know where this is going, but Phil beats me to it. "Let's just say I have another very happy patient," he says with a wink, and I'm sure he's hoping I ask for a few juicy details. I'm not going to do that, and not just because I'm not as chauvinistic as he is. "Claire was messaging Rose last night wanting to know what time you were home," I tell him, and Phil looks briefly worried. "What? Why would she be doing that?" "Because she thought you were with me. That's why Rose asked me about you as soon as I got home." "What did you say?" I pause for a moment and let Phil's nerves creep up, which is a little cruel, but also the least he deserves. "Don't worry. I didn't say anything that could get you in trouble," I tell him, and he instantly relaxes. "You're a good man. I owe you one," Phil tells me, before slapping me on the back. Not that it feels like any kind of reward. I want to tell him how I wish he wouldn't put me in these situations, and how he should treat Claire better or simply leave her if he's not happy. But I don't say any of that because my office door opens, interrupting us. Then I see it is my next patient, although not a patient I'd wish to see. It's Jimmy. "Sorry, don't mind me. I was just leaving," Phil says as he gets out of the chair and heads for the door. Just before he goes, he stops beside Jimmy, with no idea that I'm being blackmailed by this man, and has a few words for him. "This guy here is not just a great friend, but he's the best doctor in all of Manchester," Phil says, gesturing to me. "He's even better than me, so you're in good hands." It's Jimmy's turn to get a back slap then, as Phil departs. And now I'm alone with my tormentor. "Wow, the best doctor in Manchester. That's high praise," Jimmy says. "I bet he doesn't know that you're a cheat, does he?" "Shut the door and sit down," I order Jimmy, and thankfully, he does it before he can say anything more. "That's no way to welcome a patient," Jimmy replies with that trademark grin of his. "I think I'll stay standing, actually. You see, I don't think this will be a very long appointment. I have a feeling I'll be out of here very quickly. All I need is my prescription from you, Doc. So hand it over and I'll be on my way." Jimmy holds out his hand, ready to take ownership of the money I'm supposed to give him. I have it with me, of course. It's currently inside an envelope in my desk drawer, where it has been out of sight of everybody else who has been in here today. Now it's time to take it back out, and once I have given it to the man standing in front of me, this will all be over. Except a strange thing happens. In this moment, I've changed my mind. "No, I reply, glaring at Jimmy. Excuse me? You heard me. I said no. Perhaps you didn't hear me when I said I will ruin your career and your reputation if you don't give me the money. Jimmy reminds me, but I don't back down. I heard you perfectly. Now it's time for you to hear me. I will not allow you to blackmail me, and I will certainly not allow you to come in here and take away money I have worked hard to save for. Money that is supposed to be spent on giving my fiancée the best day of her life. So your plan is not going to work. I'm not afraid of you. And now I want you to leave my office so I can get back to treating patients whom I am medically qualified to treat. I gulp a second after I have finished my little speech, because while it was spontaneous, that doesn't mean it was effective. Now I'm staring at Jimmy to try and get a read on just how effective it has been. He's staring back at me. Is he in shock? Is he taking on board what I just told him? Or is he devising another plan, something even worse than the original one he came up with? You might have cheated on an exam, but you're still a smart man, Jimmy says calmly. That's why I'm going to give you a minute to take back what you just said and come to your senses. I'm sure you'll do that when I remind you of the consequences if you don't. This right here. You in your office, with all your patients outside. It'll all go away with one anonymous tip-off, followed by me giving up all the evidence of the emails we exchanged when I was selling you the exam paper. I realize then that it hasn't worked. Jimmy isn't backing down. Maybe I should just open this drawer beside me and take out the money before it's too late, but I'm still not doing so. We're calling each other's bluff. Neither one wants to back down. A minute goes by. Jimmy is getting impatient. I'm getting more nervous. Then I find my voice again. You wouldn't be here now if you had anything better going on in your life, I predict. You're weak and desperate, which is why you're coming after me. That means I have the power here, not you. I have money. You do not. And while I paid you for your services back when we were students, I do not wish to pay you a penny now or ever again. So for the last time, get out of my office, or I will call the police. I have a feeling they'll be far more interested in things you have done in the past than anything a respected doctor like me has done. I'm just one doctor, but you're the guy who helped several doctors to cheat. You'll get in more trouble than me. I can't believe I'm really doing this. I'm feigning confidence to try and avoid losing all my money. Then I see Jimmy step back towards the door. He opens it. He's actually leaving. I wish he would just go silently so I could revel in my victory and tell myself that this matter is now over. But then he has to go and say something to spoil it all. I'm not finished with you, Jimmy tells me menacingly. You're going to regret this. Then he walks away, leaving the door wide open, and I watch him go, seeing several patients sitting in the waiting room ready for their turn to come in here and tell me their symptoms. But I will barely hear any of them. That's because I'll be thinking about the man who just left. More specifically, I'll be thinking about whether I just made a very big mistake in not paying him. Chapter 14. Fern. Is there a worse time to be single than Christmas? That time when loved ones get together and cozy up with a cup of mulled wine or steal a kiss underneath the mistletoe, exchanging gifts that were bought with affection and carry meaning, and basking in the glow of the Yuletide season while looking forward to another year ahead with the person you love. There'll be none of that for me this year, not with my single status. But then again, it's not quite Christmas yet. It's only November, though it certainly feels festive as I look around the large marquee covered in twinkling lights and tinsel with a huge green tree in the corner. It's the night of my work Christmas party, and everyone here looks like they're in the mood for some seasonal songs. Too bad I'm feeling like Scrooge and just want to get this over with so I can go home. I only came because my colleagues talked me into it, telling me that I can't miss the party because it's all anyone will be talking about in the office next week, and I won't want to miss out on all the gossip. I couldn't care less about that gossip, but here I am anyway, standing in my red dress, wearing a silly little Santa hat our boss told us all to wear, and holding a glass of champagne that was handed to me at the entrance to this marquee. Merry Christmas. Come on, Fern, our table is over this way. I follow the call of Kath, my HR manager, as she leads me and the rest of our group over to one of the dozens of circular tables inside this huge tent. All the tables are covered in white linen cloths, on top of which shine several sparkling pieces of cutlery in front of perfectly polished wine glasses. There is also a bucket of white wine on each table and plenty more where that came from. It does all look very nice, and I'm sure the food will be delicious too when it's served. I might even enjoy myself by the time I hit the dance floor in the center of this marquee later, and have a little boogie to a famous Christmas song or two. But as I take my seat, I'm hardly feeling in the party spirit, still sad about recent events, capped off by my liaison with Phil, the dishy doctor who turned out to be a liar. Plenty of good-looking guys in here tonight, Kat says from her seat beside me, before nudging me gently with her elbow and giving me a wink. Who knows? Christmas might come early for you. I smile out of politeness, though I'm hardly thrilled at the fact that my singledom seems to be a topic of potential entertainment for my colleagues this evening. Maybe she's just trying to make me feel better about not having a man of my own. Or more likely, like everyone else I work with, she is just bored because she is married, and therefore wants to watch somebody else have some fun tonight because she can't. The thing is, she is right. There are some good-looking guys in here. I've noticed several of them in smart suits, wandering around to their own tables with champagne in one hand, a nice watch on their wrist, and an eager look on their faces, like they're up for a good evening. This is one of those corporate Christmas parties where the venue is shared by several businesses who have all paid to host their annual celebrations here. While we will all begin by sticking with our co-workers at our respective tables in this huge marquee, once the meal is over and the music kicks up a notch, we will all be free to mingle on the dance floor. I suppose it's a good idea to have companies mixing together, because sometimes Christmas parties can be a recipe for disaster. All it takes are two married colleagues to end up sharing a drunken snog, or a couple of rowdy guys having a punch-up after one too many beers, and it makes for a very awkward Monday morning back in the office when everyone has sobered up. At least this way, with so many strangers in the room, it reduces the odds of two coworkers getting entangled in some way. I certainly wouldn't want to steal a kiss with anybody I work with here. But what if I was to meet somebody who worked elsewhere? There wouldn't have to be any repercussions from that. I suppose we'll see what happens. The starters are placed in front of us, and I tuck into a lovely salmon dish that could have done with being slightly bigger, but at least I still have plenty of room for the main course. While waiting for that to be served, I look around at some of the other tables and the people sitting at them. I wonder where these people all work, I say to Kath as she takes another glug of her wine. I know she was the one who booked our place at this party, so I'm assuming she might have some idea of who else is here tonight, too. Oh, there are all sorts of businesses, she replies while reaching for the open bottle of wine in the middle of the table. Salespeople, accountants, tax advisors. I imagine those tables aren't particularly exciting, so let's try not to mingle with them. Kath laughs at her own joke, and I laugh too, which tells me my own wine is starting to kick in and I'm relaxing a little. I think there are a few teachers from one of the local schools, Kath goes on. Oh, and some doctors as well. I pause when I hear the D word, still scarred from my brief fling with Phil, while remembering the stranger on the street who sent me down the path of looking for a doctor in the first place. I don't like the idea of being around any doctors again anytime soon, which is why I haven't made another appointment anywhere to discuss my poor sleep and mental health issues lately. I guess I'll just have to hope I don't bump into any doctors on the dance floor. If I do, I'm liable to wipe the smug grin off their face and tell them that they're not as impressive as they think they are. The main course comes and goes, and it's just as tasty as what was served up before it. I opted for the turkey dinner, a familiar festive feast, and it was good, though not quite as good as the turkey dinner my mom will cook on Christmas Day itself. Feeling full, I politely decline dessert and decide to have a break from the table, getting up to stretch my legs and find the restrooms in this huge place. As I walk around, I pass some of the other tables and hear lots of excitable chatter amongst the songs playing in the background. Everyone seems to be having a good time, and I notice several people venturing onto the dance floor, clearly ready to kick this party up a gear or two. I imagine I'll be on the dance floor soon enough. But I visit the ladies' room before that because I have had rather a lot of wine with my meal. On the way back to my table, I see Kath and a couple of colleagues have indeed found themselves a spot on the increasingly busy dance floor, so I wander over to join them. Before I can get there, I freeze. That's because I see somebody I recognize, a man I didn't wish to see again, as I discovered he was already taken. I can see he is with her now, his wife, the woman sitting beside him, and the woman I recognize from the photo I saw when I was snooping in his wallet in that hotel room. Phil is here, as is the woman he cheated on when he fell into bed with me. I guess Kath was right. There are doctors here this evening. And I've just seen the last one I wanted to meet.
Chapter 15. Drew.
I wish I could relax as easily as Phil does. I'm sitting beside my fellow doctor and listening to him laughing and joking about something with his wife, Claire. He's had a lot to drink tonight, as well as a lot to eat, and he looks like he's loving life. Not bad for a man who has extramarital affairs and somehow keeps them all covered up. As for me, while I've not had any affairs, I did have a brush with a blackmailer. Though it's been a couple of weeks since I told Jimmy that I wasn't going to give him any money, I'm still worrying about it now. I haven't heard anything from Jimmy since, and I'm hoping he's just moved on to a new target. But what if he hasn't? What if he's still out there plotting his revenge? That's the reason I can't relax like Phil and just get into the Christmas spirit as effortlessly as he does. There's another reason I'm feeling a little blue this evening. It's because things with Rose have not been great ever since I floated the idea of postponing the wedding. She took it worse than I thought she would. And even though I have since gone back on the idea and told her that we should proceed as originally planned, she has now got it into her head that I don't want to marry her and that I don't really love her. We've been arguing a lot since, constantly bickering over silly things, before she inevitably raises the point of the wedding postponement and how it is proof that I am not fully committed to our relationship. Things got so bad last night that I almost had to go and stay in a hotel because it felt like we couldn't be under the same roof as one another. In the end, I settled for the spare bedroom, but things weren't any better this morning, which is why the seat to my right is now unoccupied. Rose should have been here with me, just like Phil's partner is here with him, but she told me she wasn't going to come, as she wasn't in the mood to play happy couples when we clearly weren't happy. What a mess. I'm feeling lonely, and as Claire excuses herself from the table, Phil leans in and smiles. Look at the dance floor. Some real beauties over there. Classic Phil. No sooner has his wife turned her back than he is ogling the nearest available women. I follow his gaze and see the crowded dance floor and watch all the people who seem to be having such a good time. You should go and join them, Phil tells me. It might cheer you up. I'm fine. No, you're not. You've hardly said 2 words all evening. You're thinking about Rose, aren't you? Did you two have an argument? No, she just wasn't feeling well, like I said. That was the lie I fed Phil and Claire to excuse my fiancé's absence, but he's obviously seen it for what it is. Go and have an innocent flirt with a few women, he suggests. It'll make you feel better. Besides, you're not missing much here. Unless you want to sit with me and Claire all night, and that can't be fun for you. I decide to leave the table, if only so I don't have to think about how bad it is that Phil is acting like the loving partner to his poor wife, who is a lovely woman who clearly has absolutely no idea what her husband gets up to behind her back. Every time I see that poor woman, a big part of me wants to just tell her the truth about her partner. I almost feel like it would be doing him a favor, too. He'd be free to be himself then, instead of living this lie. The lie I'm forced to go along with. I walk over and get myself a beer from the bar before standing on the periphery of the dance floor, not feeling like I want to immerse myself in the crowd of moving bodies, happy to simply linger back and watch from here. It's obvious that some people are very drunk and are going to be embarrassed when they show up at their workplaces on Monday and are told about all the things they did on this dance floor. But for now, everyone is free to relax and all of them seem happy.
Except one woman. I see also standing on the edge of the dance floor. Unlike those around her, she isn't laughing or smiling or throwing her arms in the air to the next song. She looks angry. And she seems to be staring at somebody. I feel like I vaguely recognize her from somewhere. But I can't place her. It's only when I realize who she is staring at that it comes to me. She's staring at Phil. I realize then that she is the woman I saw in our waiting room that day he told me he was meeting an attractive patient. Which means she's the woman he slept with that night. It dawns on me that it could be a disaster. If this woman was to confront Phil here, right in front of his wife, at this party. So I feel like I need to intervene somehow. But what can I do? What can I say? Maybe it would be better to not get involved. Maybe this is the day when the truth about Phil's lies comes to light. I could even hop in a taxi and go home. It could be the thought of my angry fiancé waiting for me there that puts me off that idea. Or maybe I am just too much of a good friend to Phil and don't want to see his marriage get wrecked, no matter how much he might actually deserve it. Either way, I choose not to leave. Instead, I keep watching the woman. But then she notices, and now she's looking right at me. Oh God, I must look like such a creep, standing here just staring at her. I expect she will frown and then look away, either back at Phil or back to her friends. But she doesn't do that. Instead, she does something that gives me a fluttering feeling inside. She smiles at me. I smile back, if only because I'm glad she doesn't think I'm some weirdo. And then I realize this might be a good way to prevent her from approaching Phil. I take a couple of glasses of champagne from the tray of a passing waiter and then approach the woman before offering her a glass. "Thank you," she says as she accepts it. "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas to you too," I reply, and then we clink glasses. As we do, I glance over her shoulder and see Phil, my oblivious doctor pal, who is chatting away with his wife with seemingly no idea that his last fling is so close. I imagine he would choke on his own champagne if he looked over here and saw her, but for now he's none the wiser. I aim to keep it that way, so I better come up with some interesting conversation before this woman gets bored and turns her attentions back to him. "Are you having a good night?" I ask, which immediately feels like a lame pickup line, horrifying me for two reasons. One, it's not a very interesting conversation starter, and two, I am most certainly not trying to pick this woman up. I am a taken man, so I'd hate for her to get the wrong idea. "I was until I saw somebody I don't like," she replies. I already know who she is referring to, not that she knows. "Oh, that's a shame. Well, try not to let it ruin your enjoyment of this party. Whatever they have done, I'm sure it's not that bad. Besides, Christmas is a time for forgiveness, right?" I laugh nervously, but the woman doesn't laugh. She looks curious.
Which company are you here with? She inquires then. I'm a doctor, I reply, not thinking an answer like that is anything special, but no sooner have I said it than this woman is frowning again. A doctor, she repeats. That's right. Are you here with him? She asks me before pointing to Phil, and the act of her raising her arm must draw my friend's attention, as Phil glances over and sees who I am talking to. When he does, his face hangs in horror before he quickly gestures to me to keep this woman away from him. Poor Claire beside him has not seen this interaction, but she might notice something is wrong in a few seconds, so I quickly start talking. Yes, I know him, and yes, I have a feeling I know why you are mad at him, I tell her, but please don't ruin his marriage, not here, not tonight. Give me one good reason not to, she tells me, and I know I better think of something fast. Because I promise, I can prove to you that not all doctors are bad, I reply, without any real idea of how I'm actually going to do that. The woman hesitates. I guess I'm going to have to try and keep that promise. Chapter 16. Fern. So doctors aren't all bad, I say, only repeating what the man in front of me just said. Do you mean you're not all lying, cheating cowards who pretend to care but actually don't? He looks at me as the music plays loudly, and dozens of people dance around us, and I've certainly given him a challenge to respond to all of that. Every doctor is different, just like every person is different, he replies, appearing unflappable in the face of my personal attack on his profession. Okay, so tell me how you're different, I command, emboldened by the champagne and the fact that this man has seemingly prevented me from breaking up a couple's marriage tonight. Phil might not have treated you well, he begins, before I interrupt him. Or treated his wife well. Or his wife, he concedes. But please don't tar us all with the same brush. You'll need a doctor at some point in your life. Several times, probably. So whether you like it or not, you have to be nice to us. Annoyingly, I can't really argue with that. Damn the human body and its habit of eventually failing on us all. What's your name? He asks me then. I'm Fern. I'm Drew. It's nice to meet you. He extends his hand, and as I shake it, I notice Kath and a few of my other colleagues looking my way and nudging each other. They seem to be getting excited that I'm talking to a guy, and they're probably hoping that it leads somewhere. Maybe I am too. Drew is good-looking, not to mention polite. But I only have to remember how Phil was exactly the same with me before he turned out to be a total waste of space. So I'll keep my guard up for now. I'm guessing your wife is at home tonight, I say then, rolling my eyes. That's why you're talking to me now. I'm not married, Drew replies. But it's difficult to know whether or not that's true. He could have simply slipped his ring off and hidden it in his suit jacket like his friend did. I'd love to check in his pocket, just like I'd love to open his wallet and see if there is a photo of him with some poor, naive woman, too. But I obviously can't do that. I'm not sneaking around a quiet hotel room now. I'm standing on a busy dance floor, with Mariah Carey blaring out from the speakers. I'm guessing you're single, Drew deduces. That's why you were interested in Phil. Yeah, and look at him now, all cozied up with his wife, right in front of my eyes. I look his way and see that he is watching us. He's seen me and he recognizes me, and it gives me a thrill to notice him squirm. He must be wondering what's going on over here, why I'm talking to Drew, what I might be plotting. He must be fearing the worst. I really hope he is. His wife, Claire, is a good woman, Drew tells me. Don't break her heart and embarrass her in front of all these people. So, you're protecting her rather than him? I ask, not buying it. I'm trying to protect everyone. Him, her, and you. It might not be the easiest place to read somebody, a place as overstimulating as a dance floor at a Christmas party, but I feel like that was a genuine comment. Why would you want to protect me? I ask, curious. You don't know me. No, I don't. But I'm sure you deserve better than becoming the talk of this party if you cause a scene. No need to get everyone gossiping, especially the people you work with. Don't let it ruin your night. Try and have fun. You might meet somebody else. What if I already have? I say, a little flirtatiously. But what good is cheap champagne if it can't be used for comments like that? For the first time, Drew looks a little flustered. Is he embarrassed? Did I say the wrong thing? Or is he just a little shy? If it's the latter, I find it endearing, so it's not to put me off. It's really loud here by the speakers, I say. Plus, all my coworkers are gawking at me. How about we go and get a drink over by the bar, where it's quieter? I am hoping my suggestion will be met with a positive response, but Drew looks unsure. Now I'm thinking it's not shyness, but a simple lack of interest in taking this interaction any further than it's already gone. I guess he did just talk to me to stop me from ruining his friend's marriage. I don't know. I should probably get back to my table, he says, which makes me laugh. Why? So you can be the third wheel with Phil and his wife? Why not have fun with me? Don't you want to get back to your friends? He asks then, looking for another way out. If you don't like me, just say so. I won't be offended. I'll go and sit in the corner and cry into my champagne. Drew stares at me for a few seconds, and he hasn't realized that I'm joking. I'm kidding. Don't worry about it, I say cheerfully, which I'm hoping is doing the job of disguising how disappointed I actually am. Okay, let's have one drink. Drew concedes. Are you saying yes out of pity now? I ask, to which Drew vigorously shakes his head. No, not at all. He seems genuine when he says this. I'm kidding again, I reply, chuckling. You're really easy to fool. I'm liking this guy more and more by the minute, but as we leave the dance floor and head to the bar, I'm telling myself not to get carried away and make all the same kind of mistakes I've made with men in the past. Beware of the doctor, I silently say, and I only have to look over at Phil to remind myself of that. We reach the bar, and I show the stamp on my wrist that entitles me to free drinks here before I get Drew a beer. I go for a red wine, which feels slightly classier than what I've been drinking so far, which is another subtle sign that I like this guy and want to impress him. Drew is still being very coy, which, weirdly, is making me like him even more. He's not fawning over me, getting too close too soon, asking for my number, or suggesting a hotel room hookup. Unlike Phil, he might actually be a gentleman. So, doctor, tell me something about yourself, I say, intrigued as to what he might come up with. He could try and impress me with a story about how he helped a particular patient once, or how he likes to holiday in expensive places, or he might even tell me about how one day he's going to be the chief medical officer at the biggest hospital in the country. Or maybe he'll just try and tell me a cheesy joke designed to make me laugh and like him even more. Whatever he might do, I expect him to at least continue to make an effort with me. I just want to apologize on behalf of my friend, he says. I'm sorry? Phil. He's not a bad guy. He's just like every other guy in the world. I feel bad for interrupting Drew, but I couldn't resist saying it. We're not all the same, he replies, which sounds similar to what he said to me earlier when he was talking about how not all doctors are bad. The thing is, he didn't give me much evidence to back that up, and he still hasn't. Give me an example of that, I say, testing him. Drew pauses for a moment before seemingly coming up with something. When we first met over by the dance floor, I told you I wasn't married. He begins. You were lying? No, it is true, but I am engaged to be married. My fiancée was supposed to be here tonight, but she decided not to come, which is why I was standing by myself over there. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed that this man is taken, but I am intrigued as to why he has felt the need to confess that he was. Even more so that he mentioned his partner chose not to attend this evening. Why are you telling me this? I ask him. Because you wanted me to prove to you that we're not all the same, he tells me. So this is hopefully me proving it. I'm not just some guy trying to pick up some woman at a Christmas party. I tell the truth, and yes, while some men lie, not every man does. I've been honest with you. So there you go. Does that prove it? As I stare at Drew while several people in Santa hats go rushing past us on their way to the dance floor, I realize what he has just said does prove something. I like this guy. I like him a lot. The problem is, he's told me he is taken. Why did your fiancé decide not to come? I ask. We might have had an argument. Might have? I say with a wry smile. Okay, we had an argument. Drew replies. What about? It doesn't matter. But have I proven to you now that not all doctors are the same? He has proven it. He's helped me avoid making the same mistake I made with his friend, Phil. That should be a good thing. Instead, it feels bad. That's because it doesn't actually change how attracted I feel to him. I glance over then at Phil and his wife, still seated at their table. They're both laughing. They've got what they want. When is it time for me to get what I want? I'd never normally consider cheating, but if I pursue Drew now, I'll be going into it with my eyes fully open. I know he's taken, but playing by the rules has got me nowhere so far in life. So maybe this is the moment I change that. I have no idea if Drew would be interested in me, although it does sound like not all is perfect with his current partner. So what if she's his fiancée? He hasn't got her down the aisle yet. Does that still make him fair game? Yeah, you've proven to me that not all you doctors are the same, I say with a smile. But in that moment, I wish that they were. I still like him, and I still want him. The question is, how can I have him? Chapter 17. Drew. The music is loud in here, as are all the people around us. But I know Fern heard what I said about me having a partner. I know she heard it because her expression changed when I said it. She looks disappointed, and that was not my intention. I was simply trying to show her that not all men, and especially not all doctors, are liars and cheats. I thought I would do that by letting her know that I am engaged, rather than flirting with her for the entire evening and allowing her to think that I was acting like a single man. I guess I hoped telling her the truth would make her smile, relax around me, and then we could just share a drink without the risk of any sexual tension arising between us. I also thought it might de-escalate her feelings towards Phil, who is still very much in the room with us, as is his wife, and therefore potentially still in Fern's firing line if she decides she still wants to confront him. Now I'm not sure any of that has worked as I planned it. Fern doesn't look angry, which is a good thing. She does look sad, which can't be a good thing, especially not at a Christmas party where this is supposed to be nothing but festive cheer. Are you okay? I ask her, after she has failed to reply to me, and that seems to snap her out of the trance she fell into a few seconds ago. Thank you for telling me, is all she says. I think I should go back to my friends now. It was nice meeting you. I watch as Fern walks away from me, leaving me by the bar. The same bar she led me over to when she suggested we get a drink. She's clearly lost interest in that idea. I guess because she knows it can't lead anywhere. But I was only doing what she tested me to do. I was being honest. I keep watching her, expecting to see her walk back to the dance floor and start talking to a few people over there who must be her work colleagues. But she doesn't do that. Instead, she heads for the exit, and a moment later, she leaves the marquee. Is she going home? Or is she just getting some fresh air? I don't know, and I suppose I could follow her to check if she's all right, but that seems unnecessary. I barely know her. And besides, I haven't mistreated her in any way. I'm sure she's fine. Even if she's not, she isn't my responsibility. I think about Rose then, and take out my phone to see if she has texted me. She hasn't, but that doesn't stop me sending her a message, and I tell her that I wish she was here. But it's not nice to see she hasn't made an attempt to reconcile with me. And thinking of her temper again makes me think I shouldn't keep ignoring a red flag. What if we get married and the arguing only gets worse? What if she talks down to me more often? What if I end up regretting making her my wife? I grab another drink then, the one I was supposed to share with Fern, before returning to my table, where I see Phil and Claire. But they don't look like they'll be here for long. Everything okay? I ask Phil when I notice he is putting on his suit jacket and seemingly preparing to leave. When he sees me, he looks pale, and somehow I don't think it has anything to do with how much he might have drunk or anything dodgy he might have eaten at tonight's meal. I bet it's because he's still spooked from seeing his mistress in the same room as his wife. And I feel that way even more when I notice his eyes looking past me and scanning the room for any sign of her. Yeah, all good. We're just going to head home, Phil says. We're both feeling pretty tired. Excuse me, you're the one who is tired, Claire corrects her husband. I'm happy to stay and party, but I guess somebody is getting a little too old for that. She pats her man on the back teasingly. And it's now even more obvious that it is Phil's idea to leave this party early. But who can blame him? He knows he'd be playing with fire by hanging around here any longer, when there's a ticking time bomb in the room. Who was that lovely lady you were talking to over by the dance floor? Claire asks me then, and I assume she must be talking about my interaction with Fern. It's a question that causes Phil to turn an even paler shade of white. Oh, I say, unsure if I should even dare say her name in case it causes Phil to break out into some kind of rash or have a panic attack. Just somebody I got talking to about the party. I don't know her. You looked like you were getting on well, Claire replies. Don't forget that you have a beautiful fiancé waiting for you at home, mister. Claire winks at me, and I realize she is only jesting with me, albeit in the way that she is simultaneously looking out for her absent friend, too. Come on, let's go, Phil says to her then, clearly having heard enough. Have a good night, Drew. Don't drink too much, he says to me before I give Claire a hug. Then Phil gives me a handshake. But just before he lets go, he pulls me in a little closer and says something to me that his wife won't be able to hear over the loud music. Thanks a lot for keeping her away from me, mate. I owe you one. From his words and the look in his eyes, I know that my friend is eternally grateful for what I have done for him this evening. He should be, because I literally helped save his marriage. Whether he deserved such a positive result or not is the question. But as he walks away hand in hand with his wife, he has certainly dodged a bullet that could have ripped through his entire life. Maybe he will have learned his lesson now and will stop his cheating ways. Then I realize he might be about to walk right back into that bullet. Having seen Fern leave via the exit only a few moments ago, the same exit that Phil and Claire are leaving via now, I suddenly worry that she might still be lingering outside. And if she sees the happy couple on their way out, she still might say something. I decide to follow, just to make sure that the doctor and his wife leave without any drama. And as I step outside behind them, I am relieved to see that they are still leaving without any fuss. I can't see Fern out here, so she must have already left. Good news for Phil. And for me, I suppose. But not particularly good news for her, because nobody leaves a Christmas party early unless they aren't having a good time. I feel sorry for Fern, wherever she is now, but I also have enough other problems on my plate. I watch as Phil and Claire get into the back of a taxi, and once they're definitely gone, I feel like I can return to the party again. Before I do, I check my phone to see if Rose has replied. Still nothing from her, which tells me everything I need to know about how she feels towards me at present. But there is a message from someone else. Have you decided what you're going to do yet? I know it's from Jimmy. He has my number because I messaged him when I told him I was ready to hand over the money, a fact I went back on when he came to collect it. So much for hoping that he would just vanish back under whatever rock he crawled out from. He's clearly not ready to give up yet, which is a huge problem, because I'm still not ready to give him what he wants, and I don't think I will ever be. Perhaps it's all the alcohol in my system that I've consumed tonight. Or maybe it's just the fact that I already put out one potential fire between Phil and Fern and feel like I can do it again. Whatever it is, I replied to Jimmy in a confident tone. Come to my workplace tomorrow once it's closed, and I will see you there. Let's sort this out once and for all. As I hit send, I expect Jimmy will believe he is finally going to get the money he has repeatedly been asking for. Except I'm not planning to do that at all. I do mean what I said in my message, though. I am going to finish this, once and for all. Chapter 18. Fern. Dreamy doctors. Or deceitful doctors. Which one is worse? I would have thought the answer to that one would have been easy, but now I'm not so sure. Not after meeting Drew, the man I can't stop thinking about. He wasn't deceitful. He was nothing but truthful. Weirdly, that only makes it worse. I chose to walk away from him, simply because I couldn't decide what to do about the feelings I had for him. I know it would have been wrong for me to try and make a move on him when I know of his fiancé's existence, but I can't help liking him all the same. That's why he's still very much on my mind. I'm at home, lying on my bed, still dressed in the clothes I wore to tonight's Christmas party, but I don't feel like changing. I don't feel like doing much of anything, unless it involves finding out more about him. I'm fighting the urge to go online and try and learn more about Drew. Social media is handy for that. I'm sure I could potentially find details about him on the website of the doctor's surgery where he works too. It might seem stalkerish, but why have things like that on the internet if people aren't supposed to look at them? So far, I have resisted the urge to do some snooping, but it feels like I'm fighting a losing battle. Damn it, I can't get Drew off my mind. Maybe I'll forget about him by the morning, when I've slept and sobered up. Or perhaps I'll be thinking about him even more when I wake. I let out a heavy sigh, the kind that comes from a place of deep frustration mixed in with a lot of self-pity, as if I'm still wondering why the stars can't align and something good can happen to me for the first time in a long time. As I do that, I think about my decision to leave the party. After Drew told me he had a fiancé, I excused myself and went outside the marquee to get some fresh air. I was planning to go back inside, simply to rejoin my colleagues and try and have some fun, but while standing out there in the shadows of the large tent, I saw Phil leaving the party with his wife. The two of them were heading for the nearest waiting taxi, and, for a split second, I was about to call out to Phil and ruin things for him. It felt unnecessary, but I was feeling angry, and as most people know, an unhappy person tries to make others feel unhappy too. But just before I could alert Phil, and more importantly his wife, to my presence, I saw Drew coming out of the marquee behind them. I stayed silent as I watched him watch the couple get into the taxi and leave, meaning I'd missed my chance to confront Phil over our affair. I wondered then if Drew had come outside to make sure that I wasn't still out here and threatening to cause a scene. And maybe he did, but he didn't see me from where he was standing. I could see him, though, and I kept watching him. I almost called out to him, but felt it wasn't worth the effort. What good could come of it? So I was willing to let him return to the party. Then I saw him looking at his phone, and he seemed unhappy with what he saw there. I don't know if somebody had messaged him, his fiancée perhaps, or maybe somebody else. I don't know. I don't have any right to know either. It was a private message, and once he had seemingly replied to it, he went back into the marquee. After that, I chose to get in the taxi of my own, and here I am now, home alone when I could still be in that marquee trying to have fun. I wish now I'd called out to Drew and spoken to him one more time. More than that, I wish I'd never tested him and made him tell me that he had a fiancée. Did I really need to know? Damn him for being different to Phil. Now I like him even more. Rolling over on the bed, I reach out for my laptop that is charging on the floor before opening it up and deciding to get online. I hear my phone bleep and see that I have a message from Kath asking me where I am and if I have left the party with that handsome guy I was talking to. I decide not to reply right now, though I will do soon, because I don't want her worrying about me. But I also quite like the idea that she and the rest of my workmates might be gossiping about me, under the illusion that I am somewhere else having a lot of fun, rather than the reality, which is that I'm by myself already in bed. I type in the name of the doctor's surgery where I met Phil, aware that Drew works there too, and in seconds I'm on the About Us page. I see Phil's photo and brief bio first, but I quickly scroll down past him until I get to the other doctor who works with him. Drew Devlin. I like the sound of that name. Alliteration always rolls off the tongue. I see his photo next. He's smiling, in a shirt and tie, looking very smart, professional, a real keeper. I need to stop doing this. What is the point of me looking at him? He's taken. Despite that knowledge, I read his bio, the one that tells me where he obtained his medical degree and further qualifications that now entitle him to practice medicine for a living. He must be so smart to have passed all those exams, and his head must be full of an incredible amount of knowledge that he has to use on a daily basis with his patients. I'm in awe of that, because I know I wouldn't be capable of learning and retaining all that information. That's why he's the one with the fancy job and I'm the one without it. I wonder what his fiancée does. Stop it, Fern. Just close the laptop and go to sleep. I don't do that. Instead, I find myself on Facebook, typing Drew's full name into the little search bar at the top until I find the profile that matches his photo. Then I see her, the smiling woman by his side, the woman he must be preparing to marry. She looks attractive. Why wouldn't she be? A doctor like Drew wouldn't get with just anyone, would he? He'd pick the best of the available women who were interested in him, and there must have been a lot of them. I look at a few more photos of Drew, most of them smiling ones he has taken either in nice restaurants, parks, or on holidays, before I decide to have a closer look at the woman in his life. She is tagged in some of these photos, so it's easy to do, and I see her name is Rose. What a pretty name. I bet Drew liked that when she told him. But I feel like I have a pretty name, too. Too bad she got there first. What am I doing? I realize how silly this is when I notice the time in the corner of my laptop screen and see that it is way later than I thought it was. How long have I been snooping at Drew and Rose's profiles? Way too long is the answer, so I decide that enough is enough and close the browser tabs and then close my laptop. I put it on the floor before remembering that I need to reply to Kat's text and let her know that I'm okay, so I tell her that I'm home, I'm fine, and will tell her the story when I see her at work next time. That way she can keep thinking that I might have had a fun night rather than the rather pathetic one I've actually had. When it comes time to tell the story, I'll obviously omit the part where I came home early and spent ages stalking two people online. I'll just say that I flirted with that guy for a while and it was fun, but it ultimately didn't lead anywhere and I was okay with that. A lie. I'm not okay. I wish I was. More specifically, I wish I was Rose. I bet her life is amazing. just like that woman I bumped into on the street. They found good doctors, while I found a bad one, and look at how different things are for us all because of that. Enough now, Fern. Time to go to sleep and forget all about Drew. Forget all about doctors altogether, ideally. But it's only when I start dreaming that my mind makes it clear that it's easier said than done. That's because in my dream,
I'm in need of help, and only one person is coming to offer it. It's Drew.
Chapter 19. Drew. Fuzzy head, dry throat, bleary eyes. I don't need to be a doctor to know I am suffering from the effects of a hangover after last night's Christmas party. I also don't need to be a doctor to know that I have no one to blame but myself for overindulging on the free drinks. But I do have to be a doctor to get paid today. I'm due at work very soon, and I'm not even dressed yet. So I haul myself out of bed and make a start on getting ready. I slept in the spare bedroom last night, and I wish I could just say it was because I was being considerate to my partner and not wanting to wake her up when I came in late after the party. But it's not just that. The other reason I slept in here is because Rose made it clear before I left for the party that she was still mad at me and, therefore, didn't want me in our shared bed. Now I'm creeping towards our bedroom in the hopes that when I see my fiancé, she might be in a better mood. The door is closed, so I knock gently before opening it and looking in. The room is dark as the curtains are closed, so I suspect Rose is still asleep. I just need to sneak in and grab my work clothes from the wardrobe, and then I can be on my way again. So I tiptoe further into the room. It seems silly to be creeping around my own bedroom, like I'm trespassing and shouldn't be here. But I suppose that's what happens when a couple have said a few cross words. I'm more than ready for us to make up, but maybe I'll have to wait a little longer for that to happen. I won't wake her now, as that will hardly help my cause. So I grab what I need to and turn back for the door. Then I manage to accidentally go and stand on the one squeaky floorboard in this room. I hear movement in the bed behind me and fear I have woken Rose. And when I turn around, I see her stirring. She opens her eyes and sees me loitering at the end of the bed, and all I can do is offer a sorry expression. "Hey," I whisper, not wanting to startle her any more than I already have. "Sorry, I was just getting my things for work. I'm leaving now." "Wait," Rose says, and I do as I'm told, hopeful that this might be a promising development. "I think we need to talk when you're home tonight." "Okay, we can do that. Great," I say, smiling because it feels like that would help us on our way to reconciling. But Rose doesn't smile. "We need to talk about why you don't want to marry me." That's obviously not a good development. "What? Of course I want to marry you. Don't start all this again," I plead. But I already know it's going to be tough, which is why I decide to give Rose some better news. I take a seat on the edge of the bed before I do that. "I'm sorry about suggesting that we postpone the wedding, and I've been thinking about it. I think we should do the opposite. We should bring it forward." "Are you serious?" Rose asks, hope in her eyes. "Absolutely. I can't wait to get married to you, so why wait? Let's do it as soon as we can." The fact there are still a few seeds of doubt circling inside me over her mood swings and stroppiness seems to have been put to the side for the moment, perhaps because that's just the easier option in the short term. "I'd like that," Rose cries as she throws her arms around me, and it's a huge relief to be back on happier terms again. "We have so much to plan, though, so we need to start tonight, as soon as you're home." "Let's do that," I say confidently, before I realize it might not be that simple. "Actually, sorry, I just remembered. I need to work late tonight. I'm not sure what time I will be back, but hopefully not too late." Rose looks disappointed, but nowhere near as disappointed as when I put a halt to the wedding plans, so she can handle this minor setback much easier. "Okay. Have a good day and keep me updated," she says before we kiss. I leave her in bed and head into the bathroom to get washed, my head still foggy from my hangover, but my mood lifted greatly from the first positive interaction with Rose in a while. I'm also anxious, though, because while I told Rose I was working late tonight, that was technically a lie. I won't be working at all, or at least not in my capacity as a doctor. Instead, I'll be doing my best to cover my tracks with Jimmy and remove him from the picture once and for all. He's coming to meet me at my office after closing hours, and it is then that I will tell him to leave me alone for good, hopefully bringing an end to his attempts to blackmail me. The way I plan to do that is to be extremely firm with him, although I will have a backup option, just in case things aren't going the way I want them to and I need some extra help. I've enlisted my friend Greg to be there with me, although he'll initially be hiding out of sight and will only reveal himself if things are taking a turn for the worse. I haven't told Greg exactly what the situation is with Jimmy, just that I have a patient who has been harassing me and I want to put a stop to it. Of course, being a police officer, Greg told me to speak to the police and handle this through the proper channels, but I told him that I wanted to give this patient one more chance to leave me alone and hoped it could be resolved without the need for the police to get involved. It's a gamble, but bullies usually back down when stood up to, so between me and Greg, I'm sure we can spook Jimmy enough into never wanting to see me again. I finish getting ready and leave the bathroom, and I hear Rose's soft snores coming from the bed, which makes me smile. She's at peace, which means she must be feeling happy. Sleeping soundly is a good sign that a person is content, so I know she's much happier now I've demonstrated to her that I can't wait for us to marry. All I need to do now is remove Jimmy from the picture. Although, as I leave the house and get into my car, there is an unsettled feeling in my stomach. It's a feeling that I can't just put down to being nauseous from last night's drinks, or hunger due to not having eaten any breakfast yet this morning. No, it's the unsettled feeling of nervousness, the well-known butterflies that come when there is a potential risk ahead. It's the body's way of demonstrating its fight or flight response, and I have clearly chosen to fight Jimmy rather than run from him. Whether or not that is the right decision remains to be seen. But as I start the engine and drive away from my house, I'm conflicted about how I should be feeling. On one hand, I should be extremely excited and optimistic for the future, given that I have a beautiful fiancé and a wedding to plan. On the other hand, I am aware that if Jimmy doesn't react well to my demands for him to leave me alone, I could not just lose my career, but potentially everything, including my fiancé, the wedding, and even the house I am leaving, if I can't pay the mortgage on it after being barred from practicing as a doctor. Despite my misgivings about my career at certain times, the very close prospect of losing it has made me see how much I still value what I do. It's who I am. It's my identity. I'm Dr. Drew. I don't think I can go back to just being Drew without the title in front of my name. By the end of today, I'll have a better idea about how the rest of my life is going to play out. I hope it's a life still worth living. Chapter 20. Fern. So, what happened last night then? The questions begin as soon as I enter my workplace and see Kath, my curious colleague, who has been impatiently waiting for me to arrive at the office so she can get the gossip after I disappeared from the party so early. Not much, I reply casually, though that's never going to alleviate her insatiable need for stories.
Come on, I want to hear all about you and that handsome man you were talking to, Kath goes on, prying as she leans across my desk. The man you mysteriously vanished with while the party was still in full swing. There isn't much to hear. We just talked. Just talked. So why did you leave? You had to do the rest of your talking somewhere more private, perhaps. Now Kath is winking at me. I know she means well and is hopeful that I might be about to have some luck in my love life, but this is the last thing I need after what really happened. But how can I tell her the sad truth? The one about Drew already being taken. So I just went home by myself. stalked him and his fiancée online for far too long, and then fell asleep before I dreamt about that dishy doctor until I woke up and realised I was still alone. If I was to tell Kath that, she'd probably stop smiling and start crying. I was tired, so I went home early. Sorry, I should have said goodbye, but I had a bit of a headache too, so I just left. That's the best answer I can give her. But Kath buys it, and now she stops seeking some sordid story and looks sympathetic. Oh, so nothing happened between you? She asks me, and I shake my head. I'm sorry, I just assumed. Nothing happened, I confirm, hoping I'll be left alone to get on with my work now. That's a shame. You two did seem like you were getting on well, and he was ever so good looking. He would have made a fine catch. Yeah, too bad, I reply quietly, and mercifully, Kath leaves it there. I try to focus on the task at hand over the next few hours,
typing away on my keyboard and fulfilling several monotonous tasks. But Drew keeps flitting into my thoughts, flashing through my memory as regularly as the cursor is blinking on my computer screen. That's why I need to get away from my desk at lunchtime and get outside for some fresh air. I leave the office and walk towards the busy street filled with cafes, shops, and restaurants. Not that I'm planning on frequenting any of them. I'm trying to save money so there will be no dining out for lunch, nor will there be any browsing in any of these stores and treating myself to something off the shelf. That kind of weekday frivolity is reserved for those in society who are flush with finances and freedom, two things that are distinctly lacking in my life. I'm wandering along a busy street, a lonely soul amongst a sea of shoppers, when I see her, the woman I bumped into, the one who invited me for a coffee and told me that I should find myself a doctor. She's just come out of an expensive-looking clothes store, armed with several bags that look full to the brim with fresh purchases, and she is walking with the same relaxed and confident gait she walked with when I last saw her. She hasn't seen me, and she might not even recognize me if she did, but now that I have noticed her, I find myself following her. After a few moments, I realize that is not enough, and as I catch up with her, I tap her on the shoulder to get her attention. "Are you okay?" she asks, and I was right. She doesn't recognize me, but she might if I jog her memory. "Hi, it's me, remember? We bumped into each other a while ago, and you told me to find myself a doctor?" The woman thinks for a second before she smiles. "Ah, yes, of course. How are you doing?" "Not great," I reply honestly. "I followed your advice, and now I feel even worse." Maybe that's a little harsh, but I'm only being honest. "Excuse me?" "I did what you said. I went looking for a doctor, and I found one. I thought he was great.
He took me out for drinks, and then we went back to a hotel. It was only afterwards that I discovered he was married, which meant I just felt totally used by him." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that," she replies. "You don't deserve to be used." "Then I found myself another doctor, and he was much better," I go on. "Until I found out he has a fiancée. Now I can't stop thinking about him, but I can never have him, so it's all a waste of time." I imagine I must sound pretty pathetic to this woman, to have stopped her on the street and poured out my emotions to her. But I guess I blame her for everything that has happened between myself, Phil, and Drew. If I'm honest, I feel even worse about the second doctor than the first one, because at least the first one was a lying, cheating pig, so it's easy to move on from him. I continue. But the second doctor, the one I met last night at the party, I can't forget about him because he was everything you promised. A kind, caring doctor who could have looked after me and given me everything I ever wanted. If only he wasn't getting married. If I didn't sound pathetic before, I must certainly sound it now, and I wait to get confirmation on that. In fact, I'm fully expecting a very public dressing down by this woman, who is confident and no doubt not at all shy in making her thoughts clear. But that's not what happens. She doesn't look annoyed at me, or ruffled, or unsure. She still seems in control. "You talk like him getting married is a major problem for you," she says, and I frown. "Well, of course it is. If he's not single, I can't try and be with him, can I?" "Why not?" I pause because this conversation isn't going the way I would expect it to. If I was speaking with Kath, or another friend, or my parents, then they would say it's a shame that the man I like is taken, but it's not meant to be, and the right man for me is still out there. But here's this woman apparently telling me something else.
"I don't know what you mean," I reply.
"Look, I'll let you in on a little secret," she says. "My husband, the rich, caring doctor, was taken when I first met him. In fact, he was even more taken than your one is, because he was actually married." I stare at her as if I'm still not getting it, so she carries on. "My point is, I didn't let that stop me," she says. "I didn't just give up on him because there was another woman involved. Why should I? If I felt like I was a better match for him, then it was up to me to prove it." I suddenly realize what she means. She's telling me to forget about Drew's fiancé and just go for him myself if that's what I want. As if it's as easy as that. Maybe it was for her, but I'm not her. I felt sick knowing Phil had duped me into sleeping with him when he was married. I'm not capable of wrecking another woman's relationship. Right? "Look, you're clearly a very beautiful and intelligent woman," she goes on, flattering me, though I have a feeling it's going to come with a downside, and sure enough, it does. "But you're not using those traits to your advantage. You're letting life happen to you, rather than making it happen. You can't be so passive. You control your destiny, nobody else. Do you understand?" I do understand. It doesn't mean it's not daunting, though. "I don't want anybody to get hurt," I say, which is true, but it has little impact on this particular debate, judging by the shake of the head the woman gives me. "Are you hurt at the moment?" she asks me. "Are you hurt that the first doctor lied to you?" I nod my head. "And are you hurt that you met a second doctor last night, a great guy who you liked, only for him to go home to someone else while you went home alone, feeling miserable?" Again, I have to nod. "So somebody always has to end up hurt in life," she says. "Why should it be you every time?" That's quite a strong statement to close on, but it's what she has chosen because she turns to leave.
Before she goes, she has one last thing to say. "I come shopping here several times a week, so you'll see me again if you look for me. But I only want to talk to you again if you've done what I've said. If not, I don't want to waste my time." With that, she leaves, sauntering away with her shopping bags swinging away beside her waist, and I watch her go until she disappears on the busy street. I have a choice now. I could go back to work and carry on with my life, which would also mean I carry on hurting. Or I could go to the doctor's this afternoon. I know where Drew works. I know I could see him again. I know he likes me based on how he looked at me when we spoke at the party. And while I know he has a fiancée, I don't know if he's totally happy with her or if there is room for him to change his mind. I also know one other thing. I do want to see this woman again on this street in the future. When I do, I want to give her some good news. News that will show her I have managed to turn my life around for the better. So that decides it. I'm going to the doctor's today. Chapter 21. Drew. Prescriptions, patience, and paranoia. Just another day at the office for me.
But unfortunately, the paranoia is all mine today, because unlike the people who are coming to see me with health concerns, no one is around to put my mind at ease. I can't relax until I've seen Jimmy, and I can't see him until we have closed and everyone else has gone home. Are you sure you still want to do this? That was the message I got from Greg earlier, my friend checking in with me to see if I was still requiring him to come to my workplace and stay close while I have my meeting with Jimmy. He was obviously hoping that I'd changed my mind and would call the whole thing off. But I had to disappoint him. Yes, be here just before 6. Thanks, mate. I'm not deviating from the plan now, and to remind myself just how important it is that I tell Jimmy to leave me alone, and actually have him do that, I only have to look at the photo of Rose that is saved as the background on my phone's lock screen. I am marrying her, and I am not delaying it for anybody, least of all a rotten man like Jimmy. I see several more patients, each one signifying the passing of time and meaning I am getting closer to what feels like my date with destiny. Of course, I've considered the worst-case scenario. What if Jimmy doesn't back down and tells me this isn't over? If that happens, I will call for Greg to appear, and when he does, I will reveal that a police officer has witnessed his threats, and therefore he'd be stupid to proceed with anything now, because it will only result in his arrest. No one would believe Jimmy over a respected officer of the law like Greg. But hopefully I won't need to use Greg. I'd prefer to keep him out of this if possible. I'm hoping I can scare off Jimmy all on my own. After seeing another patient, I'm preparing for the next one when Phil enters my office. I haven't seen him since he left the Christmas party early with his wife, and that's not just because I've been busy working. I chose to take my lunch hour at my desk rather than venture into the staff room, and I did that because I am not in the mood for my colleague today. He caused enough drama last night when his mistress was at the party, and I had to keep her away from him. And considering I already have enough drama in my life, I'm annoyed that he added to my stress levels. But I can't avoid him now as he takes a seat beside my desk. "Hey, mate. Just checking you're okay after last night," he says. "I'm fine," I reply, not even looking away from my computer screen as I type up my notes on my previous patient. "I just wanted to say thank you again for what you did. I really appreciate it. And if there's anything I can do for you, just say the word." I pause then, because I'm wondering if I might be able to deploy this favor that Phil clearly owes me sooner than he thinks. What if I was to ask Phil to stay later tonight and help me deal with Jimmy? Another witness couldn't hurt my cause, surely. I doubt Phil would say no to whatever I asked him to do, considering I saved his marriage less than 24 hours ago. Then I think about how this man tends to make my life more difficult, not easier. So I change my mind and think of something better that he can do for me instead. "Here's what you can do to repay me, mate," I say, turning to him to show he now has my full attention. "We're friends as well as co-workers, but if you continue to cheat on Claire and act as if it's perfectly okay, then I'm sorry, but our friendship will have to end. We'll still work together, but that's as far as our relationship will go, because the truth is, I don't approve of how you are behaving. I didn't keep Fern away last night to help you. I did it for Claire. She doesn't deserve to be humiliated. I've had enough of watching and listening to you flaunting your infidelity, and if it's not going to stop, then our friendship will." Phil looks stunned by my outburst, but I'm not finished. "As you know, I'm getting married to Rose, and I respect the concept of marriage and how important it is to be faithful. Therefore, I'm sure you can appreciate how seeing you so openly flaunt that institution in my face is making me want to spend as little time with you as possible. Get it?" I think Phil gets it. "I'm so sorry, mate," he says, shaking his head. Now it's his turn to look away from me while we're talking. Except he's not doing it out of disgust like I was.
He's doing it out of shame on his part. You're absolutely right. I've been behaving abhorrently, and it has to stop. I love Claire, I do. I'm just weak. But I can get help. I can fix it. I can stop. I do hope Phil is right. But I've also heard from plenty of my patients with various addictions of their own, and less than 50% of them were successful in giving up their particular vices. I don't say that though, and not just because Phil knows those odds as well as I do. I don't say it because I'm simply ready to get back to work and want to focus on my impending meeting with Jimmy rather than deal with my colleague's adulterous adventures. Phil shuffles out of my office, and I'm able to get back to work. The quicker I see my patients, the quicker the waiting room is empty, and this place is closed, meaning Greg and then Jimmy can enter. It seems to take forever, but by the time the clock hits 6, the waiting room is clear, barring Phil and Pamela, the doctor and receptionist heading home, but turning back to wait for me before they lock up. I've just got a few notes to write up, so I'll be a little later. You guys go on without me. Have a good night, I say, giving them both a wave and hoping they leave quickly. Thankfully, they do, and once they're gone, I go over to the window and watch their cars leaving. Once they're out of the way, I call Greg. You can come in now, I tell him.
And a moment later, I see my friend emerge from behind the row of hedges at the bottom of the car park, and he walks towards the door. I let him in while looking over his shoulder for any sign of Jimmy. But he's not here yet, which is good. Thanks for doing this, mate, I say as I close the door. I doubt I'll need you to do anything, but it's good to have you around, just in case. I'm still not sure this is the best way of dealing with your problem. Greg tries one more time. If you have a patient who is harassing you, I don't think meeting them after hours is a good idea. It'll be fine, honestly, I reply, before leading Greg through the waiting room and, more specifically, towards the hiding place I have planned for him. If you can wait in here and only come out if I call for you, I tell him, as I show him into Phil's vacant room. Greg does as I ask, looking around before taking a seat on the edge of the bed Phil would use to examine patients. He should be here any minute, I say, before I leave and close the door 90%. Enough so that Jimmy won't see Greg in there when he arrives, but not enough that Greg won't hear me call out to him if I need his help. I go back into my office for a moment and take a deep breath. I check the time. He's a few minutes late. No problem, he'll be here. Unless he's chickened out, which wouldn't be a bad thing. But I doubt it will be that easy. I pace around the waiting room before checking the time again. Jimmy is now 10 minutes late. Still no sign. I go to the window. All quiet out there. So I check my phone to see if he's messaged. He hasn't. Where is he? 15 minutes late. 20. At 25 minutes, I hear Greg calling out. What's going on? He asks me. I'm not sure, I reply. But at half an hour late, I have a better idea of what we're dealing with now. Jimmy isn't coming. I can't be sure why, but he's certainly not going to be here like he said he would be. That denies me the opportunity to threaten him like he threatened me. And maybe that's why he is a no-show. Or it could be because he knew I wasn't going to hand over any money, so he felt it a waste of time to even travel here. Maybe he thought I was setting a trap for him. Either way, I guess the Jimmy problem is behind me now. Sorry, I tell Greg once I've relieved him of his duties and let him out of Phil's room so he can get on with the rest of his evening. Do you want to get a beer? He asks me as I lock the surgery doors, but I shake my head. Thanks, but I better get home to Rose. We've got a lot of wedding planning to do, I say, And Greg laughs, as long as some of that involves planning for the stag do. He replies with a cheeky grin, and I assure him it will. We shake hands, and then he leaves, and I get into my car and start the drive home. All the way there, I think about Jimmy, but by the time I reach my front door, I have decided that I have wasted enough time on him, and I need to return my focus to what really matters. I enter my house and loosen my tie before walking into the lounge to see if Rose is curled up on the sofa again, watching her favorite show. She's not in here, so my next port of call is the kitchen. I can't hear any noise in there either, and when I enter, I don't see her. I see something strange, though. There's red liquid on the floor, a pool of it spilling out from behind the island in the center of this kitchen. Spilt ketchup, perhaps? I step closer and suddenly start to worry it could be blood. It's only when I see the lifeless face of my fiancé that I realize it is hers. That's when I know where Jimmy was tonight when he should have been meeting me. He was here, making me pay.
Chapter 22. Fern. There is red everywhere. It's all over my hands, all over my clothes. Now it's dripping onto my floor. Dad! I cry as I reach out for the open bottle of wine that he accidentally knocked over and sent tumbling to the table, spilling its contents over me. I'm so sorry, my father states, looking genuinely shocked and remorseful as he leaps out of his seat and tries to stop the situation from getting worse. He does that by picking up the bottle, although only after it is totally emptied out, as, unfortunately, he is too late to stop this being a very big mess. I'll get some cloths and tissues, my mum says, as she springs into action too, and as she hurries into the kitchen, I stand and look down at the damage. My dress is probably ruined. The patch of carpet by my feet most likely is too. I know Dad didn't spill the wine intentionally, and it's not really his fault. But still, this is hardly what I would have wished for. We were having a fairly pleasant meal before that. The reason I wouldn't be more effusive with my review and call it a fantastic meal is that, as much as I enjoy my parents' company, they have a few bad habits. I'm not talking about old habits that they have had their whole lives and ones that have gotten on my nerves since I was a kid. I'm talking about newer habits. Habits that have crept in over recent years, the worst of which is their need to ask me how my love life is going. There's never really a good time for me to be asked that question, least of all this week. It's going as well as your diet, Father, I had said jokingly before taking another bite of the meal I had prepared for us all. And while my parents laughed, they also seemed a little sad, as if I was deflecting the question with humor. Of course I was. It was a defense mechanism designed to keep me safe and stop my parents feeling sorry for me by not finding out how unlucky in love I really was. But like any mother does, mine kept prying.
If you're ready to date again, I know an eligible bachelor, Mum said then, which made me cringe because just using the term eligible bachelor told me we were used to operating in very different decades of dating. One of my friends from the gym has a son around your age, and he's recently single too. He's a dentist, so he has a good job. He has good teeth too, I imagine, I replied sarcastically, hoping that showed I wasn't interested in being set up with some random person. A dentist is a fine profession, Dad had said, and I had agreed. Yep, so is being a doctor. So you're looking for a doctor? Mum had asked, and I could almost tell she was mentally scanning through everybody she knew to see if she had a connection to a single doctor anywhere. It must not have been the case, because she didn't suggest anybody. No, what I'm saying is, I don't think it's best to base the potential for boyfriend material on what they do for work, I had told them. A job is just a job. It's not that important. I might have been simplifying things somewhat with that comment, and my parents were quick to call me out on it.
I'd say what your next potential future boyfriend does for a job is very important, my dad had said. Not for how much he earns or prestige or anything like that, but you can tell a lot about a person by the career they chose. So it is certainly relevant to know what they do for a living. Really? I had replied, feeling frustrated by the conversation, so I decided that I might as well try and have a little fun. Tell me then, what does somebody working as a dentist tell you about them? Dad had set his knife and fork down and thought about it. Well, it tells me that they are smart and capable of setting their mind to learning new skills. It also tells me that they are okay with repetitive tasks. I'd suggest this would help if they became a father and had to do many of the repetitive tasks that come with having a baby.
Like looking inside their mouth to see what they have put in there. I should have known my father would have an answer for me, because he usually has an answer for everything. I decided not to ask him any more questions after that, as he'd only keep on proving me right. It still took a while to get the conversation to segue onto something other than my love life, though. And I just wish I didn't feel this extra pressure from my parents to find the right man. They seemed disappointed that I had no news, but it was either that or tell them about Drew and how I was yearning for a man it was unlikely I'd ever have. Once the meal was finished and the dirty plates had been washed and put away, my parents left, no doubt spending the car ride home discussing when there might be a charming man sat beside me at my dinner table. I thought about how I had planned to go and try and see Drew earlier that day at his workplace. I was all set on taking a seat in that waiting room and then hoping to get called in by him when I was the next patient. Quite what I would have done when that happened is still a mystery to me, as in the end, I didn't go. I changed my mind about trying to see Drew again. I knew doing that would be a waste of time. As I turn off the downstairs lights and head up to bed, I am sure my mother will send me a text soon to let me know that her and my father have got home safely. But I'm not thinking about my parents as I get undressed and slip beneath my duvet. I'm thinking about Drew instead. I imagine he's at home now, with her, living happily ever after.
Chapter 23. Drew. Shell-shocked. That's the only word I have to describe how I feel as I stare at the temporary wall while several people are moving around Rose's body. There are police officers here, as well as a forensic team, while the paramedics I called are already packing up, little for them to do once they realized they were far too late to save the patient. She's dead. I knew it when I first saw her, but it has been confirmed to me now by a very somber officer. My fiancé. The woman I was due to marry. My Rose. She's gone and I'm left alone. Or at least as alone as one can be while surrounded by so much activity. What happens now? I ask the officer who has been sitting beside me for the last 10 minutes.
We'll need to get a statement from you when you feel up to it,
comes the reply, and I wish I hadn't asked. I'd like to think that he is keeping me company because of the traumatic experience I have just endured, but I'm not too devastated or distraught to realize that there is another reason he is keeping an eye on me. It's because in a house where two people live, if one of them ends up unexpectedly dead, the other one will automatically be a suspect. Nobody has come out and accused me of being one yet, though, but they don't need to. As I was in a serious relationship with the deceased, and I was also the person who made the call to the emergency services, I'm going to have a lot of questions to answer. Questions like, what happened? How was your relationship? Maybe even the obvious one, did you do this? I'm innocent, so I have nothing to hide. But that doesn't mean I have nothing to worry about. Currently, though, being accused of a terrible crime is the least of my worries.
I'm trying to figure out how I am going to live with my broken heart after seeing the woman I love lying murdered on my kitchen floor. How could this happen? Why? Where's the justice in the world?
Those questions are far more existential than the ones any detective might be throwing at me shortly.
But all I can do is rack my brains as to how something so terrible can happen to a person I cared about so much. This can't be happening to us. No, it has to be another couple. A couple we read about on the news and feel terribly sorry for. A sad story that somebody might talk about at work or I might hear about on the radio during my drive home. The kind of incident that would make me give Rose an extra kiss on the cheek as we got into bed, before I'd fall asleep feeling grateful that I still had my beloved partner, while some other poor soul was dealing with losing theirs. But this is not somebody else's nightmare. This is mine. I know what I should say as soon as the questions start. Or maybe I should have said it already. I should say that I know who has done this. I know who has taken my fiancé's life. It's Jimmy. It's why he didn't show up at my workplace like he was supposed to. It's because he came here instead. He knew I was waiting for him at my office, so he knew Rose would be home alone. That evil, devious man has taken the most important thing in my life from me. And he has done it because I refused to be blackmailed by him. He couldn't have my money, so he took something else from me. How I wished I had just given him everything he asked for. But how could I have known he would do something like this? I thought the worst he might be capable of would be attacking me, not attacking somebody else, and certainly not my vulnerable partner, who would have had no idea who Jimmy was when she unwittingly answered the door to him. I wonder how it all happened while I was sitting in my office with Greg nearby, the two of us waiting for a man who was at my house instead of where he should have been. Did he pretend to be a friend of mine when Rose answered the door to him? Or did he just force his way in and overpower her immediately? Was there a struggle? A panic? Did Rose see the danger she was in and try to flee, only for Jimmy to catch up with her in our kitchen, where he delivered the fatal blows? Rose has been stabbed several times, and in the kind of places where she stood little chance of survival, even if the paramedics had been able to get to her quicker. I wonder if Jimmy stood over her and watched her take her last breath, making sure she was going to die so she wouldn't be able to tell the police who did this to her. Was his face the last thing my darling partner ever saw? Or did she see my face in the form of a vision or a flashback, a happier image for her to cling on to as she left this life and passed on to whatever's next? I'll never know, because I'll never get to talk to Rose again. I'll never see her again. She'll just be a memory, a bad news story. And what about me? What will I be? I know what I cannot be. I cannot be the man who gets blamed for this. I need to speak to a detective, I tell the police officer beside me. I need to tell him what happened here. The officer looks instantly concerned, but springs into action. As he goes to fetch a detective, I worry that I perhaps didn't say the right thing then. Did that just make me sound like I'm ready to confess? I hope not. Just like I hope the tears I have already shed, as well as the panicked phone call I made when I first discovered Rose, show that I did not cause this. But that's for the detective to determine. My fate is in their hands now. Either they'll believe what I have to say, or I'll spend a very long time trying to convince them otherwise. When I see the detective, I see a man who is no stranger to dead bodies. Unlike me, who still feels nauseous after what I experienced when I saw all that blood in my kitchen, he looks okay. Not happy by any stretch of the imagination, but neither is he disgusted, just grimly going about his business, aware that he's likely to see plenty more terrible things in his time before he ends his career and receives his pension. "I'm Detective Cooper," he says as he takes a seat beside me. "I'd prefer we have our first discussion at the station, but I believe you have something you want to tell me." He used the word discussion rather than interview. But I know this is the latter. I also know that the fact he is willing to hear what I have to say so quickly is down to him being curious, as if I am about to confess to this crime and save him a lot of work. Does he think that I'm about to confide in him that I had a moment of anger towards my fiancée and snapped, brutally killing her, and only now I have calmed down have I realized what a mistake it was and that I have to pay the price? If so, he's being remarkably calm sitting so close to me, although it's easier to feel safe when there are so many officers around us. But there's no confession coming here. I know who did this, I tell Detective Cooper, and he raises his eyebrows. You do? Yeah. There's a man who has been trying to get me to give him money. When I refused, he said it wasn't over. Who is this man? Cooper asks, taking out his notebook. His name is Jimmy Craig. How do you know him? We were students together a long time ago. And why was he asking you for money? That's the question I don't want to answer. So for what I hope won't become a common occurrence over the next few days, I lie to the detective. I don't know, because I'm a doctor. I earn good money and he doesn't have any. So he just came to you and asked for you to help him? Not help him. He threatened me, said I had to give him my savings or else. Did he ever threaten you physically, or mention your partner being in danger? No, he never mentioned Rose, I reply firmly. If he had, I would have been more worried. I'd have paid him. Or reported him to the police, Detective Cooper interjects. Why didn't you do that, by the way? Another question I don't like. I thought I could handle it on my own, I reply rather meekly, as the consequences of my actions are laid painfully bare. Do you have any evidence of these threats Jimmy was making to you? I'm asked then. Any witnesses we could talk to? No witnesses, I reply. We did exchange texts, but none of his threats were in them. But he did this, and you need to find him. How do we do that? Where does Jimmy live? I don't know, I say. And that one's not a lie. He killed Rose, so you have to find him. I wish I could see that the detective believes me. But that's not what I'm seeing at all. And I'm sure the reason for that is because I have been vague and haven't given him the full story. I haven't mentioned why Jimmy would be targeting me. I just gave him some loose theory about it being because I am a wealthy doctor. The detective must know that having a good profession doesn't mean you will automatically be targeted by dangerous people. There has to be more to it. And there is. I just don't want to reveal it all in case it leads to me losing my job, as right now, that's the only thing I have left. I can't lose my career as well as the woman I love. As Detective Cooper closes his notebook, I'm regretting withholding information. I know that even if I reveal it at a later date, it will look suspicious that I didn't just tell the truth immediately. It then occurs to me that even if the police find Jimmy and he admits to killing Rose, he could tell them why he was targeting me for money, so my secret would be exposed anyway. As he stands and tells me that we will speak again at the station, I realize I've messed up. As I watch him go back to the kitchen, I wish I could call out to him and tell him that I did not do this. That's what he's thinking. I'm a suspect, whether I like it or not. If the police can't find Jimmy, it might get even worse for me. Chapter 24. Fern. News headlines are designed to be attention-grabbing and sensationalist. If they've done their job really well, then they can even get somebody to let out a shocked yelp when they read them. A shocked yelp is what I hear emerge from Kath's mouth before she tries to get my attention. Fern, come here and look at this, she says to me as she ushers me towards her desk and, more specifically, towards her computer. On the screen is a news report, and as I get closer, I see what it is she has just read. Dr. Death? City GP questioned on suspicion of fiancé's murder. Look at the photo. That's the guy you were talking to at the Christmas party, isn't it? Kath is desperate to know. It's him, right? Tell me I'm not going mad. I look at the photo that accompanies the article, and sure enough, my colleague is right. That is Drew in the image, which means it is Drew who is apparently being questioned over the murder of his partner. I nod my head slowly as I try and read the article, but confirming that I interacted with this man is only further fuel for Kath's adrenaline surge. Oh my goodness. The police think he killed his fiancée. Thank heavens you didn't get any closer to him. That poor woman could have been you. It's impossible to read the article properly with Kath bouncing up and down next to me, and I'm getting irritated by her. Did you know he was engaged? She asks me, not noticing at all. I thought he was single. You said he was single, right? Do you think he was having an affair? Do you think his poor fiancée found out and that's why he killed her? Do you think he was a womanizer and— Shut up, I snap, having had enough of her frantic theories. Kath instantly appears offended by my outburst, but she does at least stop talking, giving me the chance to concentrate on what I'm reading. Dr. Drew Devlin is currently being questioned in connection with the murder of Rose Palmer, the doctor's fiancée, whose body was discovered at the home the couple shared. Drew, a doctor at Middle Mill General Practice, was seen looking pensive outside the police station during a break in questioning, and had no comment for our reporter at the scene. The content of the report is no less disturbing than the headline, and it's no wonder Kath was so shocked by this news. I'm shocked too. The man I was charmed by at the party, the one I haven't been able to stop thinking about since and almost went to visit at his workplace, is now suspected of murder. How is that possible? Why would the police think he hurt his fiancée? I think about Rose, how she was smiling in those photos I saw of her online. But now she's dead, and the police seem to think Drew did it. What has he done to make them think that? Or is this just a case of them not having any other suspect, so they're setting their sights on the most likely one, which is often the person closest to the deceased? Whatever is going on, Drew certainly does look a worried man in this photo. The reporter describes him as pensive, but I'd say he looks more petrified. Why wouldn't he be, if he was facing years in prison? I suddenly realize Kath is still standing beside me as I gawk at her computer screen. And I should probably step aside so she can get back to work, or at least get back to reading this article herself. I should also apologize for snapping at her. I'm sorry, I say awkwardly. This is just a bit of a surprise. It's okay, she replies gracefully. I imagine it is. It's not every day someone you were talking to recently ends up being a killer. Drew's not a killer, I reply, as if I could possibly know everything about him from our brief meeting. And I fear I have given away to Kath just how much of an impact that meeting had on me. Why would I defend a guy like him in a news story like this unless I was worried about him? I'm just saying, he didn't seem dangerous when I met him, I add, and Kath shrugs. It's always the people you least suspect, I suppose, she tells me. Thankfully, the police seem better at sniffing out the criminals than we do. Kath scrolls down and seems to be looking for more juicy information on this story. But I've had enough of reading it, so I return to my desk. As I try to get back to work, I think about Drew and the types of questions he must be facing. The pressure he must be under. The determination of the detectives to get him to say the wrong thing so they can pounce on it and solidify their suspicions with proper evidence. I don't know what will happen with Drew and this murder investigation, but I do know one thing. If he returns to work as a doctor, I will go and see him. I don't believe that he is a killer. Instead, I believe that we are meant to be together. Chapter 25. Drew.
I used to think there wasn't a worse seat to sit in than the patient's chair in a doctor's surgery, while they anxiously awaited to find out if the symptoms they were experiencing meant a devastating health diagnosis. But now I'm not so sure. That's because the chair I'm sitting in currently feels like it could be just as bad. It's the chair in an interview room at a police station, and I am anxiously awaiting to hear if I will be allowed to leave here and go home as a free man, or be put into handcuffs and escorted to the nearest cell. I didn't hurt my wife, I say again to Detective Cooper adamantly. I've already told you who did. It's Jimmy. I was working late, and he was supposed to meet me at my office, but he didn't show. So far, we only have your word for that, the detective replies. And I know that is the case because I have not mentioned that Greg was with me at my workplace yet. I'm trying to keep him out of this if I can. No need to drag him into it, and potentially have him face some awkward questions too, or even derail his career. I wonder if he knows the detective. They might have crossed paths in the past during a previous investigation. It surely can't help Greg if he ends up embroiled in something as serious as this. But right now, not mentioning him is not helping me either. I've shown you the messages on my phone, I say. You have seen that Jimmy and I were texting, and he was supposed to meet me. All you need to do is find him and question him. If you find him, he can pay for this, and I can be left to grieve for my fiancé in peace. I take a deep breath and try not to let my emotions overcome me, but it's difficult. I want to cry, and the only reason I'm not is because I'm so busy trying to make this detective find the culprit. At present, I'm the only person being questioned about Rose's murder, and I imagine the media outside of these four walls have already figured that out too, and have been reporting on it. I've seen lots of cameras whenever I've been outside, which is very overwhelming. I hate the thought of my grief-stricken face being splashed all over the papers for anyone to see. What must people think? Would anyone believe the scandalous headlines? Would anyone think I was capable of killing the woman I loved? What about my parents? What about Rose's parents? They must trust me, right? They can't think I did this. Surely not. I can't worry about others at a time like this, though. I just have to focus on the goal. I have to get the police to find Jimmy, so I can get out of here. Detective Cooper sits back in his seat and lets out a sigh. We have officers trying to locate Jimmy, but until we find him, if we find him, we're going to need you to stay here, he tells me, before he goes to leave the room. I would call him back, but it's a relief to have some time to myself, and as the door to the interview room closes, I lean forward on the table and put my head in my hands. I'm aware I'm probably on camera now, but I don't look like anything other than an exhausted, devastated, and grieving man who has endured the worst 24 hours of his life. I'm wondering how long I'm going to be by myself in this claustrophobic room when I hear the door opening again. At first, I'm hoping it might be Detective Cooper telling me they have suddenly found Jimmy and I'm free to go. Or maybe just a kindly police officer coming in to offer me a cup of water. But it's neither of those. Instead, I see someone who makes me nervous. Greg? I say, as I see my friend entering the interview room before closing the door behind him. What are you doing here? I heard what happened, he tells me, as he takes a seat opposite me. I'm so sorry. I appreciate my friend's sympathy, but I'm also worried about what he might have said to get himself in here. Here I was, trying to keep him out of this, and he has just walked right into the middle of it. I spoke to the detective and told him that you were a friend of mine, he says. I asked for a favor to come in here and speak with you, and he allowed it. The cameras are off,
This is just me and you talking now, but I can't stay long. I have only a few minutes before the detective comes back in here, so you need to listen to me, okay? Greg sounds very forceful, and I realize this might be him talking to me more as a police officer than a mate. So I stay quiet and allow him to continue. You need to tell them everything, he states firmly. Every single thing. Don't leave anything out. Do you understand? It's crucial that you cooperate fully, because that's the best chance that the police have of catching Rose's killer. It's also the best chance that they stop wasting their time looking into you and any potential involvement. I didn't hurt Rose, I say. I know that. You were with me, so you need to tell them that. I don't want to get you into any trouble. You won't. I was helping you as a friend. The fact we were waiting to meet Jimmy helps your story, so tell them everything, and I do mean everything. Greg sighs before carrying on. I'm not an idiot, he says. I know you didn't tell me everything. There was clearly more to what Jimmy was doing to you than you let me in on. And the only reason I didn't press for more information was because of how good friends we are. But you have to tell the detective everything now, whatever it was you were keeping from me, no matter how bad it might be. That's the only way this gets resolved fast, and we get justice for Rose. I already knew what I needed to do, but now Greg has confirmed it for me. I have to tell Detective Cooper what I didn't tell Greg. I have to tell him that Jimmy was blackmailing me, and why. Because I cheated to become a doctor. Okay, I'll do it, I say. I'll tell the detective everything. Good, Greg says, before leaning across the table and putting a strong hand on my shoulder. We'll get through this, mate. We'll catch this awful man, and we'll make him pay for what he did to Rose. I promise. I have tears in my eyes as I soak up Greg's support before he leaves the room, and I try to compose myself before the detectives return. When he does re-enter the room, I take a deep breath and wipe my eyes. He's a good police officer, Detective Cooper says, referencing Greg. And I believe he's a good friend of yours too. He is. I have to assume the detective suspects that Greg gave me some advice about being totally transparent with him, so I decide not to waste any more time. This is it. I'm about to reveal a secret I have kept for years. A secret that could cast doubt on my entire career as a doctor and potentially even see me lose it. I left a few things out of my original statement, I admit, which doesn't seem to come as a huge surprise to the detective. Why would you do that? He asks skeptically. Because I was trying to protect a friend and myself. Is the friend Greg? I nod. He was with me last night at my office, I confess. He was there because I wanted his help if things got out of control with Jimmy. I also wanted a witness. I figured having a police officer nearby couldn't hurt. Why didn't you tell me this? I didn't want Greg to get into any trouble. He won't get in any trouble, assuming he hasn't done anything wrong. And he hasn't, I insist. Neither have I. We waited there in my office, but Jimmy never showed, like I said. That's when I went home and found Rose. I have to pause as the awful memory of discovering her body floods over me again. You said you were trying to protect yourself too, the detective reminds me. How have you done that? By not telling you why Jimmy was trying to get money from me. It wasn't just because I'm a wealthy doctor. It's because... I pause, but I know only I can fill the silence. It's because I cheated on one of my medical exams when I was training to be a doctor, I say, the heavy words leaving me, but I don't feel any less under pressure. Jimmy was the one who sold me the exam paper when we were students. He'd come back into my life recently to tell me that if I didn't give him money, he would report me to the medical board. I could lose my job. Detective Cooper nods his head, as if now he finally understands why Jimmy would have a real motive to target me, and eventually, my fiancé. You should have told me all of this much sooner, he says, stating the obvious. I know. I'm sorry, I reply meekly. I've been so stupid. That statement could apply to all sorts, not just my recent behavior. What happens now? I ask, wondering if the detective is going to be interested in passing on the information that I cheated. All I care about is catching the killer, he tells me. It's all you should care about, too. It is, I reply, meaning it. Why should I be so worried about still being a doctor when I've just lost Rose? Even though my feelings towards her were changing, we had been together for a long time. I did love her, even with her tendency to lose her temper sometimes. But that temper didn't make her deserve this fate. What have I done to deserve this? Maybe I'm destined to be alone. The doomed doctor. Is that all I am? Chapter 26. Fern. There aren't too many ways to pass the time in a doctor's waiting room. If you're lucky, there might be a few magazines lying around on a table that you could pick up and browse. Even if there are, they might not be of interest, unless you're into fitness, gardening, or celebrity gossip. If there are no magazines, you could people watch. There are always plenty of strangers in a waiting room, but you look weird if you get caught staring. That usually only leaves one option, which is to take out your phone and look at it. That's exactly what I'm doing now. Although I have found something more interesting to do than scroll social media or look at some of my old photos. I'm reading a news article about the death of a man. The death of Jimmy Craig. I hear the receptionist's voice as a patient gets called in to see one of the two doctors here, and I know that must mean I'm one step nearer to hearing my own name being called. Until then, I keep reading. Jimmy Craig, the prime suspect in the murder of Rose Palmer, was found dead at his home in Moss Side, Manchester, with the police reporting no suspicious circumstances. Alongside his body, police discovered a note in which he confessed to the killing of Miss Palmer, the final piece of a puzzle the Manchester Met had been working to solve recently. Mr. Craig was due to go on trial for Miss Palmer's murder, and an insider has revealed there was strong evidence against him. This included Jimmy's DNA being recovered from near Miss Palmer's property on a cigarette butt discovered on the street outside the home. This was in conjunction with evidence that he had been making threats to Rose's partner, Drew Devlin, a doctor from whom he had been trying to extort money. There was also evidence discovered on the accused's phone of the deceased's address, and Jimmy admitted to having been there before when confronted with the DNA evidence. While Jimmy maintained his innocence in the killing, the letter discovered at his address included details that a police spokesman has said could only have been known by the killer themselves. As I finish reading one of many articles that have been written online in recent weeks about Jimmy, Rose, Drew, and the whole nightmarish sequence of events, I think that it all seems to be over with now. More specifically, I think about how that benefits Drew, the poor man who would have been forced to control his emotions while waiting to learn what really happened to his late fiancée. At least it seems he has got some of the answers he would have wanted. There's surely not much worse for the loved ones of a murder victim than the crime going unsolved and remaining a mystery forever. The mystery has been solved, and Drew can begin the process of picking up the pieces of his life. That means returning to work as a doctor and resuming his career, a career that did come under the microscope a little during the initial investigation into Rose's death, if the reports were true. Allegedly, Jimmy had been blackmailing Drew because he had cheated on one of his medical exams. However, no evidence was presented to prove that historic cheating. Therefore, Drew's medical degree has not been suspended or investigated, and he is free to continue his career. As I had followed the twists and turns in this story from various news updates, I had wondered if the stress of everything that had happened to him would cause Drew to take a break from his job, or maybe even seek out a new one when it was all over. But that hasn't happened, and I'm glad about that, because it would have been a shame for him to lose his career. It would also have been a shame because it would have made it much harder for me to find him again. As it is, I know exactly where Drew is. He is on the other side of that closed door across this waiting room, and eventually I will walk through that door and see him again. Why am I here? Like everybody else seated around me in this room, I must have a medical concern, or else why would I want to see a doctor? But I don't. I'm here because I simply want to see Drew again and pass on my condolences about his fiancée. Whether or not he remembers me from the Christmas party is to be determined, but that shouldn't stop me from being nice and offering some support. I'm sure he could use it. I'm also sure that some of the people who have come here today might only be doing so because they want to get a glimpse of the man the media dubbed Dr. Death in the early days after Rose's murder, when Drew was initially being questioned about it. Some people have a morbid fascination with things like that. There's also bound to be one or two undercover journalists here who are posing as patients just to get in the room with Drew, to get an idea of how he is coping after everything that has happened. I expect the "I visited the doctor" articles to be released within a week or two. But Drew is innocent. The police press release about Jimmy's suicide made that clear. They felt this was over, so eventually everybody will go back to their normal lives. Everybody except me, because I'm hoping not to have to go back to mine. It was hardly a wonderful life, but there is always time for it to turn around. Fern Andrews? I look up from my phone when I hear my name being called, and I know it's my turn to see the doctor. I get out of my seat and make my way across the waiting room, passing the impatient patients still seated around me awaiting their turn. I also see the patient who has just had their consultation with the doctor, and they are leaving with a prescription in their hand, one that will presumably alleviate them of whatever ailment they currently have. Lucky them. They got what they came for. Will I be able to say the same? I reach the door and take a deep breath before confidently entering. When I do, I see the doctor at his desk. He doesn't see me, though. That's because he has his head down, focused on writing up what I presume are his previous patient's notes. Drew looks like he's lost a little weight since I last saw him in person, but he can't be blamed for not having his usual appetite. Trauma and stress will do that to anybody. He looks tired, too, the kind of fatigue that comes from too long without proper rest. If anything, he should be the one visiting a doctor. It's been a couple of months since his partner died, but he's wearing the effects of it all like it's been years, his pale, drawn face displaying the psychological strain he has been under. Then he looks up and sees me. "Oh, hello," he says, and I realize that he recognizes me. He seems surprised that I'm here, and I quickly try and appear the same. "Oh, hi," I reply. Drew signals for me to take a seat, then asks the obvious question. "How can I help you?" It seems he's keeping this professional rather than asking me how I have been since we met at that party, but I can't pretend like I don't know what he's been through since that night. "Forgive me if I shouldn't say anything, but I couldn't help but notice that you have been in the news, and I just wanted to say I'm terribly sorry to have heard about what happened." I think Drew appreciates that sentiment. I had to say it because it would be weird to not acknowledge the fact that he has become somewhat famous in these parts after the recent murder investigation. I doubt I'm the first patient through his door to recognize him and offer my condolences, and it seems like the right thing to do. "Thank you. I appreciate that," he replies solemnly. "How are you doing?" I ask then, as if our roles have been reversed and I'm more worried about his health than he should be about mine. I'm just taking it day by day. That's all I can do. I nod my head and almost wish I could reach out and take his hand to provide him with an ounce of comfort at this difficult time, but that would be going too far. So I refrain and keep my hands in my lap. I appreciate your concern, Drew says after a quiet moment between us. Now, enough about me. How can I help you? That's a good question. The truth is, I haven't come to get something medically checked. I've simply come to see Drew. But I can't just say that, can I? This is going to sound crazy, but I feel like something is missing, I say. Missing? Yeah, like I have a huge void in my life that I cannot fill with work or friendship or distracting myself with hobbies. Drew stays silent, so I go on. I don't know. Maybe it's just a simple loneliness, and I imagine there isn't much you can prescribe me for that. I was hoping you might have some advice for me. Ways to deal with feeling alone. Assuming you feel that way, of course. I stare at Drew, and he seems to be considering his answer. I do, he replies. It's awful, isn't it? I say. Loneliness. The desire to be with somebody, yet feeling like it's out of reach. Like everybody else around you has found that companionship and happiness, but it's not destined for you. I let those words linger between us before I go on. Maybe I'm just being silly and need to toughen up a bit, I say. No, I don't think you're being silly at all, Drew admits. I know exactly how you feel. You do? Drew nods. So what do you prescribe? I ask then, eager to hear his advice. I think you're looking for somebody, Drew says, with surely no idea how close he is to the truth. I think you'll be happier when you find them. What if I already have? I ask, which immediately feels like I've gone too far, but the words slipped out of my mouth before I had a chance to stop them. Those words register with Drew, and I wish he would speak so I knew what he was thinking. But as I wait to hear it, there is something I know that can never be said between us, whatever happens next. I can never tell Drew what I did to him. What I did to get us to the point where there was no other woman in between us. He can never know that I am the one who killed Rose, nor can he know that I killed Jimmy too, ensuring the dead man took the blame for Rose's death, and I got away with it, leaving me free to pursue the doctor. Chapter 27. Fern. Present day, prison. The prison walls are tall and insurmountable, as they should be. They're designed to keep people in, people like me, killers. Still, that doesn't stop me wandering past these walls and imagining somehow scaling them and making it to the other side, where I would be able to roam as a free woman again. I do this same thing every time I'm in the prison yard getting my daily allowance of fresh air and exercise. I think about pole vaulting over the wall like an Olympic champion, or getting a few of the other prisoners here to form some kind of a human ladder so I can climb up them and reach the top. Sometimes, I imagine I am Spider-Man and can scale the wall using nothing but my sticky, web-throwing hands. But all those thoughts are futile. I'm not getting over this wall. I'm staying right here, where I belong. As I keep putting one foot in front of the other, getting in my daily steps in a bid to slow any unwanted weight gain in here, I think about Drew and how the road that led me to here began when I met him. More specifically, I think about the day when it became clear to me that I was the kind of woman who would do things that very few people are capable of. After meeting Drew at that Christmas party and being unable to stop thinking about him, I had planned to visit him at his workplace the day after. It was just before I entered the doctor's waiting room that I saw Drew leaving.
I figured he was on his lunch break and was most likely headed to a nearby shop to grab a bite to eat, presumably something healthy, befitting his occupation. I followed him then, and had the idea that I could bump into him randomly and pick up our conversation from the previous night. Before I could intercept him, I saw him meeting her. Rose. If I hadn't recognized her from the photos I had looked at online, I would have known it was his fiancée from both the flashy ring on her finger and the way the pair greeted one another.
They did not look like some couple sneaking a stolen moment together away from their respective partners. They simply looked like a couple in love. I watched from a safe distance as the pair bought a sandwich together and ate it while sitting beside one another on a bench. I watched them chat and possibly make wedding plans before Drew checked his watch and decided it was time for him to get back to work. And I watched them kiss before they parted, their date over, and their love to be resumed after Drew had finished work. I didn't follow him back to his office to try and talk to him like I had originally planned. I followed her. As I walk around this windy prison yard, I think about how still the air was that day I followed Rose home. I walked behind her until I saw her take out a key and approach the front door of a house. It was a pretty property, the kind I'd have loved to have lived in myself, if only I could ever have afforded such a thing. I knew it was way out of my price range as I watched her going inside. And I wondered if the only reason it was within hers was because she was in a relationship with Drew. Could I experience a home like that one, if only I was with him instead of her? I had to find out. I had to know. I had to do something. Without properly thinking it through, I found myself rushing towards that front door and forcing myself through it before Rose could shut it behind herself. My swift action took her by surprise. She didn't look like the kind of woman who ever expected to have to deal with an intruder, and certainly not in the middle of the day. That surprise was to my advantage because as I closed the door behind myself so nobody out on the street would see what happened next, I realized there was no going back for me then. There was no way I could explain what I was doing to her and not have her call the police as soon as I had left. That meant I had to ensure she wouldn't be able to do it, and that is why I took such decisive action. As Rose scrambled away from me in the hallway and fled into the kitchen, no doubt in an attempt to make it to the back door and escape from me, I pursued her, and by the time I had caught up with her, I had one of her kitchen knives in my hand. What happened next was such a blur that to this day I still can't really remember it. It all happened so fast. It was frantic, a frenzy of blood and screams. When it was over, Rose was lying on the kitchen floor, breathing her last breath, and I was standing over her with the murder weapon in my gloved hand. I knew I had to get out of that house before anybody caught me there, but I also knew I couldn't just go running down the street while the top half of my clothes were covered in blood. That's why I found one of Rose's sweaters hanging on a radiator nearby. I pulled it on to cover the blood on my blouse, and then I was ready to leave. But not before picking up a small gym bag that was lying on the hallway floor. I figured Rose used it for her workouts, but I used it to conceal the knife. Then I left the house and walked quickly away, relieved not to have seen anybody until I was off her street. I immediately went home and showered, desperately cleaning my skin until I was sure that not a strand or stain of Rose's DNA was anywhere on my body. Then I had to take a deep breath and make sure I didn't do anything irrational or erratic over the next few hours that could draw any unwanted attention to myself. That meant sticking to the plan I already had for that evening. My parents were due to come to mine for a home-cooked dinner, so I started cooking. I think about that meal, how I sat through it while Rose's sweater, gym bag, and the knife sat in my closet upstairs. I knew they would be removed and disposed of later that evening, when everybody in this town was sleeping. But until then, they remained hidden away. I got through that meal. including all the talk about my love life, and once my parents had gone, I drank one more glass of wine before I had the courage required to do the final thing I needed to do. I went out for a late-night walk, and once I reached the canal, a 20-minute walk from my home, I threw away the only evidence linking me to Rose's murder. From there, I went straight back to my place and tried to sleep. It was impossible. It got even harder when the news reports began. Things only got worse when I read that Drew was being questioned. Why were the police focusing on him? I had hoped they would have presumed it was an intruder who had killed Rose. The whole point of me taking her life was that one day, hopefully, I could win Drew for myself. If he was to be arrested for her murder, it would have all been for nothing. Thankfully, that's not what happened. Fortune favored me, and it turned out that rather than the police believing some random intruder had committed the crime, they actually had a prime suspect who had a motive. The emergence of Jimmy in the story helped me. After reports had leaked out from the investigation that Drew was pointing the finger in this at Jimmy, I knew I had a way to make sure I would get away with what I did. That was confirmed when Jimmy was found dead alongside a written note on his laptop admitting to the murder. But the note was not authored by Jimmy. It was a note I had written myself, using computer gloves that kept the keyboard free of my fingerprints. I wrote it after gaining entry to his flat by pretending to be a journalist who was willing to sleep with him in exchange for the inside scoop on the dangerous Dr. Drew. I was able to track him down due to the media interest in him after he had become a suspect. There were numerous photos online showing him outside his residence, a location that could easily be identified with all the various street imagery online these days. Once inside, when we were close and he presumed we were about to kiss, I revealed the knife I had brought with me and deeply slashed his wrists before he had a chance to stop me. He fought, thrashing and crashing about in his tiny flat, but quickly grew weaker and succumbed to the rapid blood loss, no doubt the shock of what had happened to him only impacting him further. He was a shorter, slighter man than Drew, so it was obvious that he used his words to be more menacing than his physical appearance was, and that would have given me more of a chance if he tried to fight back. But he succumbed quickly, and the mess he created could have just looked like he had encountered second thoughts after slitting his own wrists, or had simply been in a lot of pain after making the decision to end it all before he went to prison. Did I feel bad that an innocent man died so I could ensure he was framed for a crime I committed? Not exactly. And not just because I knew I was capable of murder and had developed quite a taste for it after Rose. It also helped that, from what I read in the news, Jimmy was not exactly an innocent man. Okay, so he didn't kill Rose, but he'd done all sorts of things he shouldn't have done, including threatening Drew. Media reports suggested it hadn't been just men he had made threats to in his past, but women too, so he hardly deserved to live a life of freedom. Karma got him. Unfortunately, karma gets us all. Even all these years later, I can scarcely believe what I did to Rose. Jimmy, sure, because I was desperate at that point to make sure someone else got the blame and stopped looking at Drew or anyone else. But Rose was different to Jimmy. I didn't have to kill her. But I did it anyway. It was like I was possessed, an out-of-body experience, acting as if controlled by another person. I know it was me, but it didn't feel like it at the time. I guess that's how I was able to justify what I did and live with it for so many years. I simply blanked it from my memory and acted as if it hadn't happened. I can't say it was easy, but I also can't say it wasn't worth it. If I hadn't killed Rose, I never would have got Drew. If I hadn't become a killer, I would never have become the doctor's wife. And what a wife I was. 1 year later. Chapter 28. Fern. A white dress, a crowded church, a nervous bride. It must be a wedding day. As I stare at my reflection in the mirror of this small back room in the church, I can hear the hum of the gathered guests on the other side of the door. They're all in position and ready to see me make my walk down the aisle in about 10 minutes. And I'm sure, when I do, there will be lots of smiles coming my way. Everybody loves to see the blushing bride making her grand entrance before heading towards the dashing groom waiting by the altar. It's one of those memories that lasts a lifetime. And very soon, it will be a memory that I will get to make. Drew should be out there now, waiting for me, eager, anxious, and ready to say his vows. It takes two of us to make this day perfect, and very soon, we will be standing side by side and committing to one another for the rest of our lives. It's taken so much for us to get here. More than anybody, including the groom, can ever know. I take a deep breath and smile at my reflection, in the hope that being kind to myself will help settle some of the butterflies fluttering in my stomach. As I do, I think about how this is the culmination of a very long journey. There's a lot of planning that goes into a wedding. Rose knew that, because she was planning her wedding when she died. She never got to see the fruits of her plans play out in front of all her family and friends. But there was no way that was ever going to happen to me. I've planned perfectly, and nothing is going to disrupt my big occasion. Not something as small as a simple mishap, and certainly not something as large as a murder. If Rose had to die for me to get to experience this, so be it. I'm sure I'll pay for my sins one day, whether there is a heaven or a hell. But for today, I'm being blessed in the eyes of God, and nobody has to know that I do not deserve it.
Wow, you look amazing! I turn around and see my bridesmaids entering the room, all three of them smiling widely as they look at how beautiful my makeup artist has miraculously made me appear. They all look beautiful too, and their own dresses are just as spectacular. They are dresses that I helped choose when we all went for fittings, and it's brilliant to see all of us looking exactly how I imagined we would. My bridesmaids are my best friends, carefully selected so that I have the women I trust the most alongside me on my big day. Two of them have been my friends since I was at school, so that history meant they easily qualified to be a part of these proceedings. The third bridesmaid is someone who has only become a good friend more recently. It's the woman standing next to me now, admiring my dress and smiling widely. It's Claire. Yes, I am now best friends with the wife of the doctor I slept with before I was with Drew. How did that happen? Much like how Drew and I came to be getting married, it's a long story, and one that was once again driven by me. After I had visited Drew in his office following the end of Rose's murder trial, and we both made it clear how lonely each of us was, we began dating. Once things got serious, Drew mentioned how it could be awkward that I had slept with Phil, his colleague. I told him it was not our problem to worry about, it was Phil's, because he was the one who had cheated. That's why I had no qualms in attending any social events where Phil and Claire might be there, and it's also why I made an effort to become friendly with Claire herself. As much as Phil would have hated to see it, I enjoyed getting closer to his wife, and she has become a good friend. We both share the fact that our partners are doctors, so we had that in common, and it has been helpful to talk to her about the pros and cons of such a relationship. Thankfully, it's mostly been pros.
And Claire and I have enjoyed many extravagant social experiences since I got myself attached to a doctor like she already had. As for Phil, he's never had the nerve to tell me to stay away from Claire, well aware that I hold all the power and could ruin his marriage at any moment. He's just stayed quiet, like any lying cheat usually does. And that is why mine and his wife's friendship has blossomed as mine and Drew's love for one another did the same. Now here she is, helping get me ready for my wedding. "It's almost time to go," Claire says. "Are you ready?" "As ready as I'll ever be," I reply,
and the only thing missing now is my father making an appearance to prepare to walk me down the aisle. As I hear a polite knock on the door, I assume that it's him, and as one of my bridesmaids goes to answer it, I walk over to the window and take a deep breath, aware that these are the last few minutes I will ever have before becoming married. But it's okay. I'm more than ready. Fern. I hear Claire's voice, but I don't turn around, choosing instead to enjoy the view out of the window for one moment before I turn around and march right into that crowded room full of people. I imagine she is only telling me that my father is here. I wonder what he will think when he sees me in my dress. I hope he's proud of me. In his eyes, I'll always be an innocent little girl, and I need that today, because deep down, I know I am anything but that. I turn around, hopeful that my dad is dazzled by my appearance and gives me the kind of compliment that only a father could, before we prepare to make our walk together, and he gives my hand away in marriage. But I don't see Dad staring back at me from the doorway. Instead, I see somebody who makes me terrified that my dream wedding is about to come crashing down around me. This isn't supposed to happen. How could I have been caught? I was so close to marrying the doctor. But it must be over now.
Why else would a police officer be here?
Chapter 29. Fern. I don't know what to do. Should I try and open this window to see if I can escape and run? If I'm quick, maybe I could make it away from this church before anybody grabs me and puts handcuffs on. I could sprint down to the main road and try and find a taxi, or somebody to give me a ride away from here. Or I could rush towards the trees and hope to hide until everybody has given up searching for me. Neither option seems realistic and likely to achieve success, not least because I imagine there are more police officers out there just waiting in case I do try to make my escape. I can't see any of them, but I bet this church is surrounded, and the officer who has walked in here to arrest me is one of many who are eager to see me face the consequences of my actions. Somehow, some way, Rose's murder has caught up with me. I'm about to face justice, and when I do, I'll be facing a lifetime behind bars. As if that wasn't bad enough, everybody who is gathered here is going to see me for who I really am. My parents, my friends, Drew. My dream life with the doctor is about to evaporate, and while people will tell him he had a lucky escape, for me, it will be the total opposite of luck. How will he react when he discovers the woman he was about to marry is the person who killed the last woman he was supposed to marry? Rose's blood is on my hands. It has been, ever since I entered her home and stabbed her with that knife. Just because nobody can see it on me, it doesn't mean it's not there. It will always be there, seeped into my psyche and my conscience. A shower only removed the superficial stains, not the ones that have stained my soul. Drew will hate me. He should do. I hate myself. I should never have become obsessed with the doctor. Look at what it made me become. Fern, Claire says again, and for a split second, I wonder if she could have had something to do with this. Could she have somehow discovered that I slept with her husband once, and after that, decided to do some digging into my past to see if I had any skeletons in my closet? I have no idea how she could have found out that I killed Rose, but what if she did? What if she hired some private investigator who has been talking to all sorts of people, people who may have been on the street where Rose lived, people who might have seen me walking away from her home that day she died? Is it possible? I never thought the police turning up to arrest me on my wedding day was possible, but if that can happen, then anything can. Is this Claire's ultimate revenge? I heard she was friends with Rose before she died. Maybe this is her way of getting justice for the dead woman and for her own marriage all at the same time. If that's the case, I have to commend her on a game well played, because she certainly had me fooled, better than I thought I had her fooled. She's walking towards me now, as the police officer also takes a step nearer, and I try to tell myself to stay brave. Don't break down and cry. Don't beg. That would only give Claire more satisfaction, and probably the police officer too. I also don't want everybody's final memory of me as I'm escorted out of this church in handcuffs to be me weeping and wailing like a pathetic loser who lost her mind. I need to keep a stiff upper lip. Take this as best as I can, go down fighting, because that's what I am. I'm a fighter. I fought for Drew, and I'll fight for myself until the day that I die. A suspicious smile spreads across Claire's face as she gets nearer, and I'm waiting for her to tell me that she got me, that this was all her, that I have her to thank for the rest of my life behind bars, and that it's her face I should see every night when I try to go to sleep in my cell. Then she speaks. "You're 5 minutes away from getting married," she tells me, "but you've broken the law."
Fan. My breath catches in my throat as I realize this really is over.
"You've broken a very important law," Claire goes on, seemingly enjoying every second of this, while I am dying inside. Suddenly, a song starts to play. I have no idea from where, and it takes me a moment to realize it's coming from one of my other bridesmaids' phones. As I notice that, I notice the police officer is starting to move in a very strange way. It almost looks like he's dancing. But why would he be doing that? It doesn't seem very professional. He's still doing it, and as he gets closer, he's not only gyrating his hips, but his hands are starting to unbutton his white shirt. What is going on? "Sorry, we couldn't resist having one more bit of fun before you tied the knot," Claire says to me, and as the policeman removes his shirt to reveal a set of rippling abs, I realize what this is. This is not an arrest. This is a strip-tease. "Oh my God!" I cry, bursting out into laughter, a laughter that is only made stronger by the sheer release of the nervous tension that had been gripping my paranoid body. "I can't believe this," I say as the policeman moves around, now twirling his black baton above his head, and I'm just relieved that he hasn't removed his trousers yet. But it's surely only a matter of time, which is why I need to put a stop to this before it goes any further. "Please, that's enough," I say, still laughing. "My dad will be here any minute." My bridesmaids are erupting in giggles, but they're not too silly to see that this can't carry on. So the music stops, and with it, the strip-tease. As the policeman puts his shirt back on and joins in the laughter, I see Claire handing him a £20 note. He's my friend from the gym, and when he told me he did this kind of thing for a bit of extra cash on the side, I just knew I'd regret it if I didn't use him, Claire says, still giggling away. "Besides, you didn't have a hen party, and as far as I'm concerned,
That's breaking the law of the ladies."
As Claire laughs, I almost regret not having a traditional hen party, as then this stripper would likely have been deployed. I opted against the chance to get together with my female friends in the lead-up to the wedding, preferring instead to keep things as low-key as I could. That's not usually like me, but maybe that was a way for my guilt over Rose to manifest itself. And it felt a bit too much to be partying as I prepared to marry the man I killed her for. But this wedding is not going to be low-key, and it certainly hasn't started that way if the stripper is anything to go by. Thankfully, he is leaving now, being ushered out of the room by my bridesmaids just in time before my father makes an appearance. Bless him. He has no idea what he just missed, and I'm grateful about that. Because rather than see his daughter being danced upon, he gets to see me looking like how he imagined I would look today. "My darling," he says, as I notice tears welling in his eyes, and he quickly takes out his handkerchief to dab at them. "Don't make me cry, Dad. I've got too much makeup on," I reply. And that makes us laugh, which helps break through some of the emotion in the room. "Your mother and I are very proud of you," he says then. before he holds out his arm, ready for me to link it. Now, your husband is waiting. Shall we go and see him? I smile as I step forward and link my arm with my father's, and then we're on our way. As I hear music starting, I see my bridesmaids going on ahead of us, beginning the walk down the aisle that I will soon be taking. This is it, the moment every little girl dreams about. It's my time to experience it. I'm marrying a man I love, a man I fought for, a man I killed for. It takes several slow steps before the congregation comes into view. I see all the faces turned and looking in my direction, every single guest straining to get their glimpse of the woman in the white dress. Amongst them, I see Phil, and he quickly averts his eyes when he spots me looking at him. I just stride on right past him, smiling as I look ahead at Drew, who is standing, looking nervous but handsome at the end of the aisle. I see my mother beaming as we reach the front, and she dries her eyes as my father lets go of my arm and gives me a kiss. Now it's just me and Drew, and as I take my place next to him, he looks like the happiest man in the world. He could have been forgiven for thinking that his one chance at love had been lost when Rose died, but he has a second chance here, and he looks determined to take it.
I'm the luckiest guy in the world,
he whispers to me before we are asked to begin reciting our vows, and after that, there's only time for one nervous moment. It's that part where the congregation is asked if anybody knows of a reason why this couple should not be married here today. I wait in silence to see if anybody will object, to hear if the actual police storm in to arrest me for Rose's murder, to have to suffer the ignominy of my dream wedding falling apart at the final second. But none of that happens. The moment passes peacefully. A few minutes later, I hear confirmation that we are now married. As Drew and I kiss, it is now official. I have become the doctor's wife.
Chapter 30. Drew.
Anytime I find myself getting weary from another day treating patients, I only have to take a look at my left hand and smile. That's because I see my wedding ring, and it's a reminder of who I am doing all of this work for. It's for my wife, Fern. We're so happy together, and things couldn't be going any better. Since our wedding day 3 months ago, we have honeymooned in the Caribbean, as well as taken a city break to Paris. And the only thing getting in the way of more exotic trips is my day job. Although I can't complain, because it's my doctor's wage that is affording us all these things, and we have plenty more holidays planned over the coming months. Fern and I are definitely still in that honeymoon stage, where we exist in a bubble of bliss, where nothing is capable of penetrating the happiness that has enveloped us since our big day. The wedding went off without a hitch, everything moving as seamlessly as I expected it to, considering how much planning Fern had put into it. It was wonderful to celebrate with our families and friends, and I could see how happy everybody was for us. Sure, there was a bittersweet moment at one part, where I briefly thought about Rose, and how it was supposed to have been her standing next to me at the altar, or sipping champagne beside me at the top table during the meal. But I didn't want to dwell on that too much. Not just because it was a downer, but because it wouldn't have been fair on Fern if she had noticed that I was thinking about my ex while I was supposed to be enjoying my time with her. What happened to Rose is not her fault, and while she knows that will always be a part of my past, there was no guarantee Rose and I would ever have ended up marrying. Our relationship had become strained before her death, and now, as time has gone by, I can see that I am far more suited to Fern than I ever was to my late fiancé. Fern and I might never have been meant to be, or maybe we were,
But all the two of us can do now is enjoy the present, while looking forward to the future.
What a future it promises to be.
We're looking to buy a new house together, a bigger one than the property I currently have, and Fern is very excited about that. She has big plans for her dream home, and can't wait to get started on the interior design. She says she loves big kitchens as well as sprawling gardens, so I know it won't come cheap, but we can afford it.
I might be overworked, but I'm probably overpaid too, so I have to spend the money on something. There has to be a payoff from all these long hours I'm working as a city center GP. After seeing a couple more patients and prescribing nothing more serious than an asthma inhaler and some eye drops, I decide it's lunchtime and head into the kitchen to make myself a protein shake. I'm well aware that many men let themselves go a little after getting married, becoming comfortable and ditching exercise in favor of snacking on the sofa now that they no longer have to maintain a physique that might attract a member of the opposite sex. I'm determined not to fall into that trap, which is why I'm watching what I eat, as well as aiming to fit an extra game of tennis in with Greg on a weekly basis. I was disappointed he couldn't make it to my recent wedding, but he had to work that day, the antisocial shifts of a policeman spoiling what would have been a fun memory if he had been able to join me and Fern and the rest of our guests for the party. I make my protein shake before heading back to my office, relieved that I haven't bumped into Phil on the way. It's not that I'm avoiding my colleague, but there's no denying things have been a little different between us since he realized I was getting serious with Fern. I admit I felt awkward too, well aware that she was one of the patients he'd had extramarital relations with in his time working here. But Fern did nothing wrong. She was single and had no idea he was married at the time. So that one is all on Phil. He did raise his concerns with me one night after work when I told him Fern and I were getting married, but I shut him down very quickly, telling him it was his problem, not anybody else's, and he either had to learn to live with it or lose me as a friend. He has kept quiet about it ever since, so we have remained friends, and he and Claire were at our wedding. The fact Claire has become one of Fern's best friends since is even more awkward. But again, it's a problem of Phil's doing and no one else's. I return to my desk and take a swig of my shake, quite enjoying the taste of it and also enjoying the fact that this is better for me than some calorific lunch that will sit heavy in my stomach for the rest of the afternoon. I'm able to continue my day in relative peace, but not all is well in my world because the thought of Rose's gravestone flits across my mind. I don't visit Rose's final resting place very often, at least not as often as I used to before I married Fern. I guess I don't want to make my new partner feel awkward about my old one. But I do make the effort to go every now and again, leaving flowers and taking a moment to remember the woman Rose was before going back to my new life with Fern. I know Rose's parents appreciate it, and it would feel wrong to just totally try and forget about her. But I do have to keep my primary focus on Fern, because she is here and Rose is not. As I continue working, it's hard not to think about destiny. The two paths my life might have taken depending on who I eventually married, Rose or Fern. Would I still be sitting at this desk now? Or would something be different if my first fiancé hadn't died? I'll never know. Not even a doctor can figure that one out. But it's still interesting to ponder it. Where would I be without Fern? And where would Fern be without me? Chapter 31. Fern. This is exactly where I was always meant to be. At a glitzy gala, wearing a sparkly dress and with a shiny diamond ring on my hand. I have champagne, I have money, I have class. Best of all, I have the man of my dreams. A doctor's wife never looked so good. Are you having fun? Drew asks me from his position beside me, where we stand by the bar looking out across this huge ballroom full of well-dressed attendees. I'm having a great time, I reply before leaning in for a kiss, and I place a hand on Drew's tuxedo as I do. He looks dashing in his tux, just like I look ravishing in my dress, and together we make a perfectly presented couple. Him, the dreamy doctor, me, his beautiful wife, the two of us here at this medical gala to be wined and dined, while at the same time helping raise money for the local hospital. I've lost count of how many types of events we've been to like this on a Friday or Saturday night since I got with Drew. It always seems like we're being invited to put on our finest clothes and join other doctors in this city in gathering to drink champagne, share a few stories, and hit the dance floor once we're all suitably refreshed. There's so much money in a room like this, which I guess is why so much gets raised for the various charities that we all contribute towards. But it's all for a good cause, and if we can have a great time along the way, where's the harm in that? Drew, good to see you, buddy. We both turn to see another man in a tuxedo, and he shakes my husband's hand, clearly pleased to see him. Jonathan, it's been a while, Drew says, and I guess these two knew each other from some time ago. Far too long, this pleasant man tells my husband. How have you been? Still fighting the good fight? Of course, you know me. I was born to be a doctor. Yeah, that's what they all say until the long hours get too much, and they move into consulting. Drew laughs before he does what he always does and remembers that, to be polite, he shouldn't leave me standing on the fringes of the conversation. This is my wife, Fern, he says, introducing me to Jonathan, and I smile widely as I extend my hand, the one with the big ring on it, and greet Drew's friend. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jonathan says, and I sense he is admiring my dress, but that's fine by me, because I'm wearing it to get attention. I want everyone to know who Drew is with this evening. And you, I reply. Are you a doctor too? I used to be, but too many patients these days, Jonathan complains. Too many new illnesses being invented by social media as well, in my opinion. So now I just train doctors. Jonathan is a professor at the university, Drew says, filling in the blanks for me. Maybe you could do that, I suggest to my husband. You're always complaining about being so busy. I could, but it would mean less money, he says, and Jonathan has to agree. And somebody has big plans for houses and holidays, Drew adds cheekily. He winks at me, and I laugh, though of course I would prefer Drew to be happy, even if it meant earning less. But he's also right. I do have big plans for houses and holidays. After a few more minutes chatting with Jonathan, he moves on, and Drew and I take a walk around the ballroom, my husband shaking a few more hands as he goes, but otherwise seemingly content to keep me company. I'm so happy, I confess to him, as the jazz band up on stage prepare to start playing after a brief break. I love our life together. Me too, Drew replies, before we're approached by another couple. I see him and her and automatically assume he is the doctor and she is his partner, simply because that's usually the dynamic when we meet other couples at these kinds of events. But then I'm surprised. Dr. Meadows, lovely to see you, Drew says, and he's talking to her as he leans in and gives her a hug. Great to see you, Drew. You're looking very well, she replies, and I admit that I might feel a slight pang of jealousy as I wonder who this woman is and exactly how far she goes back with my husband. It was certainly easier when he was warmly greeting other men, but warmly greeting women from his past has me feeling a certain type of way, though I make sure to keep it disguised until I have learned more. This is my wife, Fern, Drew says. And Fern, this is Amy and her partner, Clark. I've known Amy for years. I smile as I meet the pair, though I'm mainly focusing on her and how beautiful she looks in her dress. It's not that I feel threatened by another pretty woman being around my husband, but a pretty woman who is also a doctor? That does make me nervous, because I can't compete with that combination of brains and beauty. How lovely to meet you, Fern, Amy says. Are you a doctor too? No, I'm afraid not, I reply. I'm too smart for that. I hope my teasing lands well, and thankfully it does because everybody laughs. Yeah, only fools go into our line of work. Drew agrees. Tell me, Amy, have you read the latest report on call times and what it might mean for overcrowding at surgeries in the future? I have, actually, Amy replies, and I realize this is a conversation that I'm not going to be able to participate in much, or worse,
I could try to and end up showing my distinct lack of knowledge on the subject. If there's one thing that I'm wary of at these types of events, it's trying to get myself into a conversation about something medical only to say something embarrassing. Best to say nothing at all, or, ideally, find somebody to talk to who isn't a doctor. It seems like Amy's partner, Clark, has the same idea, because he moves closer to me and initiates a conversation.
I'm not usually a champagne kind of guy, but this isn't bad, he says as he looks down at his glass and nods approvingly. I might have to get a bottle of this for our next dinner party. I smile and agree, just to be polite. But it's hardly the world's most interesting conversation. Even if it was, I wouldn't be interested anyway, as I'm far more interested in watching Drew and Amy getting along so well. I can't hear what he just said, but she is laughing and smiling at him while holding his gaze and staring at my man with her pretty blue eyes. Her looks, intellect, and financial status make her a real triple threat. A woman surely capable of snaring any man she sets her sights on. What if she set her sights on Drew? Would he be able to resist her? Not only is she gorgeous, but they have a lot in common. They do the same job, and I bet they could talk about it for hours. That talking could lead to something else if the two of them were ever alone together. Fern? Sorry, it is Fern, isn't it? I snap out of my jealousy-fueled daydream when I realize that Clark has just said something to me. Pardon? I reply. I was just saying about how this jazz band are good. Are you a fan of jazz? Oh, yeah, sure. It's nice to listen to, I reply, not at all the world's biggest jazz fan, but just saying enough to detract from the fact that I was feeling envious about Clark's partner. I glance over at Drew and Amy again and see the pair are still in deep conversation, and now she has said something that has made him laugh. I realize I can't let the green-eyed monster destroy what I have here. I can't be jealous, and I certainly can't act out on it. I already did that before, and somebody died. Things are different now. I already have Drew, so I don't need to fight to get him. He's my husband, and him being polite with another woman isn't something to worry about, even if that woman is a gorgeous doctor. I'm confident that I can keep my man happy, regardless of who he might meet. There's no need for me to derail this perfect life I have. Yet I feel unsettled for the rest of the evening, even after we have left Amy and Clark and everybody else at the party behind and are in the taxi home. Why do I feel this way? Is it because I sense something bad is going to happen? If so, is there anything I can do about it to stop it coming between me and Drew? Chapter 32. Drew. Another day, another dollar as a doctor. Life is feeling a little like Groundhog Day as I make my way across the car park towards my workplace to begin another 8 hours of seeing patients. Before I can even make it as far as the front door to my room, however, I am approached by a man whom I don't recognize. Is he a patient who is so worried that he can't even wait for me to get inside and grab my stethoscope before he starts telling me about his concerns? Or is he here for another reason? It reminds me of the day when Jimmy came to see me, and I'm praying this is not going to be another case of bad news finding me at my workplace. But when he speaks, I wish he was just another hypochondriac patient, because that would have been easier. Drew Devlin, he says as he reaches me, and I pause. That's right. My name is Benjamin Dahl, and I am a reporter for the Manchester Mercury. I'm hoping to interview you about a report I'm working on regarding yourself and your occupation. A report on me? That's right. Why would you be writing a report about me? I ask nervously before looking around to see if there is anybody here laughing. Maybe it's just a practical joke and somebody is trying to catch me out. But there is no one else here. Just me and this reporter who doesn't seem to be breaking character. It's regarding the claims that were made against you during the investigation into Rose Palmer's murder. Benjamin goes on. The claims that you bought exam papers and cheated to gain your medical degree. A degree you are using now to practice medicine here. I stare at the reporter as if he's insane. Really, I'm just wondering how this ghost from my past has suddenly been dredged up again. Jimmy was just making up lies during his trial to try and save himself, I begin within my defense. There was no truth to them, and now Jimmy is dead.
I don't understand why anybody would be looking into this. I'm looking because I believe everybody in this city would have an interest in ensuring the doctor they come and see is qualified to treat them. Benjamin says. This causes me to scoff. I'm more than qualified, so that's all you need to know, I say, before I go to carry on my way. So you're denying that you ever cheated during your exams? There's absolutely no evidence of any wrongdoing on my part, I say, which is technically true and a relief. What if I told you I had evidence? I freeze then, because that was not what I wanted to hear. Excuse me? Benjamin takes a step towards me and looks like a man who knows he holds all the cards. I have been speaking to somebody who was a student at the same time you and Jimmy were there. Who? I ask, as my brain goes back to that time and starts scanning through the sea of students, although there's far too many for me to figure it out. And I didn't know everyone, anyway. I'm not going to give you their name, at least not unless you agree to speak to me and be honest. What I can tell you is that this other student has admitted to me that they used Jimmy to cheat on their own exams, and they have evidence of this. What does evidence of their cheating have to do with me? I ask, hoping that's an oversight on the journalist's part, and there is still no way of linking any of this to me. Because this man has evidence of all the students who cheated, Benjamin tells me. And your name is on that list. Is this guy bluffing? Or does he actually have something concrete on me? The police said they weren't interested in any of these allegations. I try again, hoping that I can take the sting out of this ambush. I've been a practicing doctor for a long time and never had any problems. All I'm doing is letting you know that I plan to publish an article about this, Benjamin says with a shrug. It's going to be full of comments from my witness.
But for balance, I wanted to get your side of the story too. Whether or not you speak to me won't change the fact that I am going to publish that article, and I'm going to do it soon. So, what do you say?
I better think fast. Can I see this evidence? I ask.
I can let you know if it's real or not.
It's lame, but it's worth a try. Benjamin just laughs.
Let me guess. You'll tell me it's not real and then ask me to forget it. But I can't. That's because my witness is admitting the one thing that you are not. He is admitting that he cheated while training to be a doctor. And from what I am gathering, there were a lot of you doctors who did the same around that time.
I don't understand. Isn't he worried about his own career? I ask, referring to this mystery witness who seems happy to blow up his own life as well as mine.
He's not a doctor anymore,
Benjamin says, which deflates me even further because he has less to lose than me.
He got disillusioned with the profession, so left it, and now he is writing a book all about his time as a doctor. He has some very juicy stories, and this cheating scandal is just one of them.
This is going from bad to worse for me, and I can't see a way out. Either I keep denying everything and this article and book get published, potentially ruining my name and causing my career to be investigated, or I try damage limitation and admit I made a mistake when I was younger, but need forgiveness now. Please don't do this, I say, having quickly decided which course of action to take. I'm just trying to do my job. There's a shortage of good doctors as it is. Don't make me lose my job. Who will treat all these patients then? It will be such a waste.
You should have thought about that before you cheated,
Benjamin says to me as he looks like he's ready to leave.
That's the thing with you cheats. You're only sorry when you get caught.
Benjamin turns away then. Where are you going? I ask him,
Having gone from wanting this man to stop bothering me to now being afraid to lose sight of him.
To do the same thing as you,
he replies without turning back.
I'm going to work.
Wait, I try, but Benjamin doesn't stop. And why would he? The ball is in my court. Either I speak to him and be honest, or he'll just publish his article anyway, and I'll have to deal with the repercussions. The irony is that while it would be devastating to my career, it would most likely be great for his. He'll probably get a promotion, which will mean he'll have no regrets over what he has done. I wish I could say the same. I'm regretting a lot right now. When I tell Fern about this, she might have her own regrets too. I wonder if she'll regret marrying me. Chapter 33. Fern. There are a lot of ways to try and be a good wife. Be a good listener, be forgiving, be loving. Tonight I'm choosing an easy one. They say the quickest way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and if that's true, Drew is going to love me more than he ever has by the end of this evening. I'm standing in the newly renovated kitchen of our wonderful home, the expensive and desirable one we purchased together to really put a stamp on the fact that we were Manchester's latest suburban power couple. We had to live somewhere else other than Drew's old place. After all, I could hardly cook in the kitchen where I murdered his last partner, could I? I'm wearing an apron and holding a spatula as I stir the sauce that is going to complement the steaks that are sizzling away in the pan nearby. I called Drew and told him to let me know when he was leaving work, and once he did that, I sprang into action, seasoning the steaks I picked up from the butcher's earlier before dropping them into the hot pan and then getting to work on the accompaniments. As well as this peppercorn sauce, Drew's favorite, I've boiled some tender stem broccoli, roasted some carrots, and cooked some crispy potatoes. It might only be a weekday evening at home, but tonight we are dining like it's a Saturday night in a fancy restaurant. This is how I'm choosing to be a good wife this evening. I'm cooking Drew the best meal of his life. If I'm honest, there is also a selfish reason why I'm doing this. Having long dreamt of having a huge kitchen to cook in, it's now wonderful to finally have the opportunity to do that. I never thought I'd have a kitchen like this one, with all its shiny appliances, smooth surfaces, and space to store so many utensils. Seats to sit at and have my morning coffee. A wine rack full of all sorts of expensive beverages. Best of all, a huge dishwasher that means I never have to stand at the sink and wash my plates by hand again.
It's a far cry from the kitchen in the flat I used to live in. That cramped space where I would usually prepare nothing more adventurous than a microwave meal. Simply because it was too depressing to spend any more time in there than the length it took to cook. When the microwave actually worked, that is. But here I am now, swanning around like a domesticated goddess, the apron strings around my waist tight, but everything else about this situation feeling comfortable and loose. Then Drew walks into the kitchen, looking anything but. "Are you okay?" I ask him, when I notice how pensive and pale he appears. He's usually smiling when he gets home, pleased to have finished another day at work, and eager to get some food, or at least a cold bottle of beer inside him. He doesn't look pleased to be home at all, and not even the smell of the sizzling steaks seems to be perking him up. Drew hasn't answered my question yet. Instead, he just slumps down onto a stool at the breakfast bar, and looks even worse than he did a few seconds ago. "What is it? What's happened?" I ask him, before I turn off the stove so that the steaks don't burn. It might not matter, because I'm not even sure if we'll be eating now, based on how sickly Drew looks. But no point adding the smell of burning to this increasingly sad situation. "Tell me," I say, as I reach Drew and put an arm around his shoulder.
instantly feeling how tense the muscles are beneath his smart shirt.
I've messed up, he says.
And a sign of how paranoid I can be is the reason why my mind immediately goes to him doing something he shouldn't with another woman. Is that what this is? Is he about to tell me that he accidentally slept with someone else? Could it be Amy, the doctor he got on with so well at that gala the other night? I knew there was something between them. Now am I about to get all the gory details?
I cheated,
Drew says. And before he can say any more, I feel my blood pressure boiling. What? I cry.
On one of my medical school exams, he says, finishing the sentence I abruptly punctuated.
An exam? I reply, confused.
It was when I was training to be a doctor. I was struggling to keep up with all the work, and I was sure I was going to fail and get kicked off the course, meaning I'd have got all my student debt for nothing. I paid somebody to give me a sneak peek at an exam paper, and with that, I was able to pass and stay on track.
I'm confused. Why are you telling me this? I ask him, unable to see how it could be relevant so many years after Drew gained his medical degree and became a fully qualified doctor. Because a reporter has evidence and is going to publish it in an article, my worried husband admits. Someone else who was studying to be a doctor at the same time as me, someone who cheated like I did. He's telling all, and I'm caught up in it. It's going to be a huge scandal. Who is this person? I don't know. The reporter didn't tell me his name. So it's a he, I say, my calculating mind already whirring into action. It doesn't matter who they are, Drew laments. All that matters is that with actual evidence, I am going to be investigated, and I could lose my job. Will anybody really care about one exam several years ago? When it comes to doctors and nurses, the people entrusted with saving lives, yeah, I think people are going to care. Drew puts his head in his hands, and I wish I had some way of making this better. There has to be a way. There is always a way. Give me the name of this journalist. I'll try speaking to him, I say, determined to resolve this situation before it spirals out of control. I can stop him printing the article. It's a waste of time. I already tried that. He wants to publish it. It's a huge scoop. It'll be good for his career, and he knows it. What if we offer him money not to do it? I try, but Drew quickly shoots that one down. Bribe a journalist? No way.
I can't have that allegation against me, too. Drew is probably right. That would be too risky. I need another idea. Okay, forget about the journalist, I say. What about this other person, the one who is talking to the journalist? If we can find him, we can get him to retract his story. That's probably the only thing giving the article any substance. So without that, the journalist won't have anything to publish. It sounds good, but we don't know who this guy is, Drew moans. And that does seem like an insurmountable problem. Think. There has to be a way of finding out who they are, I say, unwilling to give up as easily as my husband seems to be. I hate seeing him like this, as if he's resigned to a grim fate. I know him as a confident, charming doctor. I want that man back. And I'm going to have to help him get there. All I know is he was a student at the same time I was, and he used to be a doctor. But he gave that up because he'd had enough of it. Now he's writing a book all about the profession, and these stories about cheating are just the tip of the iceberg. I think about that for a second. Then I grab my laptop from where it is charging on the kitchen counter. I was using it earlier to read about how to cook the perfect steak, and it came in useful, but now I'm needing to search for something more important than the merits of medium rare. Okay, so let's try searching for what we know, I say as I open Google. We're looking for a doctor who went to the same university as you and who has now written a book. Let's see if those keywords give us anything.
I hit the search button and hope we get lucky. I think we might have. Do you know this guy? I say as I turn the laptop to face Drew, and he takes a look. The first result on the page is a small article about a doctor who went to his medical school and has since written a couple of short stories about his experiences caring for patients. I'm not expecting Drew to recognize him now, but the name might ring a bell.
Clyde Morrow, Drew says, reading the name of the article, and it seems to be igniting something in his memory. I know him. There was a guy called Clyde on my course. We all used to say what an unusual name he had. This could be him, I say. He's ticking all the boxes. How could we know for sure? Drew asks me, still not as convinced as I am. There's a way to find out, I say, not having fully formulated a plan yet. Let me work on it. I'm already thinking, but Drew interrupts that process by taking my hand. You don't have to do this for me, he says. This is my mistake. I should own it. You don't need to get dragged into this too. I appreciate the sentiment, but my husband is very wrong if he thinks I'm not going to try and save him. I'm your wife, I remind him. That means if someone is attacking you, they're attacking me. So this is where we fight back. I didn't mean for that to sound as dramatic as it did, but Drew looks briefly alarmed by my show of strength. I smile then, to disarm him a little, not wanting him to think that I'm as dangerous as I actually am. Based on what I have done in the past, I know I can do whatever it takes to achieve my goal. I proved it with Rose. Now I have a new target in my sights.
Chapter 34. Drew. A good doctor is also a good investigator. That's what's required to find out what might be wrong with a patient. Questions need to be asked, as if it's a detective interviewing a suspect. Based on those answers, tests might need to be performed. From there, the answer is usually clear. Now I'm going to have to use those same skills, except in a different way. I don't need to be an investigator to find out if someone is sick. I need to be an investigator to find the man who is threatening to ruin my career, and perform a few tests to prove it. If I can do that, I might just be able to stop this article being published. I'm not very confident about that happening, but my wife is. As soon as I shared my problem with Fern, she sprang into action, surprising me with the sheer determination she displayed to help me out of my mess. Of course, I would have expected her to support me, but the level of determination she showed did come as a bit of a shock. I thought she would have been dismayed to learn that I had cheated, and might have asked questions about why I did it, and what other things I might have done wrong in the past that I have got away with so far. But she didn't do any of that. She just vowed to sort this out, and her way of doing that has been to find the person who is helping give evidence to this upcoming news article. Clyde Morrow. That's the name of the man we both believe has been speaking to the journalist. He's the figure from my past who threatens my future. We narrowed it down to him based on the fact that he went to the same medical school as I did. He was a doctor, but is no longer, and he has also written a couple of books. The fact those books didn't sell particularly well doesn't change anything. He fits the bill, and it seems he's figured out a way to improve the sales of his next book. Team up with a journalist and dish the dirt on anybody and everybody he can in a vain bid to make some money and gain some readers.
Annoyingly, it's a smart strategy, and I am sure it will work, but only if we sit back and allow Clyde to pull it off. I'm not willing to do that, and Fern certainly is not. That brings us to now. The reason I'm sipping a beer by myself in a pub. I wouldn't usually do such a thing, not just because it's hardly a healthy way for a doctor to spend his spare time. I'd usually be at home with my wife, or playing tennis with Greg, or finishing up some work at the surgery. Instead, I am drinking alone. or at least I am for the time being. I plan to have some company very soon, and that company will come in the form of the man drinking at the table with friends in the corner. Clyde is in this pub with me. He hasn't seen me yet because it's busy, and I've mostly kept my back turned to him, but I am watching him through the reflection in the glass behind the bar. I'm watching and waiting for when he will inevitably approach the bar to get himself another drink. I know it's inevitable, because if there's one thing I've noticed about Clyde since I've been watching him, it's that he likes a drink. How long have I been watching him? A lot longer than just tonight. Once Fern and I had him on our suspects list, we began the process of trying to locate him. Again, that was where my wife demonstrated a remarkable ability to do what needed to be done for the cause. She began searching for his name online, looking for anything that might give us an address. She said social media was probably a waste of time because nobody ever puts where they live on there, just a few photos that make it hard to pinpoint an exact location. Instead, she was looking at websites where it's a legal requirement to list an address. And that was where she struck gold. It turned out that Clyde Morrow had started his own author business, through which, presumably, went the profits from the books he had written. While those profits might not have been as high as he would have hoped when he started writing, he still had gone through the process of setting up the business, and that meant he was required to give a business address. In his case, he had used his home address. That meant any stranger on the internet could now see where he lived, which was hardly wise on his part. But like winning the lottery for me and Fern, we knew where we could find him. But before I could rush there to confront Clyde and beg him to stop talking to the press about the cheating scandal at medical school, my wife had a better idea. "We need a proper plan," she said. "Otherwise, we could lose our element of surprise. If you just confront him and he reacts badly, that's our opportunity gone. We need to do it in a way where we have a plan B that we can use if you aren't able to convince him to stop." That sounded like it made sense. So that was when Fern and I started to work on our plans. Plan A and Plan B. This part right here, where I'm sitting at a bar and waiting to get a chance to talk to Clyde, is Part A. As for Part B, that would be where Fern comes in. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. I'm hoping I can resolve this myself. It's my problem. I started it. So it would be nice if I could finish it. It would also be nice if my wife didn't have to do what she is prepared to do if I can't finish it. I take another sip of my drink and look for Clyde in the glass again, seeing his reflection and noting that he hasn't moved yet. He's still sitting at a table with 3 of his friends, and these are friends he met in this same pub at this same time last week. Having got his address, Fern advised that we go there and watch out for him coming and going from his property. When he left, we were to follow him and learn his habits, see where he spent his time, look for an opening in his week where we could intercept him. That's how we discovered that he has these weekly drinks with his friends, because it was this time last week when I saw him leave this pub and shout out to his mates, "Same time next Thursday," as a new song starts playing on the jukebox and the barman polishes another glass. I notice Clyde starting to shuffle out of his seat. He's making a move, and I have a feeling he'll be headed my way. He's ready for his next drink, so I better be ready for him. "4 more pints of ale, please," he says to the barman before leaning against the bar and taking out his wallet. He hasn't looked in my direction yet, so it's up to me to attract his attention. "Now there's a face from the past," I say. And when Clyde looks up from his wallet, it seems he recognizes me too. "Clyde, right? We went to medical school together. Do you remember?" Clyde pauses for a moment before confirming. "Yes, I remember. Hello, Drew. How are you?"
I ask, sliding out of my seat and going to shake his hand. It's my intention to be as friendly as I can be until Clyde makes it clear that we can't be friends. Only then will I switch into enemy mode. I'm okay, Clyde replies, looking as uncomfortable as any man would be when faced with a person they are selling a story about. He must think I don't know what he has been doing behind my back. Either that, or the journalist has told him he spoke to me, and Clyde is just wondering why I'm being so nice. I read one of your books, I say, playing to his ego. It was great. I really enjoyed it. Congratulations on becoming an author. Again, Clyde looks uncomfortable. You've come a long way since medical school, I see. From a doctor to a writer. Not bad, especially when you consider what we did. What we did? Clyde asks, playing dumb. Yeah, the whole exam thing. Paying Jimmy for the papers. How stupid were we? But we were young, and young people make mistakes. I'm just glad it hasn't impacted either of us as we've got older. Clyde frowns then, and I suddenly worry if I have underestimated him. You can drop the act, Drew, he says. Benjamin told me that he spoke to you, and you refused to contribute to the article he is writing. But you know about it, which I'm guessing is why you have tracked me down here. How did you find me? I don't really want to answer that, but whatever I do, the time for playing nice is clearly over. Please don't do it, I say. You don't need to help that journalist write his article. Whatever evidence you have, just keep it to yourself. I'm sure your book can sell well enough without it. Clyde scoffs. You think so? My last book sold 12 copies. Hardly a bestseller. So that's your strategy. Ruin as many lives as you can, all for the sake of trying to sell some books? Anybody who has their life ruined has only brought it on themselves. Clyde replies coldly. You cheated on that exam. You know you did. And you know that you might not be a doctor today if you hadn't. That's your mistake, and you have to own it. Everybody has moved on, I try. No need to dredge up the past. I'm not doing it only for my book sales, Clyde tells me, as the barman serves him his drinks. I'm doing it because I worked as a doctor for several years, and I know all the bad stuff that goes on. The stuff the patients and the public don't see. I'm exposing it all, one secret at a time. And when I'm finished, the profession will never look the same again. It's clear that Clyde is motivated, and not just by money. He wants to clean up what he sees as an untidy healthcare system. That's a big problem. A motivated man is an unstoppable man. Then he proves how unstoppable he is. I'm going to go and enjoy these drinks with my friends now, Clyde says as he picks up the glasses. I suggest you finish your beer and go home. Don't follow me again, or that will end up in the news article too. Good night, Drew. Clyde leaves me alone at the bar, and I watch him return to his table. I decide to take his advice. I finish my beer and get out my phone, typing a short text. Plan B. I know the recipient has understood the message. I get confirmation of that as I leave the pub, just as she enters it. Fern is here now. The doctor had a go, and it didn't work. Now it's time for the doctor's wife to take over. Chapter 35. Fern. It feels weird to see my left hand without a wedding ring on it. I'd got so used to wearing that diamond ever since Drew slid it onto my finger at the altar. I would often look at it during the course of the day and smile, remembering our perfect wedding and how marriage was treating us both well so far. Now the fourth finger on that hand is bare, as if I'm just back to being plain old Fern again. Before I was the doctor's wife, I was nobody. But it's just an illusion, a trick. I'm still married to Drew, which means I am still so much more than the woman I used to be. I don't need to wear my ring to know that. I feel it inside of myself, the extra confidence I carry, the greater resolve I hold to do whatever it takes to keep my wonderful life intact. That's why I am doing this tonight. It's to keep it all together. I cannot fail. I pick up my champagne glass and take a sip, the fizzy bubbles going straight to my head and only serving to embolden me for what lies ahead. I came up with this plan when I was sober, but being a little tipsy tonight as I act it out won't hurt. In fact, it might help. Another sip. Only then do I dare steal a look in the glass behind the bar, the glass that gives me a reflection of what is behind me. I see Clyde, seated at a table with his friends, and he looks in a jovial mood. He's laughing and joking, enjoying his drink and his company. And that's good news for me. If he's already happy this evening, I'm only going to make him even happier. I'm hoping he will come to the bar soon to get another round of drinks in, but frustratingly, it's one of his friends who does that. I keep to myself as I watch them order before they return to the table, and then I have no choice but to go back to watching Clyde. I want him to come to the bar so I can say what I have to say to him, but I worry he might not. If his other friends are due to get the next few drinks, I could be waiting here a while. I don't want that.
Neither will Drew. The longer I'm away from him, the more my husband will worry. So I make a decision. It's time to go to Plan B within the Plan B. Picking up my glass, I leave my bar stool and approach Clyde's table, and as I get closer, the four men seated at it quickly notice me approaching. I suppose it's not difficult for them to notice an attractive woman in a pub like this, which has a mostly male clientele. It's also impossible for them not to notice that the prettiest woman in this pub is heading straight for them.
Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but—
Don't worry about it,
one of Clyde's friends says, a bearded man who seems to be ogling me the most.
How can we help you, darling?
Well, the thing is, and this is rather embarrassing, so please forgive me for being a fangirl, but are you the author, Clyde Morrow? I ask, looking directly at my target. Clyde instantly looks impressed, like he has been waiting his whole life for somebody to approach him in public and ask him that very question. He also seems to like the fact that he has been asked it while surrounded by his friends.
Yes, this is Clyde,
one of his mates says triumphantly, putting an arm around Clyde's shoulder and shaking him as if proud.
Look, we found that one reader you have.
All his friends burst into laughter then, and even Clyde laughs too, a teasing joke at his expense, and no doubt born out of the fact that he hasn't sold too many books in his time. I make a point of not laughing. In fact, I do the opposite. You must have lots of readers, I say seriously. Your books are so good. I couldn't put them down. I've actually read them twice. Of course, that is a lie. I haven't read them twice, although I have read them once. I had to buy them to do my research for tonight in case I was needed, and now that I am, it's a good job that I'll be able to talk about whatever Clyde has written in his books. As for not being able to put them down, that is a fib too.
I dozed off 3 times just getting through the opening few chapters.
Thank you very much.
Clyde replies, beaming widely.
I really appreciate that. Tell me, are you a doctor yourself?
I presume he is asking me that because he would think that doctors would be the only ones who would enjoy his books, given that they are on that topic. I knew he would ask such a thing, so I'm ready for it. I was a doctor, but like you, I quit the profession. I was very disillusioned with it, which is why your writing spoke to me so much. I found I had a lot in common with it. Clyde has stopped laughing now, and even his mates have gone quiet. That's a good sign because they're actually realizing that I am serious, and I really am a fan of his.
I wish I had one of your books with me, because I could ask you to sign it.
I go on, really stroking his ego and hoping this is all music to his ears. It looks like it is. I wish I had one with me too, Clyde replies. I'd happily sign a copy for you. I purposely let my gaze linger on Clyde then, the two of us having what feels like a private moment, even though there are other people here with us. I'm hoping he's getting the signal that I'm trying to send off to him, the signal that I'm not just a fan of his writing. I'm a fan of him, full stop. I'd love to talk to you about your books, but I can see you are busy with your friends, so I'll leave you to enjoy your evening, I say as I turn to leave. But before I can, I am already expecting to be stopped. Stay, have a drink with us. Clyde invites me, and his friends seem happy to have some female company at their table too. Oh no, I wouldn't want to interrupt all the male talk, I say with a teasing smile. I'll be sitting over there by the bar. Maybe we'll get a chance to speak again before we all go home. With that, I wander back to my bar stool, well aware that Clyde is most likely watching me all the way there. As I take my seat, I make sure to glance in the mirror and, sure enough, his eyes are on my back. I have him hooked. But, like any good fisherman knows, it's not over until you reel them in. I signal for the barman to let him know that I require another drink, but having made a big show of waving my arm so that Clyde can notice it too, I'm hoping he might do the gentlemanly thing and make an appearance next to me any second. He does. Allow me, he says as he takes out his wallet to pay for my drink. Thank you very much, I reply as I reach into my handbag and apply a little more red lipstick. Clyde watches me turn my lips an even darker shade of red before the barman places my champagne down in front of me. I have a confession to make, I say then, lowering my voice so Clyde knows this is just between me and him. What's that? He asks, eager to hear it. I was going to go home before I noticed you sitting over there, I say. When I saw you, I decided I wanted to stay out a little longer. Why is that? I don't know. Maybe there's a part of me that is hoping the two of us can get a drink together somewhere more private before the evening is over. I stare into Clyde's eyes, doing my best to look as sultry as possible. It seems to be working because Clyde suddenly looks a little nervous. I fear I may have overdone it and come across as a bit of a man-eater, and if so, I might just have spooked him back to his table. But he isn't moving in the direction of his friends. He's moving towards me. I have a confession to make, too, he says, leaning in and practically whispering. And what would that be? I purr. When we were talking, I was wishing I was alone rather than with my friends. He says, Why would you think like that? I say, smiling a little. Because I feel like I would enjoy your company. Clyde replies, I think you would enjoy it too, I say, and the second the words leave my lips, I know I have him. Hook, line, and sinker. There's a wine bar next door that I sometimes have a nightcap in, I say. I'm going to finish this drink and then I'll be going there. I'd love it if you were to join me. Do you think you could make an excuse and lose your friends? Clyde barely even has to think about it. I think I could do that, he tells me smugly, and with that, I give him a wink, one that I am sure is enough to make his knees weak. I'll see you next door shortly, Clyde says before he returns to his table. As he does that, I put my lipstick back into my handbag before taking out my phone. I need to send a message to my husband. I need to tell him that the next part of our plan is in motion. Chapter 36. Drew. I've just checked into the hotel room, where, shortly, my wife will bring another man. At least that's the plan. Only time will tell if it works. Why would I do this? Why would a husband willingly help set the scene for his partner to cheat on him? It's because sometimes the only way to catch a cheater is to do some cheating yourself. There is no doubt that Clyde is a cheat. He cheated to become a doctor, just like I did. He might think he's a better person now, trying to expose other doctors. But in reality, all he is doing is trying to make a lot of money from his books without all the work that goes into being a doctor. At least I care for my patients. I help save lives. I provide real value in the world. Clyde doesn't do that, nor does that reporter. Together, the only thing that pair will achieve is ruining a good man. Me. So I'm going to stop them. Or more specifically, my wife is going to stop them. I check my phone and don't see a new message from Fern on there, so I figure I have time to make one more sweep of this room. I walk around it, which doesn't take long because while it is a nice hotel room, it's not exactly a suite or anything fancy like that. It just covers the basics. There's a double bed, a desk and a chair, a wardrobe, and then a bathroom with the usual furnishings. It cost me £160 to occupy this room for the night, but that's a tiny investment compared to how much money this could save me if all goes to plan. I'm happy to spend this money if this works, and according to my wife, it will. She was very confident about that. She's been very confident throughout this whole thing. Does that disconcert me somewhat? Maybe a little. I do feel like I should be warier of my wife in future, because she's proven she is very resourceful. But that's not a bad thing. Tonight, it's only making me love her even more. Walking around the room, my shoes padding over the carpet,
I look at the perfectly made bed and think about how inviting it looks. That's the way it needs to appear to Clyde when he walks in. He needs to see this bed and think that all of his dreams are about to come true. I'm sure it will do the job. Us men are simple creatures, and he'll be so focused on one thing that he'll totally neglect and not even notice what else could be going on in the room. I enter the bathroom and make sure everything looks okay in there. Clyde may wish to use the toilet upon entry, or he may not. Either way, I'm being thorough and making sure I haven't left anything out of place. Anything that might alert him to the fact that somebody was in this room mere moments before he was. Whenever anybody enters a hotel room for the first time, they know other people were there before them. That's just how hotels work. Different guests stay on different nights. But a fresh check-in means the room should look immaculate, as if it is the first time it has ever been used. That's how a guest has a nice experience. To keep this illusion going tonight, Clyde needs to believe that he and Fern are the first ones to be occupying this room this evening. He cannot know that I was here first, not until we've got him exactly where we want him. Everything looks good, so I leave the bathroom and check my phone again. When I do, I see a text from Fern. Just left reception, on our way. That's all I need to know to leave this room as quickly as I can, heading out into the corridor on the 6th floor and walking towards the elevator I came up here in. It's the same elevator that will shortly deposit Fern and Clyde onto this floor, and when it does, I can't be anywhere visible. I had been planning to hide out of sight around one of the corners up here, but as I noticed the tall trolley full of laundry standing by one of the corridor walls, I realized that will make a good hiding place. By standing behind the trolley, I'll be out of view of whoever comes out of the elevator, so I get into my hiding place and then wait. It shouldn't be long now. I'm right. I see the numbers on the electronic screen above the elevator descending until they stop at the ground floor. Then, after a brief moment, they begin ascending, and I'm confident they will stop when they reach floor 6. They do. There's a faint electronic sound, and then the elevator doors slide open, causing me to duck my head down behind the trolley and use my ears instead of my eyes for this part. I listen as I hear the sound of feet scuffing across the corridor carpet before I detect a voice I recognize. I can't believe I'm doing this. The female voice says, and I know it is my wife. I've never done this kind of thing before. Me neither, comes the reply from the man, and I recognize him as Clyde. They're both here, and they are on their way to the room I just vacated. But just before I can hear them make it, I hear Clyde speak again. Come here, he says. Wait, Fern replies. I can't. Clyde replies, and suddenly, everything goes quiet. I know it's a risk to peep out from behind this trolley, but I have to see what is going on. What if Fern is in danger? When I look, I see Clyde is holding her hand, and attempting to get much closer to her. It looks like he wants to press his body against hers into this corridor wall, and while Fern is reluctant, he seems insistent. I instantly want to spring out from behind this trolley and march down the corridor towards Clyde, where I would grab his arms and pull him backwards away from my wife, getting him and his dirty hands away from her. Then I would tell him to leave her alone, but not quite so nicely. If he didn't, I'd be willing to punch him, although I'd be hoping it wouldn't have to come to that. But it might have to. That's until I see my wife adeptly handle the risky situation with ease. Be patient, she says, managing to maneuver herself away from Clyde before he can put his lips on hers. And now she is on the move again, heading for the hotel room. Clyde follows behind her like a lovesick puppy, clearly under her spell, as the plan calls for him to be. But while it's useful that he is, it's also another clear sign of the power Fern seems to have over others. She's used her looks and her charm to get this man exactly where we need him to be, and she's obviously done a very good job of it so far. Perhaps too good a job. As I watch Fern take out her keycard and unlock the hotel room door, I suddenly fear that we have led Clyde into a situation in which he might not react in the way we want him to. What if he gets angry and aggressive? What if he hurts Fern? What if I can't stop him in time? As I watch Clyde follow Fern into the room and the door closes behind them with a soft click, I immediately leave my hiding place, walking away from the trolley and approaching the closed door. The plan calls for me to wait out here in the corridor for a few moments, but every second feels like an eternity as I ponder what could be happening on the other side of this door. How can I just stand here when Clyde could be getting physical with my wife now? She's supposed to be leading this dance, but what if he suddenly takes over and she can't stop him? I don't know how long it has been. I wait a minute or two. I need it to be at least 5 minutes to be sure Fern has got him where she needs to. But how can I keep waiting out here? I decide this has gone on long enough. I take out my keycard and unlock the door. No sooner have I entered than I see the pair, both of them on the bed, him on top of her. They're still clothed, and they're not kissing, but Clyde is clearly ready to progress things further. At least he is until I reach the bed and haul him off my wife. "Hey!" Clyde calls out as he falls backwards onto the floor, but I ignore him and check on Fern.
Are you okay? I ask her. Yeah, fine, she replies, looking like she means it. So I turn my attention to the man lying by my feet. Clyde looks up and sees me, and when he does, his face falls as quickly as his body just did. What's going on here? He begs to know. You've just been caught in a very compromising position with someone who is not your wife, I say, telling him as it is. And now you've got a decision to make. Retract your comments from that article and never mention me to anybody ever again, or your wife will find out about this, and any proceeds you make from your next book will be spent on a very expensive divorce. I've felt stressed all day leading up to this plan. I've certainly been stressed putting it into action, but now I have been able to deliver the payoff. I feel slightly better. At least I do until Clyde scoffs. So that's what this is. A setup, he sneers, looking from me to Fern. So you're not a fan of my books. Who are you? I'm his wife, Fern replies boldly. And you messed with the wrong couple. That sounded impressive, but Clyde doesn't look as affected by it as I hoped he would. Well, this was a very nice trick you've both pulled here, but that's all it is. I can just leave this room and go home, and my wife would be none the wiser. Then I can still help publish that article and release my book, and everybody will know you cheated to become a doctor. Nothing has changed here. Nothing at all. Is that what you think? I say,
before walking over to the desk opposite the bed. When I reach it, I point towards something sitting on there, just beside the room service menu and the card with the hotel's Wi-Fi code on it.
What's that?
Clyde asks nervously. It's a camera, I reply with a smile. And it's captured everything that you were doing with my wife. Everything that your wife would be appalled to see. Clyde doesn't look so smug now. Not as he realizes he has fallen right into our trap.
You two are crazy,
He says, but if that comment is intended to hurt us, it doesn't seem to land, especially not on Fern. We'll take that as a compliment, she replies as she gets up off the bed and joins me, the two of us standing side by side in solidarity opposite this man who ended up becoming our enemy. Hopefully, he is about to be a vanquished enemy. Retract your comments from the news article and keep my name out of any cheating allegations, I say. If you do that, then we will not send this footage to your wife, and you'll get to keep your family. Clyde goes through the motions of pretending to think about it, but he must see that he has no other option but to back down. As he gets to his feet, he looks like a beaten man. Then he confirms it. I'll retract my comments from the article, he tells us, and delete any mention of you in my upcoming book. Thank you, I say. I notice that Fern seems confused as to why I've just shown gratitude to this man. You should be thanking us, she says to Clyde coldly. Unsurprisingly, Clyde chooses not to do that. Instead, he just shuffles to the door. But before he leaves us, he has one more thing to add. You're a danger to others, he says. But most of all, I think you're a danger to yourselves. He leaves. Fern looks triumphant and suggests we get some champagne. As for me, I feel unsettled. I thought my wife and I made a good team. But is Clyde right? Are we a danger to one another?
Chapter 37. Fern.
They say time flies when you're having fun, and it certainly feels that way as Drew and I celebrate annual wedding anniversaries. Over the years, I've become more and more accustomed to my role as the glamorous doctor's wife. The years might be rolling by, but they're not getting the better of either of us. We seem to be going from strength to strength. One sure sign that a couple's bond is ironclad is when each person in the relationship feels comfortable with sharing secrets, ones they wouldn't share with anybody else. Drew already proved that when he confessed to me that he had cheated on one of his exams at medical school, and that confession subsequently led to the pair of us working together to rid ourselves of a problem that threatened his career. Shortly after that, I had asked Drew if there were any more skeletons in his closet, but he assured me that there were not. I trusted him, and as time went by, there was nothing to suggest he was keeping anything from me. Until now, when he's once again come home from work looking ashen-faced and as if he is ready to drop the next bombshell on our marriage. You told me there were no more secrets, I say to him as he lingers in the lounge doorway looking nervous. What have you been hiding? I haven't been hiding anything, he replies. There were no more secrets. This is something new. It's only just happened. What is it? I say, putting down my glass of wine and turning off the TV before sitting up straighter on the sofa. Drew sits down beside me, but he doesn't look as comfortable as a person should when reclining down onto this expensive sofa. The furniture I picked out for this room cost a lot of money, but it suddenly seems wasted as my husband looks incredibly awkward in his surroundings. It's one of my patients, he says, after the silence has got too much for him to bear. I just found out she died. That does sound sad, and I could understand why Drew would be affected by it. He cares about every one of his patients, no matter how exhausted they make him after a long day. So it's only to be expected that one of them dying would sadden him. Unfortunately, it's also only to be expected that if you have a long career as a doctor,
You're going to know a lot of people who die. But this doesn't seem like simple sadness on Drew's part. It looks like there is something else going on beneath the surface, something more sinister than sadness. I think it's fear. What happened? I ask, taking Drew's hand and giving it a squeeze, hoping the extra comfort I might provide gives him the strength to get this off his chest.
There's this woman. She'd been coming to me for a while. He begins. Said she was stressed, couldn't sleep, but I could tell there was more to it than that.
Like what?
I could tell she was drinking a lot. I could smell it on her breath every time I saw her. There were other signs too. The blotchy skin, bleary eyes. Every time I saw her, she was either hungover or she was slurring her words, making me think she had been drinking before her appointments. Some of those appointments were early in the morning.
So what did you do?
I asked her about her drinking, but she always denied it. Drew tells me she just kept asking for something to help her sleep.
Wouldn't sleeping pills be dangerous if they were mixing with alcohol? I ask, not needing to be a doctor to know that, and Drew nods.
Yeah, they would be. He confirms they shouldn't be combined.
So what did you do?
Drew doesn't answer that question.
Drew, what did you do?
I prescribed her sleeping pills.
He quietly admits. What? Why would you do that if you suspected she was abusing alcohol?
I don't know. I was just trying to help her.
She was exhausted and clearly needed sleep. But you must have known there was a risk. She assured me she wasn't drinking that much, and said if only she could sleep, it would solve all her other problems. And you believed her? Normally, I wouldn't, but she convinced me. I wonder then how this female patient could be so persuasive. Was she attractive? Did she charm my husband? Did anything actually happen between them? My dormant paranoia begins to threaten an explosive eruption again. Did she try something with you? I ask anxiously, afraid of what I might hear next. But Drew looks mortified. No, absolutely not. He is so vigorous in his denial that I believe him. Okay, so what's happened? I just told you. She's dead. Drew really does look distressed. How did she die? I have to ask. She overdosed, Drew tells me, looking afraid as he says it. She was found unresponsive with an empty bottle of vodka beside her. Oh my God, I say, thinking about how awful that is. What an awful tragedy for her, and also the loved ones she leaves behind. I should have helped her, he goes on. I should have done more. You did the best you could, I say. But Drew shakes his head at that suggestion. Have you not been listening to what I was saying? I gave strong sedatives to a woman who I suspected of being an alcoholic. I should have foreseen that something like this could happen and not given her the prescription. If I hadn't, she would be alive now. You don't know that. She might have got her pills from another doctor. No, she wouldn't, because they wouldn't have given them to her. Any doctor with sense could see that it was a bad idea. But I did it. Why did I do that? What's wrong with me? There's nothing wrong with you, I say, trying to calm him down, but he pulls away. You realize I could go to prison for this if anyone finds out, he says. It's malpractice. It's criminal negligence. How could anybody find out? I ask, before Drew can get himself any more worked up. How would anybody know? Did you make a note of her potential alcoholism in her patient notes? Drew thinks about it for a moment, before shaking his head. I told her that I suspected it, but she denied it and begged me not to write it in any notes, so it wasn't a part of her medical history.
She was afraid it would be something she'd have to mention in any job interviews, or for insurance, which could be true. Okay, that's a good thing, I say. There's no paper trail there. So as long as this woman never told anybody that you gave her the pills, you're okay. Drew is still thinking about it. They haven't found the pills, right? Drew shakes his head. As long as they don't, then you're in the clear, I assume. And Drew has to agree. Okay, so stop worrying about this and go and take a shower, I tell him. I'll get the food warmed up and we can have dinner when you've come back down. Drew still seems reluctant, but I insist he goes, so he does. As I listen to him plodding his way up the stairs, I think about how this is the second time my husband has told me about something he has done wrong. Will there be a third time? Or might he not tell me if there is? As I go back to preparing the dinner, the one that has almost been ruined by Drew coming home in such a state, I decide that I'm going to have to keep a closer eye on my husband. How do I do that? There are lots of ways a wife can keep tabs on her man. Some of them might make me seem paranoid, but only to me. If I do it right, Drew won't have any idea what I'm doing.
Chapter 38. Drew. As I stare at the gravestone in front of me, I think about how this is the only thing in life guaranteed to us all. I hope it'll be a long time before I require one of these myself, but I guess we never know for sure. The wind is bitingly cold, and I am glad I wore a coat over my shirt and tie as I stand here in this chilly cemetery surrounded by all these memorials to the dead. That's about the only thing I am glad about, because I can't take much more joy in being here, paying my respects to a woman I feel like I could have saved. She's dead because of me. That's what I've been saying to myself for a long time now, ever since I heard about the overdose. My confession to Fern that I could and should have done more to help her was not just some guilty paranoia without substance. It was the truth. I made a mistake. A big one. Because of that mistake, this gravestone is here, and this woman's family members have to make do with this being the only time they visit their loved one ever again. Doctors are used to being around death. It comes with the job. I wish I could tell every patient who comes to see me that they have many more healthy years ahead of them. But that's not the way it works. Some have to draw the short straw, and when they do, it's up to me to show them that straw in the most considerate way possible. Some people cry when they get the bad news, while a few others sit there silent and shell-shocked. The odd few burst out laughing, as if the grim diagnosis I have just given them is only a joke and I was teasing them for my entertainment. Those people are the ones I worry about the most. The news obviously hasn't landed properly with them yet, but when it does, it will be bad. But this one was different. I wasn't doling out a devastating diagnosis. This patient did not need to die. She just needed my help. Instead, I took the easy option and gave her sleeping tablets, as if a good night's sleep can cure everything.
Those pills helped her to go to sleep. But mixed with alcohol, they ensured that she never woke up again. Why am I here? Why am I tormenting myself by visiting this depressing place, as if it will change anything about the past? It's guilt, plain and simple. By coming here once a month, it allows me to pretend like I did not fail her, as if trying harder now makes up for not trying hard enough earlier. I'm due back at work soon, so I should get going. But as usually happens when I come here, I have slipped into a sort of trance, one where I lose track of time and end up standing as stiff and motionless as the gravestones that I'm amongst. I'm snapped out of it by the sound of a new message arriving on my phone. As I take it out,
I wonder if it will be Fern asking me how my day is going. Or she could be messaging to let me know she has decided on the paint color for the dining room, the one we are having decorated, as if we haven't spent enough money on our house already. But it's not a message from my wife. It's a message from another woman, a woman I have been intimately involved with before. Her name is Lisa, and she was a fellow student of mine at medical school. However, unlike Jimmy and Clyde, and a whole host of other trainee doctors who cheated to help them get to where they are today, Lisa was never involved in any of that, at least as far as I know. No, Lisa was too honest to get embroiled in such scandals. She was a lovely young woman, very polite, very considered, and, dare I say, very attractive. One of the highlights of training to be a doctor for me was not just getting my medical degree, but the frenzied few months when Lisa and I had a romantic relationship. We were both in our early 20s, full of enthusiasm and energy, and it showed in our physical attraction to one another. If we weren't studying in the library or drinking in the student bars, then we were in each other's beds, kissing and carefree, our whole lives ahead of us. I wouldn't say I was expecting, or even hoping, that our relationship would extend beyond our student days. I took it as it was, casual fun between two people who were simply studying together in the same place and had formed a mutual attraction. We had plenty in common, after all. We both wanted to be doctors, and we were both smart enough to achieve that goal. The only difference was Lisa used all her smarts to study, while I used some of mine to cheat. But that's why, when our relationship naturally fizzled out towards the end of our time as students, it didn't seem like a big thing. We kissed at our graduation ball and wished each other the best, saying we'd catch up again one day. And then that was that. I haven't seen her since. But now we are messaging. And Fern doesn't know about it. Do I need to tell my wife? I'm not sure that I do. After all, these messages between me and Lisa are totally innocent. There's no flirting in there, and certainly no suggestion from either of us that we try and pick up where we left off so many years ago, before we got older and took on whatever responsibilities we now have. I still disapprove of Phil's behavior towards his wife in the past, so I'm hardly looking to replicate it in my own. The messages recently started when Lisa reached out to me after saying she had bumped into one of our mutual friends from medical school. After she had asked about me, that friend mentioned that he had my number and could happily pass it on. Lisa agreed to take it, and then she sent me a text, simply saying who she was and why she was getting in touch. Hey, it's Lisa. Remember me? I was just talking about you the other day, and now I have your number. I hope you're well. That was all the first message said, nothing inappropriate at all. I just smiled when I received it and sent a reply, saying that I was well and asking how she was in return. Just being polite, that's all it was. Since then, we have been sending the occasional message back and forth, just casual catch-ups as we talk about our lives as doctors, how all the studying and training we did only barely prepared us for what was to come, as well as a few personal parts in there too. I made sure to mention that I was married fairly recently, just in case Lisa was single and wondering if I might still be interested in her. I need not have worried, because Lisa told me she was married too. After that, I relaxed even more as we messaged, not feeling like I was doing anything sneaky behind Fern's back, as it was just two married friends talking about life. That's all it is. So why do I feel a thrill every time I see Lisa has sent me a new message? And why have I still not mentioned this old friend to my wife? I don't know. But I do know that I needed a distraction to get me out of this graveyard. So I turn and walk away, already thinking about what I'm going to say to Lisa in my reply. I don't feel guilty about what I'm doing. I love Fern, and I know that she loves me. She has proven that with the way she has helped me deal with the 2 secrets in my past. 2 secrets that she has calmly helped keep as buried as the skeletons I am walking away from that are buried in this cemetery. I also know that I would never cheat on my wife. No way. So I'll keep messaging Lisa, assuming her texts all remain as innocent as they have been so far. If I do that, I can't see there being any problem. Fern won't know, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. Would she?
Chapter 39. Fern.
Nobody wants to be the paranoid wife, constantly checking up on their husband, but sometimes it's what's needed to be done for the safety of the marriage. I've been keeping tabs on Drew for weeks now, ever since I realized he was capable of making mistakes that could derail the perfect life we have together. From cheating on an exam to medical negligence, he has been prone to lapses in judgment, sometimes with deadly consequences, so it only seems wise that I should monitor him for any future mistakes. It's not just for my benefit, but for his too. I don't want him to get himself involved in a situation he can't get himself out of. We've been lucky in the past that we've been able to cover up what he's done wrong, but there might come a time when we can't, so prevention is better than the cure. So how have I been monitoring him? I haven't been doing much, just using the plentiful free time that I have. For example, I'll occasionally take a walk down to Drew's workplace around lunchtime and see if I can spot him heading out for his break. Sometimes he stays inside, but every now and then, if the sun is out, he'll go for a walk. I follow behind, keeping my distance, but watching to see where he might be going and what he might be doing when he thinks I'm not around. Most of the time, he does nothing more exciting than buying a sandwich and a bottle of water from a shop or cafe, and that's fine by me. Sometimes he sits alone on a bench and consumes that basic lunch, which again is great. But there have been a few times I've seen him go somewhere unexpected, like the times I noticed him going to the local church to stand amongst the gravestones. At first, I had no idea who it was he could be visiting. That was until I once waited for him to leave before approaching the gravestone he had been standing at to find it was the female patient he had told me about, the one who had overdosed after he prescribed her pills he shouldn't have.
Especially considering she was abusing alcohol at the time. I could have taken such a discovery in 2 ways. 1, I could have felt that Drew was simply visiting the gravestone out of guilt. Or 2, I could have felt that he really had been closely involved with this woman, and now his visits here were a symptom of a broken heart and a yearning for a woman he'd never be with again. For someone like me, it's easy to guess which option tended to vie for my attention more. But my concerns were wasted, because one night, totally unprompted, Drew told me about his trips to the graveyard, and when he did, I relaxed, because it showed me that he was getting better about telling me things. It also told me that he hadn't been having an affair with that woman, because if he had, there's no way he would have confessed to visiting her burial site. So I relaxed a little after that. Sure, I still wander down to his office every now and again, but those trips have become less frequent. There are other ways I can occasionally check on him too. From eavesdropping on one of his phone calls, if he takes it in another room, or accidentally opening a letter addressed to him. But I've always stopped short of checking his phone for messages. That seems a little too intrusive. I also wouldn't want him to catch me doing that, because that's the kind of thing that could lead to an argument. I imagine no man wants to think their wife is snooping at their phone every time their back is turned. I've seen that type of thing play out on plenty of TV shows, and it always seems to lead to an argument between the characters involved. So I've never gone through his phone without his knowledge. Until tonight. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the fact I've noticed him using it recently to send messages a little more frequently than he usually does. Or it could simply be that he's gone upstairs for a shower and left his device lying on the sofa where he was sitting. But something makes me pick it up,
and break my golden rule of not snooping at his messages. I can easily unlock his phone because I know he uses the same PIN code for this as he does on our house alarm. He's joked before that while he can remember all sorts of important medical things in his day job, he's useless with numbers, so he keeps his PIN codes the same for everything. That fact allows me to get into his phone, and from there, it's just the press of an app away from seeing his messages. I really am not expecting to find anything of interest, just messages between me and him, and then a few from his male friends, probably talking about football or tennis or some tasty new beer one of them has tried. But then I see a name at the top of his most recent messages, and I frown. Who is Lisa? I read the messages quickly while I can hear the sound of running water upstairs, wanting to gather as much information as I can before Drew finishes his shower and comes back downstairs. There is a lot to read. How many messages have there been between these two, and how long has this been going on? As my eyes scan down the long chain of correspondence, I'm wondering how he met this woman. Is she one of his patients? I know he can't have been sneaking out to see her on his lunch breaks because I've been watching him there, but has he been seeing her some other times? I cannot see anything in these messages about dates being arranged, and certainly nothing about hotel bookings or him having to make excuses to me. There is one message here where he does mention me, but it's just to say that he is married, so that is a good sign, isn't it? Then I see a message that says she is married too, which is also in my favor. But then I think that sometimes if two people are having an affair, it really doesn't matter if they're married or not. Is that my phone? I look up to see Drew standing in the doorway, looking down at me on the sofa, his mobile clearly in my hand.
He has caught me with it. I say, though it's pointless trying to deny it. Yeah. What are you doing? Is his next question. I could make up an excuse. Say I picked it up by accident, thinking it was my phone instead of his. I could also say I'm just using it to check the weather, or the news, or something mundane like that. But then my paranoia decides that it needs answering first. Who is Lisa? I ask Drew, and I study his face to see if he flinches. He does, but only ever so slightly. What? Who is Lisa? This woman you have been messaging so much behind my back. You've been checking my messages? Drew cries, sounding alarmed and very much like one of those characters in the TV shows where such a thing as this happens. Based on what I know usually happens next, we are in for a big argument. This is the first time I've ever done it, I say, which is the truth, not that Drew has to believe me. I'm glad I did, because you've clearly been sending a lot of messages to this person. So who is she? She's just a friend. I've heard that line before. It's the oldest line in the book. Just a friend? Then why wouldn't you tell me about her? Why have I never met her? There's nothing to tell. And you've never met her because she doesn't live anywhere near us. She's an old friend from university. We were studying to be doctors together, that's it. That's it? Why are you messaging now then? You left uni a long time ago. She just randomly reached out to me. You expect me to believe that? Yes, because it's the truth. Okay, so if we're telling the truth, have you ever slept with this woman? What? You heard me. Answer the question. Drew hesitates, and that's all it takes for me to prepare to throw his phone against the nearest wall. Wait, he cries, and he just about manages to stop me smashing it into a million pieces. But just because I haven't thrown his phone, it doesn't mean I've calmed down. No,
I'm not sleeping with her, Drew maintains. I've told her about you. She knows I'm married, and she is married too. Read all the messages if you have to. You'll see there's nothing inappropriate in there. We've just been catching up. We're just friends. I promise. To be fair to Drew,
The messages I have read do back that up. I haven't seen any evidence of flirting, or worse, so maybe he is telling me the truth. I potentially jump to conclusions. Now my husband is looking at me like I am mad. I'm sorry, I say, as I hand his phone back to him, and he takes it, still looking wary of me. I realize I might have gone a step too far. For the first time, Drew has seen evidence of my paranoia. Is that a bad thing? Or could it be good? Maybe now he knows that I'm not someone to be messed with. Maybe now he'll think twice about every single thing he does in the future.
Chapter 40. Drew, a game of tennis with my good mate Greg usually has me feeling better than before it started. But not tonight. That's because there is still something worrying me, the thing that has been on my mind for a while now. It's been almost a week since Fern discovered the messages that Lisa and I had been exchanging, messages that were totally innocent, though that's not how my wife saw it. She lost her temper in a way I've never seen her lose it before. It wasn't only her being grumpy, this was full-blown rage, potentially fueled by a paranoia the strength of which has me spooked to this day. I still don't fully understand the extent of Fern's reaction, nor am I totally sure I want to for fear of what I might learn there, but I do understand one thing. My wife is the jealous type.
Everything okay, buddy?
Greg says to me as we take our seats for our customary post-match pint.
I know I usually beat you, but you don't usually play that badly.
Just not my night, I say casually, trying to brush it off, but Greg can obviously sense that there is something troubling me.
Everything okay at home?
He asks then, getting dangerously close to the nerve. I could lie. I could be a typical guy and shrug my shoulders and say I'm fine, spend the rest of our conversation talking about nothing more substantial than some new car that I'm thinking of buying. But I decide not to do that. That's because I feel like I really need to get another perspective on Fern's recent reaction to those text messages, and maybe Greg is the perfect person to seek it from. He knows I'm married, but he's never actually met Fern. He was unable to make it to my wedding due to having to work, so while the pair of us have been good friends for years, he's in the unique position of being the only one of those friends who doesn't really know my wife. That means he might have a clearer opinion on Fern if I ask for it, rather than him knowing her so well that he doesn't want to risk offending either one of us. It also helps that he's not exactly going to mention this conversation to Fern the next time he sees her, simply because he never sees her.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to tell me if I'm overreacting to this or if Fern is.
I begin, and Greg looks interested, shuffling forward on his seat and denying himself another sip of his pint until he's heard it.
I'm all ears,
he says. I've been messaging a woman from my past, I begin with, and Greg's eyebrows immediately rise, as if he's wondering if I'm about to confess some kind of secret, sordid affair to him. Someone I was close to at medical school.
Define close.
We were sleeping together.
Okay, that's pretty close,
Greg deduces. It was years ago, and after we graduated, we never saw each other again. Anyway, she started messaging me out of the blue recently, and I have been messaging her back.
What kind of messages?
I decide it's easier to just show Greg than try to explain them all, so I take my phone out of my gym bag and find the text chat before handing it over. He has a quick read-through before nodding.
Seems fine,
he says. That's what I thought, but Fern didn't think so.
You showed her these messages?
Greg asks, but I shake my head. No, she found them herself.
She was looking through your phone?
I nod.
Why was she doing that?
Is the next question. I have no idea. I haven't done anything to warrant her being suspicious of me, and I didn't think she'd ever be the type to be checking up on me, but I was clearly wrong. Greg thinks about that for a moment as he hands me back my phone.
There isn't anything in those messages that can get you into trouble,
he surmises. That's what I would have thought too. I agree. But Fern didn't like it. In fact, that's an understatement. She went crazy. She thought I was having an affair,
and she almost smashed my phone into the wall.
Greg looks surprised.
I didn't know she was so explosive, he says. Neither did I. I watch Greg as he takes a sip of his drink, hoping he might have some words of wisdom for me when he's finished drinking. You explained to her that nothing is going on with this other woman, he asks. Of course I did. And does she believe you? I don't know. I feel like I don't know her at all right now. She just overreacted. I'm sure it's fine. Greg tries. That's not the point. Why was she checking my phone? Why was she paranoid already? And why did she react so badly to messages that are so innocent? Greg doesn't seem to be able to answer that one, which is frustrating because I told him in the hope that he might. Maybe it's sweet that she got so jealous, he suggests. Shows how much she loves you. By going mad and almost destroying my phone. Have you tried talking about this with her? Greg asks then. Not because he's just trying to end this difficult conversation, but because that would be a logical step to take. No, not really, I confess. I've been wary of bringing it up again ever since that night. That's not healthy. The unhealthy doctor, that's me, I say, trying to make light of it. But it's not funny. Not really. I thought we were strong. But this feels like the first crack in our marriage, and it's a sizable one at that. Are you still messaging this other woman? Greg asks me, and I shake my head. No, I've kind of let it die out. I slowed down my responses, said I was very busy at work. I think she's got the hint. It's frustrating because we are just friends, and Fern doesn't even know that we slept together in the past. So for her to react like this is weird, right? I don't think we'll ever understand the opposite sex, Greg says. And he probably has a point there. Maybe this is one of those things where it seems like nothing to us guys, yet to a woman,
They would totally be on Fern's side. Maybe she has even had this same conversation with one of her friends, and if she has, I bet they are in agreement with her, just like Greg is in agreement with me. Sometimes asking a friend is not the best idea. They're biased. Do me a favor and don't mention this to anyone, I say to Greg. Not that we have any mutual friends, but still. I don't like the idea of too many people knowing that my seemingly perfect marriage is not actually that perfect at all. Of course, Greg replies like a true friend. But do yourself a favor. Don't ever have an affair, or it sounds like your wife might kill you. He laughs at that comment. I don't. It's not that I'm ever planning on having an affair. It's that I fear he might be right if I do. Chapter 41. Fern. I can see my rival from here. She's sitting at a desk on the other side of a large glass window in an office building, overlooking this bustling part of Birmingham. As for me, I'm at ground level, looking up at her on the 4th floor and watching her typing away on her keyboard. I don't know what she does for a job, and frankly, I don't care. All I want to know is if she's going to leave my husband alone. If not, then the two of us are going to have a problem. I tracked down Lisa, Drew's mystery messenger, by taking her number from my husband's phone while he slept. After discovering that he was texting this woman and the ensuing argument that we had, I told myself to leave it there. But I couldn't. Later that night, as the two of us lay in bed, I was unable to sleep. I wondered if Drew would suffer the same fate, but I eventually heard him snoring softly just after 3 a.m. When I did, I crept out of bed and picked up his phone from where it lay on his bedside table. Then I unlocked it and made a note of Lisa's number in my own phone. At first, I was thinking about texting her and telling her to leave my husband alone. But then I worried she might just forward that message on to Drew and ask him what it was all about, potentially making him lose his temper with me and souring things further between us. So I decided to do something else. Armed with the number,
I decided to see if I could trace it. If I could get some information on where the phone was registered, I might be able to get a location on Lisa. That way I could speak to her in person. Much better than over text. Once Drew had gone to work the following day, I got to work myself, going online and entering the phone number to see what I could find. I'd read a few internet forums where people had talked about the best websites to use to do this kind of thing. So, thanks to my internet buddy's top tips, I was able to navigate this world that seemed tailor-made for stalkers.
Not that I'm a stalker. No way. While searching for anything I could find on Lisa's number, I was assuming the most I might get would be the phone store where the device was purchased. If that was the case, the best I could do would be to go to that phone store and see if I could somehow sweet-talk the member of staff on duty into letting me know the address of the customer who bought the phone. It would have been a long shot, but it might have worked, assuming the staff member had been some nervous, nerdy young man who was easily persuadable in the presence of an attractive woman. If not, maybe the trail would have had to run cold there. But it didn't. Instead of getting the address of a phone store where Lisa purchased her mobile, I got another address entirely. It was the address of a media marketing company, and a quick look at their website told me that they had an employee called Lisa. I then checked this on LinkedIn and discovered Lisa had switched careers from medicine to marketing. It didn't take me long to realize that she had been messaging Drew from a company phone, one she had been given as part of her employee benefits. As far as I knew, many companies prohibited the sending of personal messages over a professional handset. Naughty, naughty Lisa. But what other rules had she been breaking? Trying to sleep with a married man, perhaps? I had to find out. And from her, not him. With the address of her workplace, I knew where I could find her during traditional working hours. The only thing I didn't know was how I could go there without Drew getting suspicious. That's because the office address was in Birmingham, a reasonably short train ride away from Manchester, but still a different city entirely, and not one I'd ever have a need to visit. Drew knew it, so if he found out I was going there, he'd quickly figure out it might have something to do with the argument we had over Lisa, if he knew she was based there these days. If he did, he'd surely start to worry that my paranoia was in overdrive. And that could be the end of us. So I needed a way of satisfying my paranoia without my husband knowing. I had to wait a few days, but I've decided that today is the right time to do this. Drew told me that he was working late tonight. Apparently, a new IT system was being installed, and all the doctors had to be there to ensure the transfer of confidential patient information was done securely. It sounded like a big job, and it sounded like it could take a while. But it sounded good to me, because I knew Drew was going to be occupied for a long time. That would give me the chance to travel to Birmingham, confront Lisa, and get back in time for him to have no idea that I had ventured out of Manchester that day. There would even be time for any rail delays or some other unexpected time-consuming issue to crop up. And given that this was England, it was bound to. But my journey to Birmingham went smoothly, and I arrived here in good time. Now, all I need to do is speak to that woman in the window, and I can get back home before my husband. Aren't I afraid that Lisa could just message him and tell him that I came to see her? No. Not after I've spoken to her. By the time I'm finished, there's no way she'd want anything to do with either me or Drew ever again. As I impatiently wait on this busy street, looking up at the window where Lisa sits and glad she'd never notice me amongst a sea of so many people below, I'm hoping she goes for lunch soon. Not in the staff kitchen either, but out here somewhere. I need her to have a favorite cafe or shop she likes to buy herself a treat from to get herself through the afternoon. If she does,
I will be able to follow her when she leaves her office. If not, and she stays inside, I'm going to have to wait until she finishes work around 5 p.m. If that's the case, I'll be late home. Maybe not too late for Drew to beat me there,
But I'd rather not be here any longer than I have to be. It's 12:29 when I see Lisa making a move. I watch her as she stands up from her chair and leaves her desk, pausing briefly to say something to a colleague before she walks on. She goes out of sight then, and I'm left to wonder what she might be doing. Just visiting the ladies' room? Grabbing a sandwich from the fridge? Or taking the elevator down to the ground floor? When I see her emerge from the office 3 minutes later, I have my answer. She has come outside. Now I can approach. I head towards the woman who I already decided I was more attractive than when I saw her photo on her employer's website. That fact was a relief, but I was still aware that it didn't always mean anything. All sorts of women can turn a man's head, especially ones who don't give up. So the only way to know for sure if Lisa is going to stop messaging my husband is to tell her what will happen if she doesn't. I am walking behind her now, about 10 yards away, though there are plenty of people walking in between and around us. A city center at lunchtime is a busy place, but I've come too far to lose sight of my target. I see a supermarket up ahead, and wonder if that is where she is heading for her lunch. As she crosses the road and approaches the sliding entrance doors, I get confirmation of that. So I decide that inside will be where we have our conversation. Following her in, I watch as Lisa heads for the chilled aisle where the packaged sandwiches can be found. But before she can grab something to alleviate her hunger, I make my presence known. "Hello, Lisa," I say, and she turns around before looking confused. "Hello? Do I know you?" she asks. "No, but I know you. I also know you have been messaging my husband." Lisa looks unsure. Is she messaging multiple married men and can't pinpoint who I'm referring to? "Dr. Drew," I say, just in case she is. Now she knows who I am. "You're Drew's wife?" she asks me. That's right. What are you doing here? She wants to know then. How did you find me? I'm a resourceful woman. Now it's my turn to ask you a question. Why are you messaging him? He's an old friend. Is anything going on between you two? What? No, of course not. I'm married too. She seems mortified by my suggestion. So maybe everything is okay. But you can never be too sure. So I press on. "I want you to delete Drew's number from your phone. Do it now," I say, waiting for her to take out her handset. "Are you serious? This has to be a joke," Lisa replies. "I've no idea what you think is going on, or who you think you are to confront me like this when I've done nothing wrong but delete his number. Now." The force of that command makes Lisa comply, and she finally takes out her phone from her handbag. "Show me," I order, and I make her complete the deletion of the number in full view. "This is crazy," she says. But I say nothing until Drew's number has been removed. Then I speak. "Now listen to me. You do not text my husband again, nor do you ever try and see him. Don't even think about him. You forget he exists. You focus on your husband, and I'll focus on mine. You got that?" Lisa stares at me as if I'm insane. I'm happy for her to think that is the case. "If you breathe a word of this to Drew or anybody else, I will hurt you," I say, finishing up. "I found you once. I can find you again, and next time, we won't be talking. Do you understand?" Lisa looks afraid. Perfect. With that, I feel like I have achieved the goals I set out when I came here. So I walk away,
leaving the supermarket and heading back in the direction of the train station. As I go, passing all the pedestrians, I feel invincible. Like I'm so strong that nothing or nobody can stop me. What is this power I feel like I possess? I'm not sure, but I like it. Maybe it's not a good thing, but it's how I feel. My life was going in the wrong direction.
It's funny how one person's advice changed all of that. The advice to find myself a good doctor and marry him triggered this dramatic change for me. There's no doubt about it. Ever since I became the doctor's wife, I felt different, like I don't know what I'm truly capable of anymore. It might be best if I never find out. Chapter 42. Drew. If all my patients tend to merge into one in my memory as time goes by, the parties I get invited to also do the same. It's another Friday night, and that means another medical gala. The type where all the men wear tuxedos, all the women wear elegant dresses, and everyone in attendance drinks as if it's the first free bar they've ever been invited to. I'm here with Fern, as always, and we're sitting at a table with some good friends. Phil and Claire are here, as are Amy and Clark, and we're enjoying a lovely meal, as well as the wine in glasses that the waiters around us are only too happy to keep refilling. Do you ever find it strange that you spend so much of your week telling people to cut down on their drinking, only to spend your weekend doing the total opposite of that? Fern asks everyone at the table with a mischievous grin. It has crossed my mind that being a doctor often means contradicting myself. Amy replies, and Phil and I laugh because we have to agree there. Yeah, I do feel guilty sometimes when I tell someone to cut down on their bad eating habits, only to grab a takeaway burger on my way home that night. I admit. I know what you mean. I hate having to tell people to stop doing drugs when I'm taking so many of them myself on my lunch hour, Phil adds, and that gets a good laugh because it's typical Phil. He always has to take the joke too far, just like he takes so many other things too far in his personal life. However, one thing that has changed is that he is no longer sleeping with other women behind his wife's back. As uncomfortable as it made me to know that Phil was being with other women as well as Claire, I assumed he would carry on until he either got caught or he got bored, the latter of which seemed unlikely, making the former option the most possible. But neither of those things has happened. He has given up his philandering ways. What caused him to change his behavior?
I wish it was something I said to him. But it had nothing to do with me. It was all Fern. It happened one night when Phil called around our house to pick up a copy of an old medical book I had borrowed from him. He was due to give a speech at a local college the next day and wanted to use a quote in the book, so he had come to get his copy of it back. But while he was in our house, Fern appeared, and when she did, I could just tell she was going to say something uncomfortable. She had a look in her eyes that I'd seen a few times during our marriage, one where she had been calculating something and was finally ready to put it into action. For me, it often applied to what she wanted to do regarding a holiday booking or a redecorating project, but I had a feeling it was going to be about something totally different with Phil. And it was. I want you to stop cheating on Claire, Fern had said rather randomly, as I had handed over the book to Phil, causing us both to freeze and wonder what was going on. I'm sorry, he had replied. Yeah, you will be when I tell her what you get up to behind her back. But I won't do that if you promise to stop cheating, Fern had gone on. There's no need to pretend in front of us. Drew and I both know what you're like. I have first-hand experience. We also know what it's like to have to cover for you when Claire asks us where you might be. But we're done covering for you. It has to stop, because Claire is our friend, and she doesn't deserve to get hurt. Understand? Phil had looked at me then, as if I was going to apologize for my wife's ultimatum, and explain that it was just a joke. But I hadn't done that, simply because I knew it wasn't. Fern was being deadly serious, and I couldn't deny that she had a point. Phil was our friend, but so was Claire. And it wasn't fair that he had this secret side she didn't know about. Okay, Phil had replied, possibly not meaning it, but looking to keep the peace. But Fern saw through that quickly. Promise, or Claire finds out what you're like, and you'll not only lose your wife, but you'll lose Drew as your friend, too, Fern had said. I could have said something there, anything to break the tension between Fern and Phil. But I didn't. I just hoped Phil would agree, and that would be the end of it. Thankfully, he did, which is why we are all still friends to this night. As I look at my wife, who is seated beside me and opposite Phil and Claire, I think about how she always seems to get results. Not only did she help me resolve my past indiscretions, but she seems to have done the impossible and helped Phil with his. I haven't seen him sneaking off with female patients for a long time, nor have Fern and I been asked by Claire where he might be. I genuinely think he has changed his ways, and Fern is to thank for that. In fact, he thanked her for it not so long ago. You were right. The affairs had to stop, and I'm glad they did, he confessed to me and Fern. And a few weeks after that initial confrontation, I do love Claire, and this has made me realize how foolish I would be to risk losing her. So thank you for making me come to my senses. Fern had simply smiled and told Phil not to mention it again, and he hasn't. We've just carried on as we were before, all being friends, having a good time. Except Claire is no longer being cheated on. I have to give it to my wife. She is resourceful. But as I take a sip of my red wine and look at Phil, I can't help but think about how he has gotten away with everything he did. All those women, all those affairs. It's crazy that none of it ever came out. Does he know how lucky he is? Apparently so, because Fern has made him come to his senses and stop taking risks with his marriage. But does he understand the luck involved in not having anybody find out that he isn't the perfect guy he presents himself to be? I know what it's like to have my reputation put at risk, and it is not fun. But I guess I'm lucky too.
Only Fern knows the real me, my fine points and my failures, just like she knows about Phil. That's quite a powerful position for her to be in, but she doesn't seem burdened by any of it. As everyone at the table keeps chatting and laughing around me, I wonder if sometimes I overthink things and worry too much. After all, everything works out okay in the end, doesn't it? None of what I did in the past ever came back to haunt me, and the same goes for my friend and fellow doctor, Phil. So was it worth all the drama? Or are men like us born to get away with things? Maybe I'll have this conversation with Phil in the future, when we're older and hopefully a little wiser. But as a medical man, I am fascinated by the idea of luck and that things work out for others while some poor souls are destined to get the other side of the coin, the bad side. Some of my patients seem to get healthier while others decline rapidly, and there is no rhyme or reason to it. Just like Jimmy and Clyde got their comeuppance for their mistakes, while I did not receive mine. As for Phil, plenty of men have been caught cheating and been thrown out of their homes, but not him. I guess we're part of the lucky few, that set of people where things just seem to be okay in the end. If so, it does make me wonder what I might get away with in the future. It could be all this wine going to my head, but I have a feeling that I'll have to tempt fate at least one more time before I die. After all, we only live once, right?
Chapter 43. Fern.
Do you ever wonder what your life would be like if we hadn't got married? My question to my husband is a deep one, and the kind that comes from wanting to philosophize after a bottle of wine and the late night. We've both just got out of the taxi that has brought us back from yet another medical gala, and as we entered our home, I decided to pose my teaser to Drew. I wouldn't be as happy if we weren't married, he replies, as if he has just seen a cue card by every other man in history who has been asked the same question and knows how best to answer it. You have to say that, I remark with a laugh. Seriously, what do you think you'd be doing now if we weren't together? I don't know, Drew says as he takes off his bow tie, and the dashing tuxedo he has been wearing for the last several hours begins to lose some of its luster. I guess I'd be with someone else.
And still be a doctor?
Yeah, I suppose so.
I nod my head as I kick off my heels and rub the sole of one of my aching feet.
What about you?
Drew asks me.
What do you think you'd be doing?
That's what I've been trying to figure out for a while, I admit as I head into the kitchen. Fancy a nightcap? Drew follows me in, so I assume that's a yes, and after I've poured 2 glasses of red wine, we each take a seat at our huge dining room table. I have a confession to make, I say then, well aware that I probably wouldn't be entering this lane of conversation if I hadn't drunk so much at the gala, but I feel like it's still safe to do so.
What's that then?
Drew asks as he unbuttons his shirt so I can see a part of his toned chest peeking out. Before we met, when I was working in my old job, I bumped into a woman on the street, totally random. This was during a difficult time in my life, and I guess she noticed that I was struggling, so she gave me some advice.
Advice?
Drew repeats, rubbing his stubble before picking up his glass and having a drink.
He looks tired and ready for bed. But I've started now, so I'll finish.
Yeah, she told me that I needed to find myself a doctor.
Drew laughs.
She actually said that?
I nod.
Why? What did she mean?
She told me that being married to a doctor had changed her life, given her things she never thought she'd have: money, power, prestige, those kinds of things.
Drew frowns. She said all that?
Yeah, that's what she was hinting at. She said she had a life of luxury, and it was all thanks to having a doctor as a husband.
So what are you telling me? That you purposefully went to find a doctor so you could be like her?
Drew sniggers as if that was clearly meant to be a joke, but when I don't laugh, he looks serious.
Fern?
I made a conscious decision to find myself a doctor, I admit then. That's why I was at your workplace, and it's how I ended up meeting Phil. Like I said, I was at a low point in my life, and this woman seemed so convinced that a doctor could be the thing I needed, not for medicine, but for something much better than that. So I was trying it.
Why are you telling me this? Drew asks. Couldn't you have just let me think we met by chance at that Christmas party?
We did meet by chance, I insist. That part is true. It's just that when you said you were a doctor, I thought it might be fate. It seemed like the universe had led me to you somehow. A silence falls across the table as Drew thinks about that.
I'm still not sure why you're telling me this, he says then.
Because I'm curious to know what might have become of my life if I hadn't bumped into that woman. Maybe we would have still met and ended up together. Or maybe not. If we hadn't, our lives would be totally different.
I suppose they would.
I know what it is that I really want to say to Drew. I want to confess what I did to ensure I became his wife. The problem is that I know I can't, even after so many drinks. If I tell him what I've done, he'll sober up instantly, as would I, and then I won't ever be able to unsay it.
I've been thinking a lot about the trip I took to Birmingham, the one in which I tracked down Drew's student friend Lisa and told her to cut off all contact with my husband or else she would get hurt. At the time, it felt like I was just doing what was best for my marriage. But since then, I've come to realize how crazy it was for me to act in such a way. I'm lucky that Lisa heeded my warning. She has not messaged Drew since, and I know that because I still check his phone occasionally when he is asleep. He never mentions her either, so I think he just figured she got busy with her own life and they slipped back into each other's past. No big deal. Except it is a big deal, because it only happened due to me making a threat to a woman I didn't even know. Imagine if Drew found out what I did. He'd be mortified, disgusted, possibly even a little afraid. That's why, despite having this feeling like I need to confess and get it off my chest, I will stay quiet and stop talking about life and fate and how I ended up with a doctor. None of that matters. What matters is what I do next. Let's go to bed, I say to Drew, happy to leave the remainder of our wine in our glasses. And Drew doesn't protest either. He's sleepy. And as we head upstairs, I know he'll be out as soon as his head hits the pillow. That's the consequence of a week of hard work, followed by a Friday night of hard drinking. I won't fall asleep quite so quickly. That's usually how it goes for me. But while I might lie awake for a little while, I will definitely not do one thing. I will not check Drew's phone anymore. I'm done with that. I'm also done with jealousy and paranoia and taking risks. Why should I behave in such a manner when I already have everything I need? This is the night when I become the better version of myself. Rather than the dangerous doctor's wife, I will be the dutiful and delightful doctor's wife.
No more making threats or checking up on my husband. From here on out, I will trust him implicitly, because he has never given me a reason to doubt his faithfulness to me. That's the best way to keep a man like Drew. And I do want to keep him. I want to be the doctor's wife forever. Wouldn't anyone?
Chapter 44. Drew. As I stare at my reflection in the mirror behind the bar, I'm aware that I'm getting older. Not old enough to have a head of gray hair yet, but old enough to be aware of the passing of time and how it seems to be speeding up as I approach 40. I feel like I still look handsome, and hopefully will for many years to come, but there's no doubt that I'm not as youthful as I once was. I feel that most in my bones. I'm tired nearly all the time, and while it could be down to so many years as a busy city center doctor, I fear it might be down to something else, too. Sure, having to deal with a never-ending stream of patients is wearing me down, and I have considered suggesting to Fern that we move somewhere quieter, but that would likely mean a drop in income, so I'm reluctant to actually do that, even if the day is easier. Plus, Fern loves the city, all our friends are here, and going somewhere quieter would mean not only giving up the house we love here, but losing out on the multitude of bars and restaurants that complete our busy lifestyle. But there has to be more to life than money, work, and trendy wine bars at some point, doesn't there? I don't think Fern thinks so, but then she isn't the one working all these long hours. I am, and I fear that fact might drive a wedge between us one day if I continue to feel unfulfilled. But it might not be that. It might be something else. It's bugging me that I can't put my finger on it. What is the cause of my daily lethargy? I hope it's not a midlife crisis. How terribly cliché would that be? If it is, what are my options? Buy a sports car? It surely wouldn't be much fun to drive in Manchester, where I'd be slowed down greatly by other cars, red lights, and speed limits. What about buying some other shiny trinkets, or attempting to dress like a man half my age? Yeah, right.
as if I can roll back the years with a trendy t-shirt or pair of trainers. I'm not sure some new clothes will give me my spark back.
What about having an affair?
It's almost laughable that the thought would even cross my mind, especially after how against Phil's behavior I have been over the years. But what if he felt this way, and that's what caused him to stray? Maybe I didn't understand him because I simply hadn't reached the same point as he had in his life. An affair seems to be a common occurrence for men in their middle age, chasing the excitement that comes from another woman, often one who is half their age. It doesn't matter that they might be married, they're just seeking something fresh. But I couldn't do that to Fern. I'm not even sure I could do it to myself. I don't think I'd have the energy to try and impress another woman in conversation, never mind in the bedroom. So where does that leave me? The answer seems obvious. I'm just another grumpy guy in a bar, nursing a beer after a long day's work, before heading home and falling asleep in the same bed I've already spent so many nights in. I stopped off for this drink because I felt like I needed something to perk me up. It's a couple of days until I have my weekly game of tennis with Greg, but I couldn't wait that long for some liquid refreshment. I'll just have this one, then go home and see Fern. She might have made something for dinner, or she might be waiting for me to do the cooking this evening. Either way, it'll just be another uneventful night in my life. And then I see her. It's the flash of blonde hair that first catches my eye, and I can't look away, watching as this woman walks by, stunning in both her appearance and confidence. She looks so at ease in her surroundings, so comfortable in her own skin. Very different to me, sitting here feeling all blue. But the jolt of blonde has given me more of a boost than this beer has, and as she takes her place at the bar beside me and waits to be served, I suddenly find that my mouth is opening and words are coming out. "Are you having a good night?" I ask, almost as if somebody else is controlling my voice. It feels like I'm having a slight out-of-body experience. Why am I talking to this woman? Why am I asking her questions? What do I think is going to happen? "Yes, thank you," she says as she turns and flashes me a smile. And it's one that is as dazzling as her hair color. "I'm Drew," I say then, extending my hand to hers to shake. And it's just a coincidence that it's the hand without my wedding ring on it. I'm right-handed, and my ring is on my left. That's all there is to it, no more than that. "Alice," she replies, shaking my hand. And as we touch, I feel a jolt of electricity run through my body. What was that? I've never felt it before, that's for sure. Not with Rose or with Fern. As our hands separate, I know one thing. I want to feel it again. What I felt was magnetic, magical, moving. I want more. I thought the concept of love at first sight was just some feeble hook in a romantic comedy. But now I'm not so sure. Our brief interaction feels effortless already, not like any interaction I've ever had with a woman. There are usually nerves, awkwardness, or uncertainties to navigate when you first meet a new person. But not this time. I'm fascinated with her, and she's making me want to do something I've never even considered since I got married. She's making me want to take a risk in my marriage to Fern. It's not that I don't love my wife. It's just, I don't know, something I can't explain. Alice's look, her demeanor, her energy. We've barely spoken a word to one another, and there's no saying how many words we will actually share, but I already feel like something has shifted inside of me. It's as if what I've been looking for to pull me out of my pre-40s funk has suddenly landed right in front of me. That's why my mind is subconsciously considering things my conscious mind might be too late to catch up with and stop. What if I was to pursue her?
What if I was to embark on an affair with this woman? Could I keep it a secret? Could Fern be none the wiser? Or what if she found out about it? As I consider that, I feel like I could maintain my secrecy and privacy. Fern won't find out, just like Claire never found out what Phil was doing.
But what if my wife did find out? What then? I'd like to think that I'd be able to deal with it. Fern is my wife. I know her and I can handle her. What's the worst that could happen?
Epilogue. Fern. Present day. The best way to pass the time in prison is to keep busy. There are a few ways an inmate can do that. Exercise, chat. Imagine fantastical ways of staging a prison break. Or do what I'm doing now. Writing. I'm sitting at a table in the prison library with a pen in my hand and my brain swarming with ideas for how to make this book the best it can be. But why am I doing this? Why am I, the doctor's wife turned infamous inmate, penning what I hope will be a bestseller? It's because I have a very crazy story to tell. What I am writing is a blow-by-blow account of my time as a doctor's wife, followed by everything that has happened since. The crimes, the lies, the bodies, the revenge, the fun. I'm revealing all, and I have a publisher who is going to help me do it. After being visited in prison by a very studious man in a very smart suit, he proposed to me that together we could tell my side of the story in a way that would give it the attention it deserved. He told me that he worked for a publisher who had seen big success with true crime stories, but they hadn't published anything quite like my story. The publisher saw pound signs, while I saw a chance to reach a large audience. So I have taken it. The only stipulation? I really do have to tell all. That's all right with me. It might seem shocking for me to be admitting to murders that I have so far gotten away with, namely the murders of Rose and Jimmy. However, I am already destined to spend the rest of my life behind bars. I've already been sentenced for murder, so it won't make any difference to my future. But revealing more crimes will certainly make a difference to the book sales and to the media attention. Most of all, I do like the idea of going down in history as one of the UK's most notorious women. What's the point of being remembered if you can't be remembered honestly? I might as well bear all. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And then,
At least, no matter what anybody says, they cannot accuse me of shying away from my actions. This book will tell the reader exactly how I went from an ordinary woman and wife to someone who has been talked about by people all over the world. I'm a fascinating subject for so many, from journalists to detectives, from criminal psychologists to members of the public with a morbid curiosity. I can't stop them from talking about me, or gossiping, or speculating. But I can give them my side of the story. This book that I am writing from inside these prison walls is my attempt to do just that. I want my voice to be heard. My voice that until now only ever got listened to when I was in court, answering for the crimes I was accused of and committed over the years. But that was hardly the best place for me to be telling my story. That environment was filled with judging eyes, from the prosecutors to the jury to the actual judge themselves. Every one of them possibly already having made up their mind on my guilt and simply waiting for the chance to see me punished. This book can be a clean slate for me. Inside these pages, I can write whatever I want, and nobody can stop me. I have a feeling people are going to be eager to see what I have to say. So far, I've focused on the beginnings of my story, my childhood, my initial hopes and dreams, my early years of adulthood. This is hardly the most exciting part of my story, but it needs to be told to set the scene. I know anyone who picks up a copy of this book, wherever it might end up on sale, from a dusty corner of an old bookstore to a smooth shelf in an iconic city's airport, will be desperate to get to the part where the drama starts. They'll want to get to the part about the doctor,
I've reached the bit of the book where I need to mention him. Drew. It's easier to think of his name than it is to write it down and look at it on the page. That's because it's a name that means so much to me. He's the man I married.
The man I loved. The man I ruined. And the man who ruined me. I wouldn't be in prison now if it wasn't for him. I should probably write that first when it comes to talking about him. Will the reader get annoyed if I blame it all on him, though? Will they be expecting me to take my fair share of the blame? I don't know. Some people are on my side, and I know that because I get fan mail. But some people aren't. And if I want this book to sell well, I should try and appeal to both sides. Okay, I'll admit that we were both as bad as each other. Drew and I brought out the worst in one another. We never should have got together. We certainly never should have married. But we were fine until she came into the picture. Alice. I guess I'll have to write about her too. It won't be easy, but none of this is. We all did wrong, and we all got caught. It's just that some of us came off worse than others. I pause my writing when I worry that there won't be one redeemable character in my book. But I carry on when I realize that there are. It will be up to the reader to decide who they like and who they hate. There is good and bad in all of us. And I'm just going to show it. I can't wait for people to read it. It will be quite the buzz to be lying on my bed in my cell, knowing that out there in the world, so many strangers are turning the pages and hearing my thoughts in their minds. It's quite a powerful thing, the ability to reach so many. The ability to make them feel something. I am aware that my daughter may read this book too. There's a 50-50 chance between whether she chooses to totally ignore it or picks it up and reads every page in one sitting. But I will sit with her in the prison visitors' room, pre-publication, and tell her everything that is going to be in the book, if she wishes to hear it. I'll also tell her that I am doing this to teach her an important lesson. You have to own your actions. You have to face the consequences of what you have done. Most of all, at some point, you simply have to tell the truth. Out of every possible reader of my future book, I also wonder if that woman I bumped into on the street all those years ago will read it one day. If she does, she'll surely remember that she played a part in what happened too. She told me to become a doctor's wife, and I did. What she didn't tell me was that the doctor was going to have an affair. I guess she couldn't have known. She wasn't to know that Drew would make such a bad husband, just like she wasn't to know that I would watch him die right in front of my eyes one day. She certainly wasn't to know that I would make such a deadly doctor's wife. They say death follows doctors around because it's a part of their job, but I think it's more complicated than that. Sometimes death can follow a doctor around based on who they choose to marry. Did I make a mistake in marrying Drew? Or was it his mistake to marry me? All I know is that only one of us has lived to tell the tale. So much happened because Drew started that affair with Alice, and then I found out about it. When I did, it's safe to say that things got a little crazy. The end.